we're gonna make it. I'm just gonna say it, gonna say it. Love me like your favorite song, like you love your whiskey strong, like your daddy loves your mama loves your daddy, and granny loves a Sunday morning. Love me like a honeybee loves the summertime in Tennessee, like a farmer loves the rain and muddy waters loves the blues. Summertime in Tennessee, like a farmer loves the rain and muddy waters loves the blues. Yeah, L-O-V-E love, let her do what her do. Yeah, play it, Robert. It's a new year. I'm the same motherfucker. It's a new year. I'm the same motherfucker. Everybody won't be brand new. Not me, I'ma do what I do. Ain't changing shit but the year I'm She wonders how my day went and don't care about my paychecks. Well, I don't wanna keep my baby waiting. I've got a brown-eyed lover on the other side of town. I don't wanna keep her waiting. She's got me uptight, tongue-tied, twisted all around. I don't wanna keep her waiting.
Introducing the DCA 901 from Shure.
Yo, we in Tulsa, heat rising in June. Saint Francis stamp on it, bikes going boom. Crank it up, clip in, yeah, we riding with pride. From Riverside Drive to the downtown vibe. 2 wheels, big dreams, fast lanes we chase. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, not your average race. Peloton tight like a school of sharks. Spinning through the city, leaving tire marks. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, bring the heart, bring the grit. From the crits to the climbs, we don't ever quit. Cry Baby Hill, where the real ones ride. Sweat dripping, crowd wild, ain't no place to hide. Spin fast, ride clean, show 'em what you're made of. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, we were born for the love. Yo, Cry Baby Hill, that party is real. Costumes, beer spray, got that carnival feel. Fans yelling loud, ringing cowbells tight. If your legs ain't burning, you ain't doing it right. 3 days, 3 ways, Chris back to back. Speeding through the corners, never looking back. We got locals and pros, kids and the vets. Tulsa on fire, nobody forgets. Crits, Gran, Fondo, fixies rolling deep. From the sunrise grind to the late night sweep. You can feel the thunder down in your soul. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, yeah, that's the goal. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, bring the heart, bring the grit. From the crits to the climbs, we don't ever quit. Cry Baby Hill, where the real ones ride. Sweat dripping, crowd wild, ain't no place to hide. Spin fast, ride clean, show 'em what you're made of. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, we were born for the love. Here's to the riders, the fans, the crew. To Tulsa, the grit and the breaking through. Pedal to the metal, feel the crowd erupt. This ain't just a race, it's Saint Francis Tulsa Tough.
a deluge along with the rest of the race course. McKenzie rolling on through, Parks Law Firm. He had some success in 2025 in the Maverick Criterium. Took that to elevate his game and advance in his categories, and now racing with the Parks Law Firm. We'll see McKenzie later on today. But again, head over to Masa Food Truck and Leanie's. The rest of them, we'll try to get a list of them and recognize all of them out here. Again, right now, it's a deluge. It's coming down. It's pouring. But make sure when you're down here in downtown Tulsa and you got a little time here on a weather delay, hop on in. Kaz's is not open yet, I don't think. Team Staple Gun's trying to set up for those first shots of Jaeger, though. The Staple Gun guys over there underneath Kaz's. But again, have a chance to hop around. Go over when it opens up later on today. Hit Valkyrie. Go around the corner if you're trying to get some coffee and some breakfast during the rain delay. Gabby Henry's going to head over there, try to get a coffee at Camara. Right around the corner, again up on Main. Sound Pony. Who are we? Sound Pony. We'll be opening soon, I'm sure. Go say hi to Amy. Now into year 2 as the owner, Amy Pullen. The year 2 is the owner on Tulsa Tough weekend. Probably scrambling to get the merchandise tent covered up here. As again, we're in the second wave of the deluge. But the first race of the day with the women's 2-3 and women's masters, weather permitting, if we get this rolling on through, starting at 11:15. Again, if you're looking for the registration tent, there isn't one. We've had to move it inside. So instead of a registration tent, we have a registration desk. So the canopy space and happenings, a little event space, for lack of a better term, right next door to Kaz's Bar, right across from us here at the corner of Boston and Reconciliation Way, right next to the finish line. If you're over here near the finish line, you hear my voice. But, well, you can hear my voice all over the course. If they have the speakers all set up, we may not be up there with the weather. But again, if you're at the start-finish line, you're looking for the registration tent, it is a registration desk. It is inside the canopy space and happenings. It's going to be our unofficial lost and found as well. If you lose anything or if you find anything, you know, if you're a part of the found portion of Lost and Found, you take it over there. And if you're part of the lost section, same thing. Head on over to our registration desk. It's across the street from us over here, right next to Kaz's. It's the canopy space and happenings. That is where the registration desk is set up. Again, we'll be having our first race of the day. It'll be the women's 2-3, women's masters coming up at 11:15, weather permitting. Letting this next wave move on through. And again, talk about FC Tulsa, the Saint Francis Health System, all the great sponsors. You know, McNelly's group last night on Friday night in the Blue Dome. We've already given you shout outs to Quick Trip. Quick Trip, the official sponsor of our motorbikes. No, just kidding. For the gas in our motorbikes for our moto officials. But again, Quick Trip, the official sponsor for our live stream on YouTube. Either go to YouTube and search Tulsa Tough to find the live streams once we get started on the day. You also can head to TulsaTough.com. There'll be a link. You can find all sorts of things. If you head to TulsaTough.com, you're going to find the race schedule, the original race schedule, obviously with some changes that have had to take place here with our cancellations due to the weather. You also see some of the great sponsors, the plan for the rest of the weekend, today, tomorrow, the Townie ride on Sunday, where to go hang out. Again, where to spend your money. Food trucks down here, Andolini's, Masa's got the great empanadas. Head over to Camara. Again, some of these people may not be official sponsors. Giving them their free shout outs here as they are a port in the storm, literally, down here on a rainy day number 2, morning of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. 20 years in the making, 20th anniversary. I say 20 years in the making. We know that it actually started again back a couple years before 2006. Also, the 100th anniversary of Route 66. King of the Road, our theme here for 2026. Again, talking about some of the great sponsors. We already mentioned Saint Francis. We talked about FC Tulsa. We talked about Quick Trip. Running through some of the other folks, H&P drone coverage, Helmerich and Payne, providing you the drone coverage on those races during the day, especially very exciting watching that 3-up sprint finish in the women's pro race last night. Again, that is courtesy of Helmerich and Payne. So as we get the day started, 11:15, weather permitting, we're going to throw preems out here. So again, the cash preems, they're races within the race. As we get later in the day and more people show up and ask the question, what's a preem? Why are they ringing a bell with 15 to go? Well, we'll explain that later on as the day goes on. Again, those preems are races within the race. They're cash money that you can win for finishing first on that lap alone. Some of the great sponsors over the years, Smith Farm and Garden, Bicycles of Tulsa. Bicycles of Tulsa alone has $3,000 worth of preem money that they've be donating to the valiant gladiators out here, the men and women racing at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough here on this weekend. Again, get those out. We'll be ringing those bells. And again, as you get in here, as the day gets the racing started, we'll let the rain go away. We'll get more and more things. We'll discuss when you look at the clock. Right now, it's just counting up because it's telling you what time it is here. It's 10:39 and 28 seconds. Later on, we will have a running clock during the race. And again, the clock goes up before the laps come down. Again, trying to figure out average lap time and all that. But again, all sorts of things will get you set up here, because if you didn't show up for last night, shame on you, but it's okay. We got an afternoon of racing here on day number 2, taking us into the evening hours. And then, of course, on Sunday, we'll roll out in the McElroy River Parks Criterium with Crybaby Hill. So, again, we're trying to make lemonade out of the lemons of having to cancel the first 3 races. But again, first race of the day will be women's 2-3 at 11:15. So again, looking for the registration tent, the registration desk. And it'll be across from the start-finish line here. Registration desk is inside the canopy space and happenings, and that's where we'll have all your registration get set up. If you want to get some pre-laps in, like Gabby Henry, then go on out there. She's fully zipped. Maybe a Rafa special there. Again, trying to stay dry, just kind of checking out the course. Again, the course is going to be different than the years past. We've never had rain before, but it's been a while. Definitely not this level. You know, we've had rain where it's maybe been a little smattering in the afternoon or something like that. We've had it where it was a deluge early in the morning, and we maybe just delayed the start and compressed some of our start times to let the course dry out. It's going to be a wet course. Definitely today. We'll see when that sun actually pops out, and if it does today, again, you know, I'm not going to tell you to go home and get your cyclocross bike and put your file treads on, but it's definitely going to be a technical course with the rain. Again, got to say thank you to all our great volunteers. Still getting the course final set up, trying to get those corners taken care of. But again, it's tough to completely take care of all the water in those corners because the rain keeps coming down. But right now we are slated for an 11:15 start, just over a half hour away from the start of our first race of the day, the Women's 2-3 and Women's Masters at 11:15. Juan Francisco Camacho Ale, 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 ale. Again, the Fondo got Fondoed. They had to turn them around, bring everyone back on M. Again, the Ace, unfortunately, folks not able to go attempt to do that today. The Juan's going to be protesting the official Ace. He was first place when they canceled it. He had 99 miles to go, but still, he was first place when they canceled it. Again, trying to stay dry here on a wet, wet day. But the podium is up and set up. Race director Tim Carrick's over there. He's got his full rainforest gear set up. The whole crew over there getting that set up. Again, is the race course really open? Maybe. There's some people out there racing around. And by racing, I mean just pedaling squares right now. Trying to figure out, and then again, trying to avoid the golf carts. Looking out for the gators, because again, we still are doing some final setups here. Some final tweaks again. Start will be at 11:15. 11:15 start time. The women's 2-3 and women's masters. Staging, as always, is down to the west of us here on Reconciliation Way. It's down towards a little mini parking lot in the backside of the hotel there. Still scheduled to start at 11:15. Again, we'll be keeping an eye on the social media platforms, Instagram, Facebook, Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, letting us know if there's any changes in the plan. Heavier rain still coming on through, but 11:15, that is the talk. So I will let everybody know, be careful as you cross the road. Make sure you're looking left and right. Because we don't have our race course volunteers at the crossings up just yet due to the rain. And with races starting 11:15, it's a buyer beware, be careful as you cross the street. 2 hours of pushing a broom buys an 8x12 4-bedroom. Also, your Saint Francis Tulsa Tough registration. I'm a man of means by no means. It is the King of the Road, the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Rain delay, trying to get started at 11:15. Again, the deluge continues. 11:15. Women's 2-3, women's 2-3. And the women's Masters trying to get set up. The first race of the day here on day number 2, the 26th edition, 20th anniversary of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Again, today's Criterium race down here in the Tulsa Arts District, brought to you by Dirk. Well, the start lineups will be provided by Dirk and all the registration. Trying to keep them dry all day long as he'll bring them over from the registration desk. But again, today is brought to you by FC Tulsa. They are our main presenter here on Saturday at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. And again, FC Tulsa didn't know they brought home hardware the 918 for the first time, winning the Western Conference Finals and the USL Soccer Championship. Western Conference champions, and they are just down the road from us here, playing at One Oak Field all season long. And again, bringing sports, movement, and healthy activities to Tulsa, St. Francis Tulsa Tough, and the FC Tulsa Soccer Club. So again, the team, congratulations, winning the Western Conference Finals, or sorry, being the Western Conference champion in the USL League. 11:15 again, unofficial start time. Starting to see some people kind of rolling on through, trying to get it figured out. Doovie's trying to find a port in the storm. Those shoes are just super dry, man. I'm amazed you're able to keep them all that dry. Again, our registration tent is not a tent, it's a desk. So if you're looking for registration, it's across, it's right next to Kaz's Bar, and it's across from the start-finish line here, just to the west of the start-finish line on Reconciliation Way, right next to Kaz's Bar. Again, it's the Canopy Space and Happenings. If you're looking for registration, it's not a tent, it's a desk. And it's also going to be our Lost and Found location there. Head over to the Canopy Space and Happenings. That's the registration desk. We're keeping it in out of the weather over here, just to the west of the start-finish line here at the FC Tulsa, St. Francis Tulsa Tough, the King of the Road edition here in 2026. Right next to Kaz's. Registration, keep going straight and on your right. So again, it's across the street from the stage here at the start-finish line. And it's just right next door to Kaz's. So if you come up to, you see me over here at the start-finish line, you're on the right side. If you're facing me, you're on the right side. If you're on the same side of the road as me, you're on the wrong side. So again, get on the north side of Reconciliation Way, and it's right next door to Kaz's. It's the Canopy Space and Happenings. Look for the canopy, not a literal canopy. It's called the Canopy. Director of Operations, Brad Spears, still rolling on through here. He's got the gator. We got the golf carts out here trying to sweep those corners. Again, the rain still keeps coming down as we'll be starting at 11:15 unofficially, weather permitting, the women's 2-3 women's Masters race. So again, if you're just joining us, first race of the day will be 11:15. Women's 2-3 and the Women's Masters, 11:15, the first race of the day, weather permitting. If that's not the understatement of the year, weather permitting here as this next wave of heavy rain moves on through. But 11:15, that is the start time. Women's 2-3 and the Women's Masters coming up at 11:15. If you're looking for the registration tins, it's a registration desk. So it's actually inside. It's over here across from the start finish line, the registration desk. And it's at a place called the Canopy, right next door to Kaz's Bar. Down here near the start finish line, your registration desk is inside a little venue called the Canopy, next door to Kaz's. Again, thank you to our live stream sponsor. Not sure if it's even up and running right now. Listen to me ramble on about a Roger Miller song called King of the Road in honor of Route 66. But that being said, Quick Trip, thank you, thank you, thank you. Quick Trip, our official live sponsor of our YouTube feed. When you need to fuel up fast and get back in the action, there's only one place to go, and that is QT. Quick Trip has over 1,200 locations, fresh food, great coffee, the fastest pit stop in the game. Again, I'm biased. I grew up next to an OG location on 3rd and Garnett, maybe store number 4, no longer there, but I believe it was store number 4, definitely in the single digits, I believe. Store number 4 there at 3rd and Garnett. Moving on to bigger and better things with all the larger phases of Quick Trips that you have all over the nation. 1,200 locations bringing, again, that fresh food, coffee, and the fastest pit stop in town. Quick Trip knows a thing or two about speed, just like Tulsa Tough. Again, our live stream sponsor, Quick Trip, started in Tulsa in 1958 and still headquartered here today. Quick Trip, the official fueler of Tulsa Tough and our live stream coverage. Stay with us on YouTube for every lap, every sprint, every finish, and every waxing pontification of me when I talk about the Masters A and all the races and Saint Francis Tulsa Tough here in year number 20. Took us 21 years to get here, to get to 20, starting really on the back of a cocktail napkin in 2004 before rolling out in 2006. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough here on year number 20. So first race of the day, scheduled 11:15. Keeping an eye out here on the weather radar for the women's 2-3 and women's masters, 32 that is, total racers between the two fields. Between the women's 2-3 and the women's masters, that'll be 11:15 start time. We are asked some questions to validate if we're starting staging just yet. The flotilla of gators and golf carts that is, making their way through with the Tulsa Tough volunteers again. Hello, Scott. I already said hi to Jamie earlier. So again, the unofficial start time, official start time, unofficial start time. 11:15, the women's 2-3 and masters. Weather delay today, had to cancel the first early races. But again, right now looking at the women's 2-3 and the women's masters at 11:15. Waiting for official notice on whether we're staging or not yet. We're still seeing our great Tulsa Tough volunteers navigating the course. They're still checking over those final nuts and bolts in the corners, making sure everything's swept clean. Checking if there's any standing water in certain sections, again, of the race course. 11:15 is our start time for the women's 2-3 and women's masters coming up. So again, in theory, we're going to be going off at 11:15, but rain's starting to let up a little bit. If you're coming out here checking everything out, it will be the women's 2-3 and women's masters coming up at 11:15. Come to the barriers, cheer them on, duck out of the rain. You're looking for the registration tent. It's not a tent, it's a registration desk. It's over here at the canopy. So if you're wondering what the canopy is, it's over here across from us at the start-finish line. The canopy is where the registration is. So it's right next door to Kaz's. So right next door to Kaz's bar there, you will find the registration desk. Again, if you're going over and grabbing some food, we got the food truck set up over here on the west side of the Guthrie Green. We got Masa Food Truck, we got Angelini's, we got some others. I just can't see them right now through the rain. They're back behind the official podium of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. A reminder, all weekend long, if you are on the podium or think you're on the podium, stay close. Amy's going to be not very happy if you go home and try to take a shower and go hit the bar at the hotel. Stay around. We want to recognize our podiums almost immediately after the race. So again, give us some time, 15, 20-minute protest period and all that. Hang out close. There's some canopies, there's some trees. Go over to Guthrie Green. Try to stay out of the rain there. But again, we will be recognizing our podium within a few minutes in that first segment, quarter hour or so of the beginning of the race following your race. So again, don't head off to the hotel. Don't head home. Don't go up the Sound Pony yet. You can hit Sound Pony up there, dance in the bar with Amy Pullen, the owner up there, sure, but not until you've been recognized at your podium. Make sure you stay close. Again, all day long, all weekend long, make sure you're hanging out close at the podium. Again, if you're looking for the registration tent, it's not a tent, it's a table. Registration is across the street from us here at the start-finish line. As it's right next to Kaz's. It's a little venue called The Canopy. They don't have a canopy, but it's called The Canopy. And that's where we're going to have registration here today, keeping you out of the rain. Course is closed. Make sure you exit the course. Course is closed. Course is closed. It should only be our volunteers out there in the golf carts and the gators. Course is closed. Kiss my grits, the TLC lipstick, old school kit rolling out. DeRoos, Ryan DeRoos. I think I saw, was there an Abraham Contreras sighting as well anywhere? Is he coming this year? No, not this year. All right. The old school TLC rollout. DeRoos. He was Fondoing it up. But again, we should be at 11:15. Alrighty, if you're not down there, you should be staging. The women's 2-3, women's masters, you should be staging right now. If you're wondering where staging is, kind of late in the game to ask that question, but we're here to help you out. So, if you're down here at the start-finish line, head to the west of us here at the start-finish line. It'll be down past Kaz's Chow House. There is an alleyway, a little cover. We've got some tents over there right next to the parking garage. Again, to the west of the start-finish line, that is where the staging area is. And that is where our women's 2-3 and women's masters should be staging right now. We've got 32 racers, brave souls on the registration list. We'll see how many show up, how many DNSs, and hopefully not any DNFs. We want all our racers to compete and be able to finish this race, as it's going to be a wet one. Again, we'll kind of give some more announcements as the day goes on. But a reminder, again, if you are a spectator, do not cross the course without looking across. Hopefully we'll have our volunteers come showing on up out here to help. I see a volunteer right here. He's got a flag. Make sure you are not crossing without the race volunteer course marshal's permission. Because again, they're here to protect the racers first and foremost. They're working harder than you are. Do not impact their work zone. So again, we are staging. Staging's off here to the west. Just keep going straight, Legion Racer there, and it'll be on your left side just past that patio there. So again, if you're down here, it's just to the west of the start-finish line, just past Kaz's Chow House Restaurant, and that's where you will find the staging. And right now, our women's 2-3, women's master staging should be happening now. You should be down there 11:15. That's the start time. We'll get everybody kicked off here. First race of the day after our weather delay. On day number 2 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, we will be bringing the racers down here. Our great USA Cycling race officials giving the final pre-flight instructions, also giving some of those instructions out here from the stage as well. Pre-laps, where's the mechanical pip, pulled riders, medical, having the clock run up before the laps count down, all those little things will let you know. But right now, it is a closed race course. It is a closed race course. We should be cleared. There should be no racers on the course right now. It should only be final checkups by the race officials here at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. And again, we should be staging for the women's 2-3 and women's master. Alrighty, we should be staging. We should be staging right now. It's the women's 2-3. You should have been staging about 10 minutes ago, possibly. But final couple stragglers, maybe rolling on in. Make sure you are at staging. Again, staging is to the west of the start-finish line here on the south side of Reconciliation Way, just on the other side of Kaz's Chow House. If you're looking for the registration tent, it's not here. It's a registration desk. So again, registration is inside, and it's across the street from us here at the finish line. It's right next door to Kaz's Bar. It's right in front of the Kuro Athletics tent. You will see it right there. There's a nice banner. It says St. Francis Tulsa Tough information. It's also the registration desk, the Resolute desk, right there on our start-finish line, the finish line chute here, so to speak. Day number 2 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, King of the Road 2026 edition, the 20th anniversary of Tulsa Tough, 100th anniversary of Route 66, 250th anniversary of the United States of America. It's a three-peat. It's a triumphant. We got our podium already set up here for 2026. So, looking at our women's 2-3 coming up, they should be staging women's 2-3 and the women's masters race coming up. Again, a reminder, if you are in any of the races all day long and you know you're on the podium, you think you're on the podium, your brother called you and said, I think you're on the podium. Someone told you you're on the... Doesn't matter. Stay here. Stay close. We want to recognize our podium. We'll try to get the official results posted. We'll figure out where we'll have the results posted. Again, the actual physical copy. But again, now we're going to roll everybody out. 11:15 will be the official start time. And here is the official guinea pigs of the day. The first race of day number 2 of the 2026 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough, brought to you by FC Tulsa. We're going to squeal to the line here. Disc brakes aplenty, as we will have some final instructions. We'll wait for a whistle again. But before that, we're going to talk about some of the little nuances here. Your final pre-flight instructions, ladies, in our women's 2-3 and women's masters field. Laps will be 10 to go, so we'll start the clock counting it up, and then we'll have the laps counting down. You'll see them with 10 to go. Free laps end with 6 to go. So any type of mechanical crash, anything like that, head on down to the State Wheels pit down here to the west of us, behind you on the left side of Reconciliation Way on this finish line area, the State Wheel Pit, Cycling Wheel Pit. That is where the mechanicals, any type of a crash or anything you can take care of, that's where you'll be feathered back in for your free laps, but those end with 6 to go. Also a reminder, we'll find out medical, I think it's also down here just off to the west. Didn't have that information just ready. I'll have that later on. Again, pulled riders, medical is across from the wheel pit. So if you look behind us, Wheel pit on one side, medical on the other side. And again, we will be pulling racers. So as you go through, if the race officials are calling you down, don't be that person that says, I got to get one more lap. If you're done, you're done. Please clear the race course out. Again, we're trying to make sure we have it free for the leaders of our packs all day long. Again, final instructions, and we have two podiums. We'll have a women's 2-3, and we'll have a master's podium. And also, 3 bells you'll hear in the middle of this race. We have 3 cash preems, in addition to the final bell you hear with 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Again, our guinea pigs of the day, the first race of day number 2 here, the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We'll be waiting on the whistle as it's our women's 2-3 and women's masters about to kick us off here on day number 2. We'll wait on the whistle. Final confirmation coming on down. We samba our way into the race on the whistle. And we are underway. Day number 2 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, FC Tulsa. King of the road. As we roll them out, opening lap here of our women's 2-3 and women's masters. Again, we'll have 2 different podiums. 1 for the 2-3 and 1 for the women's masters coming up. Again, cannot state this enough. If you are on a podium, hang out. Don't go home. Don't hit the hotel. Don't go to Sound Pony. Stay close. We want to recognize our podiums in the first 15 minutes or so of the start of the following race after yours. Stay close, stay close, stay close. Again, you're hearing my voice, you're like, where is this? Well, it's Boston and Reconciliation Way. It's our central nerve hub of the day 2 of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough here. No registration tent, we got a registration desk, the Resolute desk. It's inside a place called the Canopy. It's over here just to the west of us on Reconciliation Way, just west of the start-finish line. It's next to Kaz's Bar. Skip the shots of Jaeger, head on in, go to registration, as it's in a place called the Canopy. Again, it's not a registration tent, it's a registration desk here on a rainy day as we're getting underway. We got the final few gators and golf carts doing those final checks as our race leaders in our race, the Peloton, 32 different racers between the women's 2-3 and the masters, currently out on the course on lap number 1. As the day goes on, we'll get more of the cameras up and running with our live feed, courtesy of Quick Trip, our great sponsor when it comes to our YouTube live feed. So it's officially 26 on the line from the original 32. So 26 brave souls navigating lap number 1 here at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. They will come down off of the hill, the white knuckler. It's a white knuckler when it's a dry condition race. So 26 racers as they make their way down. First lap about to be done and dusted as they will roll through here to, let's say, 2:10. 2:10, that is the lap time on the opening lap here. Tatum Brown out of Tennessee. Again, we talk about it's not just a local race that started in 2006. It became a national. That's why our race leader right now after lap 1 from Tennessee turned into a global phenomenon, as you see. The German Dario winning last night in the men's P1 race, back-to-back years. Our St. Francis P1 winner from Germany racing with DCC. But right now it's the Tennessee racer, Tatum Brown, who will roll on through first. Opening lap done and dusted as we move on to lap number 2. Again, it's a rainy affair here on the 2026 edition of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Unfortunately, we did have to cancel earlier races. Again, safety protocol, lightning protocol, unfortunately, but here we are. We waited it out. We were very patient. Kenny Stringfellow hung out of the rain. We'll get him out here. He decided not to do the Fondo, the wet dough. But here we are here, one of our cheering sections. He's a one-man cheering section over here, across the street from us here. But again, just under 3.5 minutes in. Again, it was 2:10. That was the opening lap time. And if you're watching the live feed right now, we have the camera up and running. You hear the voice. We're down here. If you're wondering where this is, where's the start-finish line? Head on down to Boston and Reconciliation Way. As we'll look back, again, Don Thornton, our great sponsor when it comes to the pace cars. And our lead moto, we'll wait to see that Peloton of 26. Again, 2:10. That was the opening lap. 2:10, 2:10, 2:10. We'll wait to see. As it'll be the Range Rover, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive Group. They'll roll through. Now we'll see our racers come through. On the brakes, taking it nice and easy. It's early on in this race. No need to have your wheels slide out from underneath right here. So about to finish up lap number 2. So 2:10, that was the opening lap. So after 2:10 on the opening lap, about the same. We'll say 2:11. So about the same. Opening lap 1, lap 2. We're in that 2:10 range. Some gaps starting to form a little bit. Saint Vitus, the racer kind of pushed off the back there. Bib number 157. Did not have that on my start sheet. Oh, that's it is. That's Leslie Nelson, 157. Racing with the Tulsa team, Saint Vitus. As she'll roll on through, trying not to lose the wheel. There was a little bit of daylight there. So again, 2 laps in, you had 26 racers. Starting to see a small smattering, 2 to 4 or so, 3 or 4 racers off the back. Now one off the back there as well. 301, that will be, I believe, one of our women's masters. That's Michelle Moen. Full Send Racing, powered by Kuro Athletic out of Colorado. As she's now finished up her lap number 2. So if you're just joining us, the rain continues to come on down. We don't have the old school horror stories of 2006 or 7 when there was hail out on the Fondo. The former Tulsan, the Princeton pole vaulter, Scott Ostrom. He's now designing spaceships out in California, but he did the Fondo with his wife. They had the tandem, and let's just say that bike got destroyed by the hailstones, and he was bruised up. He was literally covering his wife up as taking the hailstones, and the tandem was destroyed. That bike was smashed to pieces back. And that's old school. That's almost 20 years ago when that famous hailstorm has happened. I remember the races on Friday night. They delayed the men's 1-2. And then the women had to finish in the rain before the storms moved through. I found myself in Arnie's bar for about an hour and a half. But that's a whole other story there on that rain delay back in 2008. So here we are, about to have lap number 3. So again, 6 minutes is the clock. They've been averaging about 2:10. We do have 3 preems. So we'll kind of get this figured out, when we're going to throw them out. 3 different cash preems. They'll be $100 each. If you're wondering what's a preem, you're like, aren't they racing for the final bell lap? They are. But here's the hint. We're going to have more bells. We'll have preem laps thrown in the middle of this where we'll throw some cash out. Not just yet. Again, there's 3 of them. We'll take our time, but we don't want to wait too long before we throw them on out there. As rolling on through now, that'll be bib 146. That's Avery Kavner, Team Rio Grande. Kavner, looking back, has not been on the podium here in the women's 2-3 the last couple years. Trying to keep an eye out for some of those familiar names and faces from previous years, like a Priscilla Garcia, Claire Avery. Not sure if they're in the start list here today. May have already moved up from the 2-3 race last year into 1-2. So 3 laps down. As that'll be one of our masters. We'll roll through Chassie Kirby, BMC Walmart Racing Team out of Arkansas, the natural state. She now finishes up her 3rd lap as we're on to lap number 4. So 40 minutes. 40 minutes, that is the race time. Do not think that we've shortened that up because, again, we had, unfortunately, due to some of the lightning early on, had to cancel the first 3 races of the day. But that means right now this 11:15 race should be a 40-minute affair. Again, on to lap number 4. They're average around 2:10 per lap. We have 3 $100 cash preems. So if you're wondering what it is, what's a preem? Why are you going to ring a bell in the middle of it? It's a race within the race. So what we do, some of our great sponsors like Bicycles of Tulsa, Smith Farm and Garden, also crowdsourcing, people donate money. We'll ring a bell, and it'll be a lap a race lap within the race. Again, not just yet. We do have 3 of them. It's a 40-minute race. Not quite to the 25% mark of this race yet, as they finish up lap number 4, and we're going to put them onto lap number 5. So that last time, faster laps. So again, they were 2:10, 2:10. Last 2 laps under 2:10. So starting to speed it up with some faster lap times the last 2 times through. So again, on the backside of the course, not sure if all the Jumbotron and speakers are set up, so I'll have to be really quiet. So we want to surprise the Peloton. But we will be firing off our first of our 3 preems here. Again, the great sponsors. We talked about Bicycle Tulsa, Smith Farm and Garden, and the crowdsourcing again. There's some famous years where we had a giant baby bottle handed around for the women's pro race and the women's 2-3, where they gathered thousands of dollars as well out there right now. Again, Bicycle Tulsa, $3,000. That's the amount of money they donated for preems here on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the 2026 edition. I tell you what, we talk about brave souls. The racers are brave souls. I got some brave souls right here in front of me. They got, well, one guy doesn't. Well, they just, not everybody has an umbrella. But they're down here at the action, and the action's about to heat up as the next time they come through, we're going to ring a bell. It's going to be our first preem lap of the day. It'll be a $100 cash preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. A $100 cash preem, the first one of the day. First of 3. Again, this is a 40-minute race. We're just now hitting about the quarter mark of that, as we're going to hit 10 minutes. They've been averaging about 2:10, but the last 2 laps, they were under 2:10. Mackenzie Matthews looking to average less than 2:10 on his laps as well with Parks Law Firm. But right now, here we come. They're coming around, still long, thin line. Not as bunched up as they were the last couple laps. And now let's do it again. But let's do it for the first time. We're going to unbunch them as we're going to have a preem lap. Ring the bell. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. It's a preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. $100 in cash. This is a preem lap. We are starting a $100 preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Rolling on through. That will be Tatum Brown again out of Tennessee. She was leading after lap number 1. She's leading here after lap number 5. But will she be leading after lap number 6? As it's a $100 preem lap. Again, the race within the race. You're waiting for the 1 to go. We got plenty of time before 1 to go. But we have 3 preems we're going to throw out. This bell, 2 more of them, each of them a cold hard $100 in cash. This one, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. St. Vitus rolling on through, hitting the party scene. St. Vitus race team, St. Vitus Dance Club back behind us over in the Blue Dome District. Hopping on a Friday night. That next time rolling through, I believe that may have been Melsley Perez. Legion of Los Angeles, it is. Bib number 158 off the back. Again, it's a preem lap. We'll be keeping our eyes up the front. Tatum Brown up there at the front the last time through, but will she be on the front next time through? So we're starting to get some of the Jumbotron cameras set up on the backside of the course. Looking there, that appears to be the hill coming down the sweeping white knuckle right in front of the Tulsa Theater. We've got that camera set up as here comes the backside of our Peloton. We'll roll on through. We'll see the rear moto. Now we'll see the Range Rover, our pace car, courtesy of the Don Thornton Automotive Group. Here comes our lead moto, and then now emerging from the mist and the rain on that downhill, the white knuckler coming down in front of the Tulsa Theater. Momentarily, give it about 5 or 10 seconds, you're going to see the leaders in our women's 2-3 Masters race roll on through, and they're going to be spreading it out for $100 in cash. So take that turn, keeping it rubber side down. That's a long 320-meter sprint is what we have there, coming from the corner to our start-finish line, up out of the saddle, or maybe staying in the saddle to stay more compact. Who's going to take the $100? It is going to be bib number 146. That is Avery Kavner, Team Rio Grande out of Colorado, as she takes the opening preem of the day here. So, we mentioned we were giving the final pre-flight instructions. We will have the clock come up before we count the laps down. Again, we'll see the laps will come up with 10 to go. 10 to go was when you'll see the laps. Also, 3 laps in with 6 to go. Did not see the bib number, but one of our women's 2-3 racers had either a mechanical or a crash on the backside of the course. She came rumbling down here behind us on Boston and headed on down to the state wheel pit. I got another one here. just heading on towards the state wheel pit. That'll be Karina Rodard, no, 154. That is Alex Wiggins, 155. Alex Wiggins, Rock City Cycling. She was on the podium last week at the Maverick Criterium down to the iconic campus corner at the University of Oklahoma. Looking to get back into it. A couple racers rolling back through. Again, did not see the first racer that came down, but right now, still time. Free laps. You're like, well, what's a free lap? If you have a mechanical, if you have a crash, get yourself back to the state wheel pit. So it's the black tent down there at the corner of Reconciliation Way and Main Street. And that is the state cycling wheel pit and mechanical pit. And what it is, they'll feather you back in. They'll check it out. Do you got a flat? Do you have, is your gearing out of whack? Did you bend the handlebars, need to put them back. Whatever it is, they'll get you taken care of. And then as the race leaders roll through, they'll feather you back in the middle of that peloton. They won't push you out. They'll put you at an early start or anything like that, but they'll feather you back in. So again, congratulations, Avery Kavner winning the Preem, the opening Preem of the day here in 2026, FC Tulsa, Tulsa Arts District. We will pull some of the riders at the back. Again, we'll be pulling lapped riders or riders at the back to try to clean this up as, again, and we're hitting 15 minutes in this 40-minute race. So Avery Kavner had won the Preem. Now let's see if who has joined her up here. So we're looking at the front of this race here, as now it's going to be 362. That may be 560. 562, Emily Solis, AS Racing Team out of California. Alrighty, rolling through that will be Jasmine Naya in cycle. Mommy is out of California. Rolling on through. Yeah, backside of the course. We'll still let St. Vitus party through the day. And that'll be Nora Clayton, Texas Devo Super Squadra out of Texas. So again, right now we are at 10 to go, 10 to go. When the race leaders roll through, we'll have 10 to go. We have 2 more Preems, and we're going to do it this lap. We better get it done fast and furious. Not trying to do a gambler Preem with 2 to go. They won't let that happen anyway. But that being said, we have, not with this weather, we have 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go Preems. That is, folks, not 2 laps, 2 Preems to go. So, here comes the Range Rover. Don Thornton Automotive Group. When the race leaders roll through, they'll see 10 to go. We're going to ring the bell for our second Preem, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden, $100 cash Preem. Here comes the leaders. A reduced Peloton. Originally started with 26 in our 2, 3, and Masters. Now we're going to ring the bell for them. It's a $100 Preem lap, Preem lap, Preem lap, Preem lap, Preem lap, Preem lap. We are starting it. This is the start of a Preem lap. A $100 cash Preem, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Now moving the front, that's bib number 568, Shannon Callan out of Texas. High up in the saddle. So again, maybe a little cessation of hostilities going on with our race leaders figuring out, hey, it's kind of established stuff, trying to keep it upright. Obviously, we've had some racers go down, trying to get them feathered back in. We're now 10 to go, 10 to go, 10 to go. And also now the second Preem bell has been rung. And it's a second $100 cash Preem, second of 3. A little mini gruppetto there on the backside there. That will be Bristol Albright Fount Cycling Guild out of North Carolina. Possibly Michelle Noble. Did not see if that was bib number 153 or not. But a little 2-woman gruppetto there on the backside trying to chase back on. But next time they roll through, it'll be 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. Again, today's Criterium in the Tulsa Arts District brought to you by FC Tulsa. FC Tulsa brought home some hardware, the 918, for the first time in club history. Last year, winning the USL Western Conference title. proving that Tulsa competes with anyone, anywhere. That same competitive fire is out here on the streets today as your main sponsor on day number 2 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. 2 of Tulsa's premier sporting events united by one thing, a city that shows up. FC Tulsa, Oklahoma's premier professional soccer club. See them at One Oak Field right down here to the east of us on Reconciliation Way all season long in 2026. So again, this is our second of our 3 preem laps, and it will take us to 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go when the race leaders roll through. So, checking out the Jumbotron, courtesy of Quick Trip, our great sponsor, in business since 1958. And now we're going to see 9 to go. Who's going to sprint it out here on this second preem, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden? It's $100 on the line. Again, trying to stay centered in the saddles, not much out of the saddle sprinting. I say that now they're out of the saddle, trying to split the line, and it will be a sprint for the preem by 5:55. Melissa Haley out of California. So Melissa Haley takes our second preem of the day, and second in our women's 2-3 women's masters race. Again, that little mini gruppado, a second. All right, this is the first mini gruppado on the road as Evie Alvarado, Vim Kermessa team out of Indiana. He's come down here and raced many years in a row. Evie Alvarado moving from the junior categories up to this women's 2-3. Again, with success comes a higher challenge and advancement and promotion. Again, you're just figuring out what's going on. People race bikes. You can race a bike, you got to register. You got to get a 1-day license. Maybe you get a full season of USAC cycling racing license. But you start as a Cat 5. You're a novice, you're Cat 5. You don't get a podium for money. You get a podium for pride, bragging rights, a beer from your buddy if you beat him in the sprint. You promote, you get points. Where are you? Oh, I was 5th. You got points. I was 15th. You get points. You were first, you get a lot of points. You upgrade as the years and well, I say years, some people go from 5 to 3 in 1 year. But as the years go on, you go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now you're getting paid to do it as a pro. You get a slog around the United States. You can go elbows up in the corner, whether or not you're in Athens, Boise, Somerville, Tour of America's Dairyland, or right here in Tulsa. But right now, Evie Alvarado, who we talked about, she was out there as a junior. Now, racing is a 2-3. Again, their promotion is a real thing, and it helps these racers continue to move up with bigger purses, bigger prizes. And right now, they're looking to be champion on day number 2 of the 2026 edition of St. Francis Tulsa Tough. So, 2 of our 3 preems out of the way. We'll wait a little bit. Don't wait too long as we now show 8 to go. 8 to go for this much-reduced Peloton. It started off 26 racers on the original start line out of the 32 registered. And it's a reduced 2-3 Masters Peloton, that is, battling out for the 2 different podiums. Let's say 12 or so. So it'll be 562. 562 is Emmy Solis. Again, we called her name earlier. Racing with Aya's Racing out of California. Again, that group of probably about 12 to 14 racers as we peer out through the rain. So, the first gruppetto has been split. Evie Alvarado, she has left her compatriot, bib number 147, which is Rose Chase, Move Up Cycling Club. Rose very active last weekend in Norman at the Maverick Criterium. Again, it's the week of the build-up to Tulsa Tough. Race, 2-day race. In year number 2 now, the Maverick Criterium, put on with help by the Norman Sports Commission, Norman Sports Group there. Again, the Chamber of Commerce in Norman trying to promote more activities when school's out of session down there in Norman, Oklahoma. Second year of the 2-day race in the Maverick Criterium. Again, Rose Chase, very active in our women's 3-4 race, as well as Alex Wiggins, who's also in this field, Rock City Cycling out of Arkansas. So Rose Chase, her younger brother Conrad Chase, also very active in the junior racing out of the Kansas City area with Move Up Cycling Club. Lake Horner, also out of that group as well. Move Up Cycling / Steve Tilford Foundation. Rest in peace, Steve Tilford, one of the greats, legend in his own right. Again, people come from all over, not just local. They don't just come from Bixby and Sand Springs and Mounds and out there in Catoosa at the casino. They come from a national and a global footprint. So we're now going to see 8 to go for this much-reduced Peloton. Again, we have one more preem to throw out. We'll decide when we fire off that final bell for the final $100 cash preem. But looking on the Jumbotron, let's count it out. Let's say 14, maybe around 14 racers remain in that group. as they'll nose their way down the hill next to the Tulsa Theater. And if you look off to the west, they'll make that turn. Again, very cautious turn. They got the cyclocross file tread wheels out, or tires out there. I'm kidding, but I would. To try to make sure you have plenty of grip as they roll through. And we're going to see 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. Final 7 laps. Looks like that'll be a new racer moving to the front. That'll be 559. That is bib number 559. Susie Martin, Spectre Racing, Early Bird race team out of Texas. Also, again, Alex Wiggins, calling her name again, Rock City Cycling, bib number 155 as she moves up. Alrighty, 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. Again, clean up the backside of the course as we will wait to see race leaders come on through. I'm going to ring that final bell again. It is the third and final preem lap. It's a $100 cash preem here, the final of our 3 $100 preem laps for our women's 2-3 women's masters field. Again, 32 were registered, 26 towed the line here in the rain, and it's a much reduced lead peloton. We sit around 12 to 14. And again, you start to lose a little bit more, onesie, twosie. Some of the racers that were off the back, not in that main peloton, getting pulled as we clean up the backside of the race course here with under 7 to go. Again, 6 laps to go. 2 important things here. Free laps complete. So if you have a crash or a mechanical, you just got to keep racing. And here's the thing, a day like this, you may have a crash, you can't get feathered back in. Who knows what's going to happen ahead of you? So keep racing. Don't give up, even with 6 to go, because again, who knows what will happen ahead of you on the rest of the leaders in this race. What else happens at 6 to go? Our third and final preem, $800 cash preem. We'll be ringing that bell coming up, the third preem, as we watch our much-reduced women's peloton here in the 2-3 Masters make that sweeping left-hander onto Reconciliation Way right in front of the Tulsa Theater. So here they come. And we'll keep it all rubber side down, and it will be a bell. A bell for the second to last time in our women's 2-3 race, but for the third time for the preem. It is a preem lap. Third preem, a preem lap. We are starting a preem. $100 cash, $100 cash, $100 cash. Up to the front, 568 moving the way through. That is Shalyn Kayan again. Callan, that is, out of Texas. Again, a not so good spot to be when you're leading them out on the opening lap. It's like, oh, hold up, wait, there's a bell? There's a preem? No, after you. You may move yourself 2 or 3 laps in, or 2 or 3 wheels back, or depends, as the rain maybe starts to pick up, maybe you stay at the front, maybe you don't power it, because here's the pressure. It's gonna put pressure on people behind you to not cross wheels, not to have any type of puddle action, and maybe find themselves on the tarmac. Also, that explosion, that burst of power they may have, again, it's a slick course. We shall see. Does Callan try to navigate her way through there? Bib number 568. All right, this is the third and final preem, and when we get done with it, somebody will have $100 cold hard cash, burning a hole in their pocket. Don't spend it all down at Sound Pony. I mean, you could. I'll be down there later, but don't try to spend it all at Sound Pony. But maybe go over, have some coffee at Camara. Maybe pay for the gas to get home if you're going to be one of our national racers making your way to Tulsa. But right now, it will be 5 to go when they roll through, and somebody will have a Hyundai sitting in the back of their jersey pocket on the third and final cash preem. We've already given out 2. First preem was won by Avery Kavner with Team Rio Grande. Second preem, that was won by Melissa Haley. Who's going to win the third preem here as we're going to show them 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. 5 laps to go, but more importantly, who's going to take the final $100 cash preem out of the saddle sprinting? It's going to come to the line? No, it will just be a clean win there. 5-6-9. That will be Emma Frost, Piedmont University. educating the field out of Georgia for $100. Racing with Piedmont University. Emma Frost wins our third and final frame. Now, guess what? You amped it up. You got your heart rate. You get a little jittery. Bring it back down. You have 5 more laps. And you got to navigate those turns on the backside of the Guthrie Green. So right now, as we get the camera set up, we don't have the one that's down here to the east of us between the start-finish line, heading over towards One Oak Stadium. But that's an oh-so-interesting spot. Now, over the years, they've expanded, they've widened the street. In years past, it's maybe a little more narrow coming down on that left-hand turn on the backside of the Guthrie Green, where you come off a preem lap and you are full gas and you're trying to scrub speed, not just to bring your heart rate back down, because you still have 5 laps to go, but also trying to scrub the speed just so you navigate that left-hand turn. Now, throw in the added dynamic of a little H2O on the surface, and well, let's just say you got to take it easy on the backside of the Guthrie Green. So, here on day number 2, it's our traditional L-shaped drag race course with a little bit of a climb. So you have the figure 8 Friday night race down in the Blue Dome. You have our L-shaped drag strip, so to speak, here. You get the Sunday, and of course everybody knows the hill of the River Park's Criterium. It's actually the double bump whenever you come down off of Crybaby Hill and you go up Houston onto Galveston before you scream down onto Riverside Drive. But here on Saturday, it's the L-shaped course. We're here on Reconciliation Way. We go west to east. You go on the backside of the Guthrie Green. You make the left-hand turn there. On Cincinnati, you make the second left turn onto Cameron. You take the right-hand turn onto Main Street before you dip back on the backside of the course and take the long downhill. And right now we're onto that long straightaway. Again, about 300 to 325 meters. That's the distance from the left-hand turn at the bottom of the hill here to the finish line, as we now show 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Gabby Henry, first time we've called her name, one of our local legends in Oklahoma crit racing. Gabby Henry moving her way to the front for the first time. So they've run through the start-finish truss. They have 4 more trips around the meat grinder that is the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Again, looking at some of last couple years' winners, I believe some of those 2-3s have navigated their way on up and racing in the women's P1 field. Because I'm looking for like Claire Avery, AJ Baker, Priscilla Garcia, not on the start list here today. Those are your podium on Saturday in the 2025 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough here. So looking to have a brand new podium here in 2026. Again, the women's 2-3 women's masters, they race Saturday and Sunday. So this is the opening salvo here in downtown at the Arts District, and then tomorrow at River Parks and Crybaby Hill on day number 3. Race number 2 for our women's 2-3. So, again, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. One of our Kansas City racers there again. Move Up Cycling, that's Rose Chase. We mentioned her winning a preem and being very active and on the podium in the women's 3-4 race at Maverick Crit last weekend. She is off the back. She will not be in contention here today in our women's 2-3, as we will show 3 to go when those race leaders roll on through. So, again, as the day goes on and we work out the gremlins with all the moisture and all the lines and the cameras and everything else, we get more and more camera shots for you. If you're watching on the live stream, courtesy of Quick Trip, again, one of our great sponsors, headquartered here in Tulsa, over 1,200 stores nationally. Started in 1958. I had the pleasure of playing video games, Pac-Man, everything else. I'm showing my age. Way back in the day, OG, store number 4 at 3rd and Garnett. I'm sure some of the folks may tell me Travis was actually store number 7. But it was a single-digit store that I used to go to at 3rd and Garnett back in the day. And they, Quick Trip, still in business since 1958. 1,200 locations nationally, and they are our sponsor for the live feed on YouTube. So now it's 3 to go. Again, not too much pressure at the front because they're trying to make sure to navigate when do you make the attack, because it's a risk-reward moment here with 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. If you make an attack, do you put a little pressure on the pedals in the wrong spot? Is there a puddle? Did you hit a painted crosswalk section? That is some of the occasions that they'll be looking at. Rolling through now, that's 559. Susie Martin, second time we've called her name. The Texan racing with Spectre Racing. And Early Bird, she'll roll on through here with 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. So, if you're joining us, we're in year number 20. If you're here in year number 1, it did not look like this, right? This was not what downtown Tulsa looked like. If you're watching on the Jumbotron, it's wrong. We are 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. So we'll get our Andrew Bryant and the crew will get the lap counter taken care of on the live feed. But right now, the racers, as they roll through, they saw 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Here are women's 2-3. So again, just join us. 20 years. Took us 21 years to get here. We just write off 2020. It didn't really happen, right? It's a sweat dream. It's a sleep demon paralysis you have when you think about 2020. But 20 years of Tulsa Tough. It did not look like this down here. Some of these high rises, the corporate headquarters, the restaurants, the additional adult libation locations, the bars. Taz is still here, but a lot of other locations. Sound Pony, still here. Again, it's changed a lot. Some of that is involved Guthrie Green. Some of it involved the Davenport. Some of it includes the OK Pop Museum. Hope to get back up and running soon. It also includes new tarmac, new paint, new crosswalks. That's a lot of words for me to say. If you're racing out here, you got to be very careful. There are certain sections of the course that are maybe a little more slicker than others because the paint's pretty new over the last couple months as we've done a lot of reconstruction, rehab, and refurbishment of the road surfaces in downtown Tulsa. But we're about to hit the penultimate lap coming on up. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. When our race leaders roll through, they will see 2 to go. 13 or 14. Still, the group is at 13 or 14. Started with 26. We've navigated. We've cleaned up the backside of the course. They are still together trying to keep it nice and even keel, but are about to not be even keel anymore. About 300 meters away from us, down to the west, coming up Reconciliation Way. It'll be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Final 2 laps. Women's 2-3, women's masters coming up. Again, they'll move to the front. Not really a long fin line, so you know they're taking it easy here. Again, trying to navigate it to that final push. Take the risk reward at the end. That'll be our Tennessee volunteer, Tatum Brown. You called her name multiple times. She was actually in first place on lap number 1 about 38 minutes ago or so, give or take a few minutes. And now she is rolling through here with 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. 5-5-3, Tatum Brown. So she'll roll on through. Dangler off the back. She'll have 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go again. That is Jocelyn Gamble, Aegis Leaders of Enchantment out of Texas, as she has 2 to go. The penultimate lap. Again, if you're just joining us in the rain, thank you. If you're crossing the road, take it easy. Make sure you're paying attention to all of our volunteers, our crosswalk marshals are keeping the racers safe. First and foremost, they're here to protect the racers first because they're working harder than you are. Do not impede their work zone. But if you want to come be an active heckler and participant of cheering in their work zone, be like this group of people. Some people don't have a umbrella, no umbrella. Somebody has their baby out here, no umbrella. Just kidding, there's no baby out there. But come on down to the barriers. Get loud, get proud. Guess what it is? It's about to be the bell lap here at our women's 2-3 race. A delayed start, the guinea pigs. We sent them out here onto this wet course. They were the first race of the day. And just like that, 40 minutes is about to wrap up as we are going to have the bell lap coming on up. We'll look to the Jumbotron as it will zoom in up the hill. They've made that turn on the backside of the OK Pop Museum. They're coming down again, 5 or 6 wide. They are not going to a thin line just yet. Expect the fireworks and the action to take place on the final lap. Again, risk reward. You take that risk early and you're going to be out of it. Take it late, maybe others have an issue as well. So it's going to be the bell lap. It's going to be the bell lap. Now starting to line up a little bit, maybe 1 or 2 wide. Going to start getting maybe a thin line. Nope, they are a couple shoulder width, like 2 or 3 wide here. Is this going to be the final lap, final lap, final lap? It is 1 to go, 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 1 to go. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Melissa Haley along with Susie Martin at the front. And now they're going to go dark side of the moon. So they'll head down to the east of Reconciliation Way. They'll make that left-hand turn on the backside of the Guthrie Green on Cincinnati. They'll hang the left onto Cameron before they do that oh-so-deceiving drag up to Kane's Ballroom and Sound Pony. Who are we? One more time, sending them up the hill momentarily before we'll see them make that white knuckle descent in front of the Tulsa Theater before the final 325-meter sprint here on Reconciliation Way. Again, don't have that backside. They're dark side of the moon now. Over the river, literally today, the grandmother's house they go. They'll make their way up the hill towards Kane's Ballroom, towards Sound Pony, towards the shadow of 244. That's something, I coined it years ago, and it's not, It's not an issue anymore. It used to be about a 3-inch curb that when they made that turn at the top, and momentum would carry them into it, and they'd go into the hay bales, they'd go into the light posts. I tell you what, they got tired of hearing me talk about the shadow of 244, and all of our Pelotons, all of our fields have been able to navigate the shadow for like the last 10 years. So again, we'll look for them to come onto the Jumbotron, and that's where they are. Now they're starting to get thin. It's no longer 3 or 4 wide. I say that, and now they go 4 wide. All right, Gabby Henry, she's moving her way towards the front. Also, you're going to be at the front, Melissa Haley out of California, bib 555. Looks like Gabby Henry's sitting there in about 3rd wheel, actually 4th wheel. So make that left-hand turn. Probably the highest rate of speed they've made today on the turn. 300 meters coming your way. Get to the barriers, cheer them on. This is your sprint for your win in the women's 2-3. Coming to the line, 50 meters. And with free and clear air around her, it is going to be Avery Kavner, Team Rio Grande out of Colorado, taking the win in the women's 2-3. The opening wave of the day, day number 2 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, brought to you by FC Tulsa. Congratulations, Avery Kavner. They started to thin out the Peloton a little bit more towards the end there of that downhill, and she made that turn, and the 325-meter sprint finished up with a almost 2 bike length lead and win for Avery Kavner out of Colorado, taking the win in the women's 2-3. A reminder, if you are on the podium, stay close. Come back to the start-finish line. Come to the start-finish line. We are recognizing our podiums within the first 15 minutes. 15 minutes of the following race. Stay close, stay close, stay close. Rolling through Jocelyn Gamble, Aegis, Leaders of Enchantment race team out of Texas, as she finishes up as she is Tulsa Tough. Alrighty, again, congratulations to the opening wave of the day. The experiment worked. The 26 starters who towed the line got to the end. We pulled the back side of the course, and it was around 13 or 14 that finished up the race. And it was Avery Kavner, unofficially, of course, taking the win in our women's 2-3. So coming up next, it will be the men's Cat 4. That is a 12 o'clock start time. We should be staging. If you're in the men's Cat 4, you should be staging. Men's Cat 4 staging is off to the west of us here at the start-finish line. It's, are you guys in the Cat 4? Hello, gentlemen. What's going on? What's up, brother? Amigo. Roll that way on the other side of Kaz's Chow House. We will be staging. Again, we are moments away. You should already be staging in the men's Cat 4 as it is coming up next. High noon, 12 o'clock, men's Cat 4. So again, we should be staging. You should have already been staged, not staging for the men's Cat 4. Coming up, high noon. You can't tell, but it's high noon. Past years, it'd already be 102 heat index, the sun beating down on us. A different level of toughness coming out for our racers here in the 2026 edition. So here we are, moments away. You should already be staged as we're going to roll them on down and give the final pre-flight instructions to our men's Cat 4 field. "61 racers on the start sheet. How many will toe the line?" You can register. You can come down here, you can pick up a bib, but will you roll out in the wetness to race the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium? With a resounding yes, here comes the front of our men's Cat 4 field. Tulsa Wheelman rolls out RJ Young, breaking down the NBA Finals to let you know about all the sports fit to talk about. Men's Cat 4 rolling to the line. Again, we will get everybody up, Once everyone's here, we'll go over the final pre-flight instructions, and then on the whistle, your USA Cycling race official will send you on out. We'll let everybody roll on up, roll on up, roll on up. Again, 61 of you registered. Are there 61 out here at the start line? We shall see. All righty, moments away. We're going to go through the final pre-flight instructions. So, the clock will be running up before the laps count down. You'll start seeing laps with 10 to go. 10 to go will be the moment when you start seeing the laps come on down. It is a free laps end with 6 to go. So again, crash, mechanical, anything else, wheel your butt down to the wheel pip. The state cycling wheel tent down there across that Main and Reconciliation Way. Up until 6 to go. They'll get you feathered in until 6 to go. Again, that is the pit. Medical is across the street, also on Main Street. So just on the other side, south side over here. So all the racers, if you look back behind you, that's the mechanical pit. To your right, back there at Main Street, is medical. Again, we'll be pulling riders. I mean, it's 61. It's wet. We're going to pull. It's just going to happen, so make sure you're paying attention. Don't think you're getting an extra lap. If they pull you, make sure you get out of the way. We want to clean up the race course for lap racers and everything else. Again, we will be pulling the racers. And again, 2 preems, gentlemen. We will have 2 cash preems, $100 courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa, and $100 courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. We're going to be on the whistle. We'll wait for the final whistle, and we will send you out. Race number 2, day number 2, 20th edition of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Also, if you're on the podium, don't go anywhere. Stay close. And we are underway. Men's Cap 4, FC Tulsa, Tulsa Arts District. It is 2026, the 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We're going to fire off 61 racers heading on out in our men's Cap 4 opening lap. 45, so 61 registered, 45 towed the line. So our second race of the day, another 40-minute tilt. We'll have 2 cash preems. Again, 2 $100 cash preems. One of them courtesy of BOT, Bicycles of Tulsa. The other one was Smith Farm and Garden. We've been here for 20 years. 21, we don't count 2020. 20 years of Tulsa Tough racing, starting back in 2006. Bringing it here to the 100th anniversary of Route 66, which is why, over the years, you got all types of different, I almost said logo. It's your theme. Your theme year after year, it changes. What do you want to be? It's like that thing in France, just in Tulsa. It's, is it hot enough for you? I'm just making them up now. But this year it is King of the Road, Roger Miller himself. He fly over this, some of the others. So Roger Miller, he talks about pushing a broom for 2 hours to try to get bits for a hotel and a room. You push that broom for your registration fee. All right, it may be more than 2 bits that Roger Miller was talking about. A little bit more cold hard cash, but that being said, people are registered, they are racing, and there's 45 brave souls out here on opening lap number 1 of our men's Cap 4. Opening lap was around 2:10 in the last race. We'll see where we are here. We've actually got a little flyer coming off the front. That'll be a flat 2 minutes. Looks like that may be 6:12. Could be Ben Frankie. Or Franchi, that is, out of Canyon Velo. If that was 6:12, he's already upping the pace on lap number 1 as we go into lap number 2. If that was the Canyon Velo racer, bib number 612, Ben Franchi, he decided 40 minutes, let's not sit around and make this a coffee ride. Let's start reducing the peloton. Again, it was a 61-man group that registered, but only 45 towed the line. And Ben Franchi at the front, stretching this out on lap number 1, trying to reduce the peloton more and more and more. You may think, it's a 40-minute race, Ben. What are you doing? What is he doing? You clean up the race. You start separating the wheat from the chaff. You start getting some lapped racers. You get them pulled out of the way, and it'll be a much-reduced peloton on those wet turns, on the wet downhill white knuckle grip coming off of the Tulsa, for the Tulsa Theater on the Reconciliation Way. So again, maybe a little tactics here. speaking of Reconciliation Way, we're going to wait a little bit. You won't see it just yet. But if you look off to the west, you will see our official Don Thornton Automotive Group pace car, and it will be the Lexus. We rolled out the Range Rover in race number 1. Now we're into the Lex with the Flex here on lap number 2 of 2026. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, FC Tulsa. Again, the FC Tulsa soccer team winning the Western Conference in the USL. Also, if you head on back to the east here at One Oak Field, that's where they'll play all season long. All righty, we'll wait and look. Looks like some new faces moving in front. That may be Kopak. That could be Kevin Kopak with Fat Tire Bike Shop. One of our local Okies, local hero, may be leading the way as they make that turn. So, we have shattered the front of this 45-man Cat 4 Peloton as we now finish up lap number 2. Again, it was 2 minutes. That was the opening lap. This will be maybe a second or two slower, as it'll be Kopak as well as maybe 613. We'll try to get that figured out. Maybe that was Kevin Frey with Bike Club Bandits. But again, gaps have formed. 45 up in the front. Ben Franchi opening up the pressure put on the rest of these racers here. Rolling it through in these back groups of this Peloton is going to have to try to get on their horses to stitch this one back together. That will be Daniel Nichols with Team Topeka, 675. Again, they're about to make their way on around the corner of the Guthrie Green. They'll be heading up towards the Team Crude van. You'll probably have Hash House Harriers up there on the hill. Connie and the crew up there cheering on folks with the Hash House Harriers. You're also going to find Who Are We? Sound Pony Bar, the unofficial Sound Pony Hill. It's not quite the same ring as Crybaby Hill, but it's definitely something that'll tax the legs as we go on lap after lap. So again, we need our podiums, waiting for the official results, of course, but if you are on the podium, that women's 1-2, please head on up. We want you to hang out close. Did I say women's 1-2? Women's 2-3. Women's 2-3. So same distance race as far as time, that is. Same length, 40 minutes as our women's 2-3 women's masters. So still plenty of time here, only 5:40 into it. About to wrap up lap number 3. Again, a little bit gaps forming. So 45 to try to see from the front back to the chasers. See what this little mini gap is here early on, and also try to get some names and numbers for you. Up a little mini gruppetto there. Kevin Kopak still up in there. 627 as well. Lucas Mackey, Fast Times Pro After Party. That's a team name. Are you a pro? I'm a pro after party racer. Fast Times Pro After Party, Lucas Mackey, bib number 627. So long, thin line here with gaps forming on lap number 3. Also rolling through. That'll be number 670. Are we going to go Dead Mouse, Arguro? Jamming to the tunes here, trying to keep everybody entertained as we're early on. People don't need entertainment. You're here. You're in a bike race. You don't need an umbrella. You got your hair. She's got an umbrella. He's got a bike helmet. That ain't gonna help you. But anyway, welcome for joining us here. We're on to race number 2, the men's Cat 4. We continue to roll them on through 662. That is going to be Brian Pryor out of Texas. Again, we had 61 racers on the registration, 45 towed the line. We're going to probably start to pull maybe some of the racers in the back. Again, they're trying to clean up the course. It's a wet one. We got a delayed start to this, but hey, we're here. Unfortunately, probably heard the bad news. We had to cancel the first 3 races of the day. So our men's Masters B, Cat 5, women's 4-5, they'll get a chance to race tomorrow at Crybaby Hill. But it was our women's 2-3, the guinea pig, the opening race of the day. And now we're on to race number 2. So, about to hit 4 laps done and dusted, and they're now moving this a lot faster than the opening laps as the gaps are forming. That's Piccolo Gare out of Texas and Gerardo Sosa out of Texas as well. Sosa racing the Paragon, opening up a little bit of a gap here as we have 4 laps done and dusted. Moving on to lap number 5. And if you're just joining us, this race is the second race of the day. We will have the juniors coming up at 12:45. We are waiting for the official results to be posted and printed for our women's 2-3, as we'd like to recognize the women's 2-3 podium coming up shortly. So make sure you're hanging out if you're on that podium. Again, waiting for the official results to be posted. We do have 2 preems here. Waiting to fire off the preems. A race lap within the race. So you're used to hearing the bells, not just the little clangers over here upstream of us here, downstream. Also, you can hear the bell for one to go. We're also going to ring the bell for preem lap. So what is a preem lap? It's a race within a race, and it's $100 cold hard cash for whoever wins that lap. Now here's the thing. We don't have to ring it for the front group. If you have some breakaway experts and there's 2 or 3 people up and they're 30 seconds up the road, you may ring the preem lap for the chase and say you're 30 seconds down, $100. They may not catch them on that lap, but the field preem may draw that 30 seconds down under 10, under 15, something like that. And again, we'll have to get it figured out. Keep an eye on it. But right now, this group of 45 is starting to get shattered. So when we fire off those preems, it'll be interesting trying to figure out where to go, because where is the beginning of the race and where is the end of the race, as we already are starting to pull some of the lap riders, or almost lap riders. There goes the Don Thornton Automotive Group Lexus. It'll roll on through. Lead Moto as well. As we're about to go 5 laps, they're now ratcheting up the speed, definitely averaging under 2 minutes per lap now, as it is a 4-man group rolling on through there. Again, that will be Michelangelo Gare rolling through in that group of 4 as they make their turn on to the backside of the Guthrie Green. Gaps forming, danger time. If the rest of this peloton does not catch back up, you may not see the front of this race for the rest of the 30 minutes we have left in this one. Again, you watch a race, men's and women's pro, the pro level events, the 1-2 races. Gaps will form, they'll start to expand out. They'll draw them back. Team tactics, having a lot of extra racers and firepower up there to draw them on back. We'll be able to pull it back. Men's Cat 4, you just upgraded from the freebie Cat 5 novice race. You're just now racing where you actually get payouts. You actually get preems now as a Men's Cat 4. You also probably don't have a big team group here to try to draw them back. So again, you don't want to gap perform, because it is tough to work together and claw back a deficit, even if it is only 10 to 15 seconds. So again, waiting on the official results, and then we can recognize our women's podium, 2-3 podium coming up. Again, waiting on official results. Here. So again, when do we want to fire out the pre? We got 2 of them. First one will be courtesy of Bicycle Tulsa. Second one will be courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. We'll keep an eye out. Here comes the pace car. And we'll wait to see the lead moto. It comes through, and here comes our race leaders. Again, we talked about 672. It was Michelangelo Gare. Maybe some new names and faces. 27, 620. So up there, 627, that will be Lucas Mackey, the aforementioned Fast Times Pro After Party. Also Kevin Kopak leaving there with Fat Tire Bike Shop. Look at the Jumbotron backside of our Men's Cat 4 field will roll on through. But here is the middle of this race. Again, the middle main portion of our reduced peloton will roll through here as they're now 6 laps done and dusted. Mini Gruppetto here trying to chase back on. That will be Basil Phillip, Cruise CX out of New York. The Cruise Cross Group, RJ Young, Local Hero, Tulsa Wheelman, he'll roll on through. About 13 righty, another lap done and dusted. And that group of four continues to roll through. Kevin Kopak, others putting the, let's take it easy, let's take it easy. Here comes a bridge, though. That'll be 6:49, which is Miles Taylor, Driveway Depot out of Texas. He has launched out from the middle group of this peloton, trying to bring back the fearsome foursome off the front.
They said they were waterproof.
Alrighty, I need Susie Martin and Emma Frost. Susie Martin, Emma Frost, if you're down here, make sure you come over to the podium. Susie Martin and Emma Frost.
Is it a fucking waterproof device that can't get water out? Okay. That's how it's waterproof.
Alrighty, we have two cash creams. What's the cream track? Well, let me explain what a cream is. It's a race within a race. We're gonna throw $100 out. We're gonna ring this bell, and this front group, when they come through, they're gonna be sprinting it out. One lap for $100. Cream lap, cream lap, cream lap. $100 cash cream, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. Bicycles of Tulsa, cream lap. Again, up towards the front, we talked about Kevin Kopak. We had talked about Miguel Angel Gare in that group up at the front, and they're going to be sprinting it out. This is a $100 pre lap, $100 pre lap. And I believe this is the next group on the road. So, gentlemen, they're up the road. It is a pre lap, but they are up the road. It is a front of the race cream. So, you will need to catch them if you expect to win. That is maybe a tall task on the wetness here. So, I want to recognize our women's 2-3 podium. We still need Susie Martin and Emma Frost. If you're here, raise your hands like you just don't, or you do care, I guess. That's why you're down there. Alrighty, Emma Frost, hand up. Boom, podium, 2-3, coming up next. So, without further ado, and after the rain delay to start day number 2, we rolled out the opening wave, the guinea pigs of the race course here on day number 2 on a very wet course. A group of 26 women racers was basically whittled down to about 13 by the end. One final time around the track, but coming out of that was a sprint for the podium, and that's who we're going to recognize right here, the opening race of the day on day number 2 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, brought to you by FC Tulsa. Providing an education to the peloton, making her way from Georgia, racing with Piedmont University, it's Emma Frost. The Silver Standard making her way to the second place step on her podium, racing out of Texas with Spectra Racing, powered by Early Bird, it's Susie Martin. And making her way to the top step out of Colorado, Team Rio Grande's Avery Kavner. Your women's 2-3 podium, but here comes the cream. It's going to be won by Kevin Kopak. Multitasking at its finest. We got preems, we got podiums, we got racing here on day number 2 in downtown Tulsa. Again, congratulations to our women's 2-3 podium, Avery Kavner, Susie Martin, and Emma Frost. 1, 2, and 3. Kavner taking the win with the sprint out of that much-reduced group, winning by almost 2 bike lengths here as she's able to put on the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough leader's jersey here, winning on day number 1 for our women's 2-3. Here comes the peloton. Again, they are down the road. Still over half of this race to go. We don't have the chase clock started. We're trying to get that figured out for you, figure out what the gap is from our fearsome foursome off the front back to our chasing peloton. But that was our first of our 2 preems right here in the men's Cat 4. Bring them back over here onto the actual race course. So that was Kevin Kopak. Kevin Kopak with Fat Tire Racing here in Tulsa, winning the preem. bib number 620. So again, we are on to race number 2. It's a 40-minute affair, not quite to the midway point. But again, we will continue to pull racers as we're starting to clean up the backside of the course. Brian Sandoval coming in from Texas. He'll roll on through. Again, a wet course, making sure everyone keeps an eye out on the backside of the course. A lot of refurbished roads. We have a lot of refurbished roads on the backside, a lot of paint, crosswalks, and all that. So unfortunately, there's some slick sections. So again, making sure everyone takes it easy on the backside of the course. So we do have a women's masters podium, but I'm not sure. We'll see if we kind of find out where they are. I know they were kind of pulled early on, so we'll try to establish that. There's a sound pony in there, Christy, so I know you're here to help herd the cats. Who are we? Sound pony. So if you're close, Nicole Wyatt, Chassie Kirby, and Michelle Moen, MJOEN, I'm sorry, I'm butchering the silent J there. Nicole Wyatt, Chassie Kirby, Michelle Moen, 1, 2, 3. If we're here, we got one of them. You know, we're also looking for Michelle Moen, Chassie Kirby, Nicole Wyatt. Yep, we have everyone, it appears. Giving us a couple minutes. Wait for Amy to come back over and we'll recognize our women's masters podium. So we've officially stopped counting the clock up to count the laps down. We're at 10 to go, 10 to go, 10 to go. We fired off our first preem and it was won by local legend Kevin Kopak with Fat Tire Racing. But we have another one. We'll wait a little bit here. It's another $100 cash preem. This one courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Again, Smith Farm and Garden and BOT Bicycles of Tulsa, bringing preems to Saint Francis Tulsa Tough for 20 years. Alrighty, here comes the Don Thornton Automotive Group. It will be flexing with the Lexus. It rolls through. The lead motor rolls through. And then here comes our leading group. Again, it was 4. There's a 5th racer in there. I don't know if somebody bridged up or maybe a lap rider. So we did have a bridge. So that would have been 649. That is Miles Taylor bridging his way on up, racing with Driveway Devo. He's got some fans in the crowd. So bridging across solo from that middle group of much reduced Peloton, and the fearsome foursome becomes a 5-finger slap to the face at the front of this race in our men's Cat 4. Be recognizing our women's masters podium. In 3rd place, racing with Full Send Racing, powered by Coro Athletic, it's Michelle Moen. In 2nd place out of Arkansas, racing with BMC Walmart, it's Chassie Kirby. And make our way to the top step. Who are we? Sound Pony. In 1st place, it's Nicole Wyatt. Our women's masters podium here on day number 2 of the 2026 edition of the FC Tulsa Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. It's Nicole Wyatt, Chassie Kirby, and Michelle Moen, 1, 2, and 3. Alrighty, so we have a 42-second gap. That is your 5-finger slap to the face, which is the 5-man break off the front. So we're so far up, guess what this second preem's gonna do? Nothing for the front, but what may it do for the chase? We're going to set the washing machine on agitate. We'll wait for the leaders to roll through. We'll let those 42 seconds back, that Peloton, we'll activate them with a $100 cash preem. The second here in our men's Cat 4 field. And it's courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. So, again, we'll look for the race leaders as they see 9 to go. I believe when they come through, it will be 8 to go. It's 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go for your race leaders. Again, Miles making that bridge on up. Miles Taylor, he's up there with Kevin Kopak, Miguel Engagare, and I tell you what, I need to get the 4th and 5th wheels here because I have not been recognizing them enough. There's Miles, there's Kopak. 627 and 673. So Gerardo Sosa still up there with Paragon Racing. And 627, that's Lucas Mackey, Fast Times Pro After Party. You can be a pro in the party. How about the pro after party? And that is Lucas Mackey racing out of Texas, one of our 5 up here. So we're going to be preeming the field. So here comes the field. Here comes the chase. Here comes Lindell Fields. He's here to educate Oklahoma. Doing a great job at that. Thank you, sir. It's a preem lap for the field. Gentlemen, the field preem. Say that 5 times fast. It is a field preem, a $100 cash preem, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. $100. So we gave the first preem out to the breakaway. That was won by Kevin Kopak with Fat Tire. He won the first $100. Now, preeming the field. This group, it started as 61 on the registration list. There was not 61 racers out here at the start line. 45 brave souls towed the line. So the attrition rate not that bad before they even made it out here. But we're getting down to the business end here. Under 8 to go. It'll be 7 to go. Next time through, the fearsome 5-some now. 5-man breakaway will roll through. They had a 42-second lead 2 laps ago, which is why we activated the preem machine, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden, on the chase. So we'll wait to see. You're going to see the Lexus, courtesy of John Thornton Automotive Group. You'll see the lead moto. You will see the fearsome 5-some with 7 to go. And then we'll be handing out $100 cold hard cash to the field. So they've made the turn. It's about a 325-meter sprint. They're not really sprinting it out now, but it's 325 meters from the turn to the line. And they now see 7 to go. We'll wait for the field as they'll make their way down off the hill momentarily, turning onto Reconciliation Way in front of the Tulsa Theater. Alrighty, so we have set the watch machine to agitate, and we have broken apart the front of this field. Here's the long sprint for $100 cash. Looks like we've opened up some space. I tell you what, it's going to be contested at the end, but it will be taken by 6'10". That's Christopher Fell coming down from Alaska. The last great frontier racing here in Oklahoma. Christopher Fell, bib number 610, takes our second to last preem as we now have 7 laps to go on our men's Cat 4 field. Again, it was a high noon start here for men's Cat 4. Years past, we'd be layering on the sunscreen, we'd be squinting because that sun was down. It'd be 102 heat index. What a difference a year makes here in year number 20, as it is a rainy affair and a wet affair on the field still. The rain's still pouring. It's not as the deluge. It's not the lightning that we had earlier. But it is still a wet course, and they are very, very cautious. The risk-reward options in the corners and when to make the attack has definitely been a part of the calculus and the mental gymnastics going on in these racers' heads. But next time through, it'll be 6 to go. And our race leaders will roll through here. Again, it's still the fearsome 5-some. Kevin Kopak, Fat Tire Bike Shop. Lucas Mackey, Fast Times Pro After Party. Miles Taylor, Driveway Devo. Miguel Angel Gare out of Texas. And Paragon Racing's Gerardo Sosa. But here comes a move. It is Miles trying to put some meters. Well, I can't say miles. Not enough race course to put miles between him and the chasers. But Miles is putting feet and meters between him and his fellow 4 in the breakaway there. But starting to come back together. Again, you do that big power dump, you do the wattage here along Reconciliation Way, and then you got to scrub that speed where you make that left-hand turn on the backside of the Guthrie Green. As they have 6 to go, now we'll look at the Peloton, a much reduced Peloton, as they roll through here, keeping an eye on them as they will navigate through here, as they will have 6 to go. Kyle Kerfrees, he's got his Joseph the Technicolor Dreamcoat hit on there. A lot of high vis there, second or third wheel in the Peloton. I don't have the chase clock, but I don't think it's changed much from that 40 seconds. We will be pulling here the backside of the course as Tanner Colbreth waits his turn. Tanner making sure he's paying attention to the course marshals. Tanner, crowd papa. Isaiah, OK Flyers Elite, taking the win last night in the men's 1-2 race. It was a team affair by OK Flyers Elite. I saw another local hero, Brian Duvall. He was a former local Tulsan that won the men's Cap 1 race in years past. Celebrating with Isaiah, who took the win last night in the men's 1-2. The OK Junior Development Flyers team, now the OK Flyer Elite team. These juniors now racing with the men in the Cap 1 and 2 fields. So we are at 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Still are 5 at the front, but maybe a little bit of a gap. I think they'll come back together. Miles was sitting fifth wheel. He was making the attack last time through. Now sitting fifth wheel as we will show our race leaders 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. In fact, he is sitting fifth wheel. So two very active racers in this group. Kevin Kopak, bid number 620, and Miles Taylor from 649. With 5 to go, they were setting fourth and fifth wheel. Again, setting out of the wind. It's a risk-reward thing here. I mean, the race course is extremely slick. So you're making sure that you're setting fourth and fifth wheel. You hope that the first three don't maybe happen to go down, because you don't want to have any type of issue there where they crash out. So here comes the Peloton, 655. He'll go off the front. That is going to be Henry Williams. Young Henry Williams, Tulsa wheelman. First time we've called his name today. He had a breakaway last week at the Maverick Criterium in the men's Cap 4. Able to win last week down in Norman on the iconic Campus Corner course. And also, I think he won on Sunday, which would have been downtown. But again, Henry Williams, Tulsa wheelman, another one of those junior racers moving up the race with the men here in our men's Cap 4 field. He's leading the Peloton. We are keeping an eye on the front 5 as next time they come through. We go from 5 laps to 4 laps. Again, the 5 at the front. It is going to be Gerardo Sosa, Miguel Angel Gare, Miles Taylor, Lucas Mackey, and Kevin Kopak. 38 seconds. That is the gap from the front 5 back to the Peloton. So it's come down a little bit, but not enough. So they've whittled 4 to 6 seconds off of it in the last couple laps. But now with 4 to go, there's not enough laps. If you only do 4 seconds per lap, you are not going to catch this front group of 5, as we're going to show them 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Again, the fearsome foursome became a group of 5 as Miles Taylor bridged up solo from the Peloton. And now it is the 5-man group, 5, 5, 5, 5. A little gamesmanship there. Gerardo Sosa with Paragon moving from the right to the left side of the race course here. Giving a look over the shoulder, getting a gander at his other 4 competitors here in this breakaway. Figuring out who looks labored, who's maybe looking a little antsy on the pedals, who's breathing through their eyeballs here with 4 laps to go. So again, this is the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, our lead sponsor since 2006, Saint Francis Health System, as we wheel our Peloton through. It was 38 seconds last time through. We'll see if they're able to whittle any time off. It still stays static. So again, with under 4 to go, your podium is going to come from these 5 racers off the front. If you're here in person, what a brave soul. If you're not, thank you for watching, courtesy of Quick Trip, our live feed sponsor on YouTube. Go to YouTube, check out Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, and it'll take you to the live feed. Again, courtesy of Quick Trip, our live feed sponsor. So, the business end of this men's Cap 4, we've already given away 2 preems. We did a field preem, and we did a preem off the front for a group of 5 that now have under 4 laps to go. So, they'll go to the Jumbotron. Looks like we still have a long, thin line of the 5 helmets. They all are white helmets this year in this group. Not everybody. This guy's got a yellow one here across from me. Others have, you got a black one, sir. You're wearing the casque. But when you look up at the Jumbotron, those 5 kind of come together, but they are still together here as they make their way down Reconciliation Way, heading your way here at the finish line. As it's going to be 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. But here comes Miles. Miles Taylor now moving the front, upping the pace as they'll head down towards that first left-hand turn onto Cincinnati, coming off a Reconciliation Way. So, scrubbing the speed, hitting the brakes. They are all through clean. Now they'll make their way onto Cameron. They got 2 more turns before they will be heading up the street of Maine, that is, here in downtown Tulsa, Oklahoma. And they're heading up to the iconic Canes Ballroom along with Who Are We? Sound Pony. They'll hit the Sound Pony Hill. They'll hit the Sound Pony Bar afterwards. Not right now because they have 3 laps to go. So again, looking at the Jumbotron, we now have that view that goes down Cameron to that right-hand turn onto Maine. Here comes the Peloton with 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Don't see Henry Williams and Tulsa Wheelman anymore at the front. He's back in the middle of that. So our podium will not come from the group that just made their way around Guthrie Green on that first turn. Our podium is going to come from that front 5 up the road. Next time they come through, they'll see 2 laps to go. It'll be the penultimate lap. You need to get to the barriers. You need to get on your feet. Get off your duffs. Cheer them on, as it will be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go in our men's Cat 4 field. Get full throat, get full roar. Let them know how much you appreciate how hard they're working, because they're working harder than you are here on a wet Saturday in downtown Tulsa. The FC Tulsa, Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, Criterium here in the Arts District. Will look, the 5 white helmets slowly, gingerly make that left-hand turn. Again, risk reward, not being pushed. It will be Miguel Angel Gare at the front. It'll be Kevin Kopak setting second wheel. Looks like it will be Miles Taylor sitting third. So, Sosa, the gamesmanship continues. He's sitting towards the back, saving the bullets here in the back as it's going to be 2 to go, 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 2 laps to go. Lucas Mackey, though, that time, now he's doing a little tail gun and moving back into that 5th place position as they'll make that left-hand turn. Next time through, the field will see 2 to go. Next time through, our race leaders will see 1 to go. And we will ring that bell here at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So the lead had been hovering around 40 seconds. Even if it's cut down, it's not cut down enough to matter for our podium contention, the battle of the top 5 and the battle for the top step here in our men's Cat 4 field. As the rain starts to pick up a little bit here, the final under 2 laps, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, moving his way to the front. That'll be 6:46. That's John Steiner, Breakfast Club out of Texas. So now we'll look off to the west. It'll be a little bit, but we'll be looking for the Lexus, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive Group. We'll look for the lead moto, and we'll look for the fearsome fivesome, the 5 horsemen of the apocalypse. We're maxing out. Who needs 4 when you can throw out 5 horsemen? Kevin Kopak, Lucas Mackey, Miles Taylor, Miguel Angel Gare, Gerardo Sosa, your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-man break, as now starting to up the pace, moving towards the front. That may be Sosa. Actually, we'll look it down. It'll be 6:27. That'll be, actually, that is our man, Lucas Mackey. Fast Times Pro After Party. Not just yet for the after party. You got to win the thing for the after party. For the pre-party, you got 1 to go. We're going to ring the bell. It is 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. Kevin Kopak, Miles Taylor moving back again, saving some watts. Ducking out of that wind as they're going to make that left-hand turn. The final time around the backside of Guthrie Green. 2 more turns from now. Well, they'll make it 3 more turns from now. They will be onto Main Street. And we're going to be sending them your way, Sound Pony Hill. Coming your way, Who Are We? Sound Pony. Miles will move to the left side, not really putting a big attack in. They're really about 4 wide here as they're moving their way on Cameron to Main Street. They'll make that right-hand turn, and again, the hill up to Canes Ballroom and Sound Pony. It's not Crybaby, but it will tax your legs lap after lap. The lactic acid building up in your quads, in your calves. You're breathing out your eyeballs. Again, the gamesmanship goes as it's 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go for our Peloton. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Peloton will be led through for the final lap by the Alabama man himself, Josh Levy, B-Team Racing. One to go, one to go, one to go for the field, but our race leaders are making their way up Main Street. They are a couple turns, left-hand turns away from making that white knuckle descent back down towards our finishing chute. Again, if you're looking off to the west, they're about midway down the hill. They'll make that big sweeping left-hander as it looks like Sosa has made an attack. Gerardo Sosa with Paragon Racing. He has opened up a gap before they make that left-hand turn. The risk reward of it all. Sosa hits it at a high rate of speed, keeps it rubber side down, 300 meters to the west. Keep your eyes peeled as we're gonna have the sprint to the line. Sosa trying to make a move, starting to run out of some gas though, as we're gonna sprint it to the line, as it will be Miguel Angel Gare able to overcome the early sprint from the Texan Paragon Racing's Gerardo Sosa, but to no avail of his own effort. He does not take the win as it's going to be Miguel Angel Gare taking it, racing out of Texas, bib 672, unofficial of course, as we wait for the official results to get posted, as that sprint win coming out of that group of 5 to take the win. Our fearsome fivesome had been off the front for the last 10 or 11 laps. We had to try to preem the Peloton as the lead was 42 seconds. We tried to draw him back. It never got closer than 38 seconds. And now our top 5 are finished. And now it's the battle for those final few points in that top 10 of our men's Cat 4. So we'll look, here comes the reduced Peloton. Here comes a much reduced Peloton and the Gallop. Who will take the field sprint? Coming to the line, that'll be 671. That's Charles Metcalf racing with Riot Tulsa out of Oklahoma here, a local hero. The field sprint and 6th overall, unofficial of course, Charles Metcalf racing with Riot Tulsa. Congratulations once again. Your men's Cat 4 finish there, that sprint coming out of about 3rd or 4th wheel coming off that downhill white knuckler onto Reconciliation Way. That's Miguel Angel Gare taking the win in our men's Cat 4. So coming up next, it will be our juniors, 12:45. So we're moments away. You should already be staging for our junior race, as it'll be the juniors 10 to 14 racing at 12:45. Alrighty, again, if you're on the podium, don't go anywhere. As we will roll out our juniors here. Next race of the day coming up. All righty, getting our final pre-flight instructions here for our junior field. This is our juniors 10 to 14. as we're about to roll you out the third race of the day here on day number 2. Again, laps, you'll start seeing the clock, but then the laps will be 10 to go. I think this is a 20-minute race. We'll probably start with some laps pretty soon, so keep your eye up there for the laps counting you on down. Again, 3 laps, end with 6 to go. If you have any type of mechanical or crash on the course, make your way down here through Main Street and Reconciliation Way. Behind you on the left, juniors, back here behind you left, it will be the wheel pit. That's the state cycling wheel pit. That is where they'll put you back in. Up to 6 to go, or down to 6 to go, that is. And then also medical is right across on the Main Street, across from the tent. For the mechanical pit is going to be the medical as well. So again, we're pulling riders, I believe, like most of the races. We'll see. We'll get it figured out here. So here we are. We are going to go with the whistle, final whistle to send them out. Reminder, we're going to break out the podiums, boys and girls podiums, boys and girls podiums. All righty, with the whistle, we are underway. Again, podiums. Amy's going to be herding the cats across the way from the start line here as we're going to try to recognize our men's Cat 4 podiums. But again, we'll have a boys and girls junior podiums. Parents, if you're listening, it takes a while to kind of score. We got to break it out. There's lots of different races going on. But if you think you have a top 3 finisher in the boys and girls junior groups, then make sure you hang out. And come see Amy across the way. I know you don't know what she looks like. She's up here with me, but she knows what the podium is, and she'll be chasing everybody down. So we are on our junior race right now. It's 20 minutes. Oh, wet course here. As we're into the afternoon hour here on day number 2 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Again, FC Tulsa, our lead sponsor here at the Arts District. As the juniors are out on the course, a reminder, make sure you're listening to Chris Guidry and all the great course marshals. You see that bright yellow shirt. Those are the volunteers. They have flags, they got umbrellas, they got safety. The safety of the racers first and foremost in their minds. You're secondary. No offense. This is about the racers and keeping you off the course except at sections you're supposed to be, which is a crossing at the right time. So again, opening lap as we're getting our junior men and junior women underway. It's our junior 10 to 14 fields rolling on out. So again, lots of action going on. It's 10 to 14. That's a wide age range, right, for young kids. As opening lap will be done and dusted, rolling on through. That'll be Jorge Medina Hernandez, Desert Fox Racing Team. The Desert Fox Race Team, they had a guy who was hungry like the wolf, Esteban Duran. Last couple years used to race here for Desert Fox Race Team. Hope he's out here in the crowd. But right now, opening lap, it is Jorge Medina Hernandez. A reminder, if you're just joining us, the registration tent is not a tent, it's a desk. So registration is inside. It's right next to Kaz's Bar here, across from the start-finish line, heading back towards Main on the north side of the barriers. That's a lot of different instructions I gave you. If you're down near the start-finish line, look for Kaz's Bar, and you're going to be looking for the canopy, not a literal canopy. It's a sign. It says the Canopy Space and Happenings. That is the registration desk. That's where we're taking it, getting it out of the weather. And it's not in a tent here in the 2026 edition. We had the weather delay. Unfortunately, had to cancel some races early on. We got it started at 11:15 with an exciting women's 2-3 Masters field. We just wrapped up the men's Cat 4, and now we're taking it to the men's juniors and women's juniors, 10 to 14. Again, we'll have 2 different podiums for the junior men and for the junior women. But again, there's a wide variety. 10 to 14, that's a wide age range at this age. Some kids hit the growth spurts earlier than others. So again, you're going to have a lot of different skill level and speed that you're going to be seeing from all of the different the racers here in our junior field. But again, we're just underway. We're On lap number 2. Lap number 2 here are junior race, junior boys and junior girls, 10 to 14. Again, we would like to recognize our men's Cat 4 podium. I'm going to look for Mr. Miguel Angel Gare, Gerardo Sosa, and Kevin Kopak. So again, we would like to recognize, I do see Lucas Mackey. Sorry, Lucas, just off the podium. It's all right. Now you can go do the pro after party. I mean, it's your team name, right? Pro after party, not a pro pre-party, it's the pro after party. Rounding out that top 5, Lucas Mackey in 4th, Miles Taylor in 5th, Driveway Devo. As another lap is down here, we're 2 laps into our junior race. We keep an eye on everyone, rolling them on through. Again, lots of different age groups. The junior men and junior women, again, trying to recognize all of them. The scoring's going to be interesting, right, as we try to roll through all that. But again, we would like to recognize our men's Cat 4 podium. I do need Miguel Angel Gare, Gerardo Sosa, and Kevin Kopak. Please head on down to the podium area. Preferably not in the rain. We'll let you sit underneath the tree. We'll have you underneath some covering here, but we'd like to recognize our men's Cat 4 podium coming up. There's Mr. Sosa. Looking now for Kevin Kopak and Miguel Angel Gare. There's Mr. Gare. And then there's Kopak. All right, give us like 60 seconds. I'll look for Amy. There's Amy right there. As we do have our podium ready for our men's Cat 4. So here on day number 2 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, we're down here at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Rain, rain, go away, it won't, so it's here to stay. So our racers, brave racers, 45, showed up to toe the line in our men's Cat 4. It was a high noon start, trying to take it into the afternoon here on day number 2. 61 registered, 45 towed the line, and a much reduced Peloton is who rolled on in. But it wasn't the Peloton that kept our attention on the course. It was the 5-man breakaway. 4 off the front, joined by Miles Taylor, who bridged on up. But coming up short at the end, Mackey and Taylor, as it was the sprint to the top steps of our podium. So without further ado, let's recognize 3rd place, local hero racing with Fat Tire Bike Shop. It's Kevin Kopak. In 2nd, out of Texas, racing the Paragon, it's Gerardo Sosa. Hey. And in 1st place, your winner in the men's Cat 4, Miguel Angel Gare. Taking the win in the men's Cat 4. The Texas duo at the top with the local hero from Oklahoma, 1, 2, and 3. Gare, Sosa, and Kevin Kopak, 1, 2, and 3. Silver standard for Gerardo Sosa. Miguel Angel Gare, your winner in the men's Cat 4. My voice is wrecked. I did 2 days at Maverick. I can't do my old school Gerardo. Also showing my age. Sarah, you can laugh. We're young at heart. All righty, another lap about to be done as we roll through OK Flyers. That will be Mason Benson. He was on the podium last week at the Maverick Criterium. Also rolling through, that will be Knox Taylor, also one of our podium finishers in the top 3 at the Maverick Criterium down in Norman last weekend. Again, congratulations as we look at Miguel Angel Gare wearing the leader's jersey for the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, representing here on day number 2. First race for the men's Cat 4 here on day number 2 of the 2026 edition. 20th anniversary of Tulsa Tough, 100th anniversary of Route 66, and the 200th anniversary of the United States of America. We got our own podium there, 250, 100, and 20. All 3 milestones being recognized here in downtown Tulsa. So again, we are in the junior race. Try to keep those names and faces recognized and also the numbers recognized. Now to the scoring again. We have a junior men and junior women's podiums that we will have here in this juniors race. We are down to 5 to go. Again, waiting to see the race leaders roll through. When they come through, it should be 4 to go for those race leaders. They just rolled through, so we are on to 5 laps to go, 5 laps to go, 5 laps to go for the juniors. Again, when we see our registration lists get handed out, that's who registered. It may not be who towed the line. Again, we have 32 on this start list. We'll see how many are actually out there. Again, of course, we're already starting to spread it on out. So 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. About midway through. Again, if we as we get longer into the day, we'll start setting up the clock, count the clock up, and figure out average laps and count the lap counter down. So right now, nearing the 10-minute mark, about halfway through, and we are under 5 laps to go here in the juniors field. As that will be Jace Meringue, Team Crispy Print, another one of the podium contenders last week at the Maverick Criterium. He actually won Saturday at the iconic Campus Corner race down the University of Oklahoma. I think he also won Sunday, well, for the juniors. Mason Benson, OK Flyers. Again, we saw that OK Flyers kit, the new 2026 kit. Last night, you saw a little different take on it. It's the OK Flyers Elite. So, again, as these juniors have come up over the years here in Oklahoma, Tanner Colbreth and others, moving their way from the junior category up through Cat 5, Cat 4, Cat 3, Cat 2, even in that Cat 1-2 race. Last night, Isaiah Colbreth, Tanner's son, wins the men's 1-2. Another one of our local heroes. I used to always talk about some of my favorite local heroes are the Cat 3s. These are guys that you're going to go see on the coffee ride. They're going to drop you on Riverside Drive on a Saturday morning. And those were always my favorites. But now the skill levels of the years, starting to see these men's 1-2 podiums with the local heroes, the Okies in that. Chad Cagle, he's been winning in the Masters A. He was a P1 racer in years past. But the last couple of years, who was there? It was Brian Duvall, Doovie, winning it back about 10 or 12 years ago, winning the 1-2. They gave him a key to the city. Last night, Isaiah Colbreth of the OK Flyers Elite, who used to race in this race right here years ago, making his way and winning the 1-2 race last night in that exciting McNelly's Group Blue Dome District opening night of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So, again, we're looking out. We see the OK Flyers. We see some of the racers here at the front. Now it's going to be bib number 1, Kai Cutie. Cutie at the front will roll through again as we're under 4 laps to go here. Team Crispy Print, we talked about Jace Meringue winning last weekend. Another one of those very active racers here in the junior race. One of his teammates with Team Crispy Print is Riker Guile. Sonic Boom. Another Street Fighter 2 reference, and I'm just geeking out for you guys here. So, again, Riker Guile, that's a movie star name if I've ever heard one. He's out here racing with Team Crispy Print. Sonic Boom. They roll on through again. So, under 4 laps to go. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go here in our juniors. It's a 20-minute race. So, looking at the Jumbotron, watching them make their way down the hill. But we are under 6 to go, so there are no more free laps. No more free laps to go. As they'll zoom in on the, again, some of those descenders, the white knuckle descent, making their way in front of the Tulsa Theater, hanging that left-hand turn. Rain starting to pick up again. We have Brave Souls with umbrellas. We have Brave Souls without umbrellas out here. We'll now see bib number 18. That's Luke Houston out of Texas. Houston out of Texas. He'll roll on through. 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. So, there goes the moto. Race leaders will roll on through, I believe, momentarily. So they have gone through, so 3 to go for the race leaders. Another OK Flyer. Oh, that's the aforementioned Knox Taylor. Again, he was 3rd, I believe, on Saturday at the Maverick Criterium last week. Team Crispy Print, Ava Fields, racing with Crispy Print. I believe she used to race with the OK Flyers. Already saw her dad out here earlier, Lindell, doing his thing, trying to help education from a leadership position here in the state of Oklahoma. Lindell Fields stepping in and doing a great job, called to task, called to action in the last year or so. That's his daughter, Ava Fields, out there finishing another lap. So, when the race leaders roll through, we will see 2 to go. As we look off to the west here on Reconciliation Way, and there will be Will Lyles, Move Up Cycling Club out of Kansas City area. Again, some of those racers of Move Up Cycling also race for the Steve Tilford Foundation. local hero, cyclocross legend out of the Kansas City area, Steve Tilford. So again, they'll have dual, you'll see the registration, you'll look at start list, you'll see Move Up Cycling Club, you also will see the Steve Tilford Foundation. So again, great to see them coming down from the Kansas City area, racing here. We talked about Ava Fields, Ava rolling up through. I see Mama over there as she's going to be down with under 3 laps to go here on a miserable day. Did Mom ever race in weather like this? Yeah? Not here. Okay, I was going to say, I never remembered any of your races having that here at Tulsa Tough. So we are now at 2 to go, the penultimate lap, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Again, it is the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. FC Tulsa presenting sponsor here on day number 2, as it has been the last few years. Bringing the hardware back to the 918 for the first time. FC Tulsa, the Western Conference champion in the USL Soccer League. Proving Tulsa competes anywhere with anyone. The same competitive fire is out here on the streets today. So again, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. 6:02 stars and stripes there for Maddie Baker. Maddie also a winner at the Maverick Criterium, moved up, and instead of racing the junior race on Sunday, she went up and raced the women's 4-5 race, competing in that on Sunday last week at the Maverick Criterium in downtown Norman. So, under 2 to go, under 2 to go, under 2 to go. We'll wait for the bell. The bell will be rung with 1 to go, the final lap, the bell lap. So no prings, so you have multiple bells being rung here. But you will hear 1 bell being run. It'll be the final one coming up soon. Is when those race leaders roll through, it'll be the final time around our race course. We'll have a couple left-hand turns around Guthrie Green. We'll send them up to Who Are We? Sound Pony. The Hash House Harriers will be up there on the hill. The Crude Bus, I believe, should up on the left side. Okay, over there. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. As the weather's horrible. Shiggy shaggy, shiggy shaggy. Hashers have no worry about tall grass, wet grass, weather. They do runs through culverts, dankest, darkest parts of Tulsa, Oklahoma. With that being said, let's talk about the clean streets of downtown Oklahoma right now. We're getting down to the final lap coming up momentarily. Is this our race leaders? We are now going to ring the bell. It's going to be 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. Junior race rolling through. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Off the front, that will be Jorge Medina Hernandez, Desert Fox Race Team. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. And he has opened up a gap over the rest of his field. Team Crispy Print. That's the aforementioned Riker Giles Sonic Boom. So they are spread out here on the final lap as we ring it, ring it, ring it. The bell for the final time in our junior race. Coming up next will be the junior 15 to 16 and junior 17 to 18 fields coming up at 1:10. So final lap, final lap, final lap here at our juniors. 10 to 14. Again, we'll have a 10 to 14 men's and women's junior podium. So parents, we know you're the ones behind the herding of cats. If your kid's in the podiums, when we get the results posted, make sure you keep them close because we'd like to recognize those podiums. The grit, the determination, that's Lucy Chase, Move Up Cycling Club. Maddie Baker, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Final lap, final lap. So we talked about Lucy Chase. She looked like Philip Tinsman out there. She was chewing just like iron in her right side of her mouth, just chewing railroad ties. Lucy Chase doing her best Philip Tinsman impersonation as she has 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. So again, the final lap, final lap, final lap here in our juniors. We'll wait to see when those race leaders roll through. The leader, overall leader in this junior field has been Jorge Medina Hernandez. We talked about racing with Desert Fox Race Team out of Texas. Actually, not out of Texas, out of Mexico. So again, previous years it was Esteban Duran with Desert Fox Race Team. Hungry like the wolf, Duran, but now it is one of the juniors looking to take the win for Desert Fox. Jorge Medina Hernandez rolls through with quite the gap over the rest of our junior field here. Congratulations to our Desert Fox race team leader and winner here on day number 2 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Again, if you're joining us, you check out the in person, you're down here at the start finish line. If you're watching online, thank Quick Trip, our great sponsor, bringing you the YouTube live feed year after year here. Quick Trip in town since 1958. I grew up next to the OG 4th store, I believe, at 3rd and Garnett. It's moved on to bigger and better things, but over 1,200 locations here in the United States. Quick Trip locations, our sponsor here for our YouTube live feed at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Congratulations, that's Scarlet Survey. There comes Riker Guile, Sonic Boom. Gotta be some Street Fighter 2 people out there. I keep doing my Sonic, but thank you. We're old. We're old. Jeff, you know. All right, coming up next will be our next junior field. But again, it's still a closed course as our junior 10 to 14 category continues to finish on up. Rolling through, that will be 604 Brooklyn Becker, Spirit of Sport, Gilbruca race team out of Wisconsin. Again, congratulations. Cheering on the finishers here. Sprinting to the line. Taking, I don't know where Willie Croft's brother is. His dad better be cheering him on. Ben Croft out here. All right, they're down there. It's the ego of the brothers, the sprint to the line by the Crofts with the OK Flyers. Again, we're finishing up our junior race here. Final couple racers to finish it up because before we start the next race at one's hip. Sprint to the line, bike throw there by Deacon Masters, but just comes up short. Deacon Masters, another one of our OK Flyers junior racers here in our junior field. So again, finishing this on up, we should have a closed race course. Coming up next will be the juniors 15 to 16 and 17 to 18. So we're gonna have 4 different groups here. It'll be the men's and women's 15 to 16 and the men's and women's 17 to 18. And this will be an ACC podium that they'll be battling it out for. So the American Criterium Cup, last night for Tulsa Tough, it was the 1-2 races, men's and women's. Those were part of the first race, actually, of the ACC schedule. For the juniors, this is their first race, and this will count towards the ACC schedule. Opening event, Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Couple weeks, they'll take it up to Wisconsin for the Tour of America's Dairyland. Race 3 will be in Boise at the Twilight Crit, Chicago Grit Crit, and the 4th race, Salt Lake Criterium, event number 5. And the Bomarito Audi West County Gateway Cup Labor Day weekend in St. Louis, Missouri to round out the 6th and final race of the ACC American Criterium Cup schedule here in 2026. So again, congratulations to our junior 10 to 14. We'll take a little while. We got to sort out the podiums, get all that scoring taken care of. But if you think you're in those podiums, hang out. Go online, check out the results at TulsaTough.com. We'll get all that figured out. And we'll take a little time before we recognize our junior 10 to 14 podium, men's and women's, coming up next. Again, we talked about the great sponsor, FC Tulsa, your premier sponsor, your presenting sponsor, that is, here on day number 2. Also talked about Quick Trip. Got to say thank you to Saint Francis Health System. They've been here from the very beginning. 2006 was the first race, but this started back in 2004. I was listening to a podcast from way back in January. It was Dave Toll, a former voice, the original voice of Tulsa Tough. Dave Toll had an interview with Malcolm McCollum, and Malcolm went back and went down memory lane, got in the time machine, went back to 2004. Chris Sintoffer and the others with St. Francis Health System, the Warrens, figuring out how they were going to bring not just a 1-day bike race, but a 3-day bike race to downtown Tulsa. So the original origins in 2004, and again, St. Francis Health System being part of that. The name sponsor, it's more than just the name on the banner. You see it all over the race course. St. Francis has been Tulsa's cornerstone of compassionate care, committed not just to treating illness, but building a healthier, more active community. They believe in the power of movement, competition, getting outside, and pushing your limits. That's why St. Francis Health System's partnership with Tulsa Tough runs deeper than a sponsorship. it's a shared mission. The Saint Francis Health System bringing you Tulsa Tough for 20 years here in 2026. Again, it's the king of the road. It's Route 66. We're in the 100th anniversary of that. We're in the 250th anniversary of the United States. We got our podium, 250, 106. Those are the three numbers to remember this weekend. Those anniversary years here in 2026. Right now at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, we're moments away from our junior 15 to 16 and 17 to 18 fields. They will be racing for the American Criterium Cup opening race of the 6-race schedule for our junior 15 and 16, 17 and 18 men and women coming up next. And with the squeak of the disc brakes, we'll bring up our starting lineup for our junior race. Final pre-flight instructions. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see the clock counting up before we start counting the laps down, so keep an eye on the lap counter. Free laps end at 6 to go. Once we get to 6 to go, no more free laps. If you have a mechanical or a crash, not allowed back into the race. So again, up until 6 to go, we still have free laps. You head down behind you to the left here at Main Street is the State Wheel Pit. That is where you'll get feathered back in as long as there's 6 laps or more to go in this race. Again, that's where the pit is. Medical's right across from that at Main Street. And of course, we say we'll be pulling riders. We will see. We may not be pulling riders here. We'll have to get that figured out. Again, this is a higher category. We'll wait to hear for the, we won't be. All right, it'll just be an open race. We'll let you finish it on up. As again, our final pre-flight instructions here as we are moments away. You're going to wait for the whistle from our USA Cycling race officials. And once we get the whistle, we'll get you out on the course. This is a 30-minute race as you'll have the opening lap coming up momentarily in our junior 15 to 16, 17 to 18 men's and women's junior categories ACC opening event of the 2026 calendar. We are down to T-minus 30 seconds. We'll wait for the whistle to send out the brave souls onto our race course. We're into the afternoon here on day number 2. And with that whistle, we are underway. So we are on opening lap number 1 here for the juniors. Again, this is an ACC American Criterium Cup race. 15 to 16, 17 to 18, men's and women's. So 4 different races going on within this start list. 29 brave souls registered. Again, there's always a difference on the registration versus who toes the line. But the weather has gotten much better than what we saw at 11 o'clock when we had our first race of the day, the women's 2-3. We will try to recognize our junior podiums for the 10 to 14 coming up momentarily. Alrighty, opening lap, here they go. High rate of speed, under 2 minutes, under 150. So, opening lap 149 as they roll on through. Tell you what, what's kind of interesting here is the sense of confidence because it's not raining has definitely increased, as has the pace. The race course still is slick, even if you're not getting hit with the downpour. It is a wet rain course. They have a flat there by one of our juniors as she rolled through. That may be actually Evie Alvarado. Could be 701. I'm not sure. I called her name out. I think I may have incorrectly called Evie Alvarado out in that women's 2-3 race. But she may be out here, right? She is in the start list at least, but that may have been her if that was bib number 701, showing a slow leaker flat in the back wheel. Again, we're still early on in this one. You can still get free laps. You can go to the pit next time through, and you have up to 6 laps to go. That's whenever we cut off the free laps, and they don't feather you back in. So again, this is the junior 15 to 16 and 17 to 18 men's and women. So 4 different fields, 4 different podiums being competed in right now. As we got another lap done and dusted, rolling through 328 again, or actually not again. First time we've called Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado, racing with Sports Science Racing Development. I think he's racing out of Puerto Rico. Sanchez Alvarado from Puerto Rico, your leader this second lap through. Again, they are on a fast tilt, definitely under 150 average lap time as they roll on through. Sanchez Alvarado with his own cheering section. It's one, but it's a strong one. So as we look back on the Jumbotron on the backside of the Guthrie Green, long thin line, pressure being employed here on that chase group as they're trying to make that turn on the main street to head up to Who Are We? Sound Pony, making the way up the hill towards Kane's Ballroom. They are on lap number 3. We're waiting on the final official results to get taken care of for our juniors 10 to 14. We'll try to recognize the men's and women's junior podiums coming up soon. Again, if you think you're in that top 3, hang out, go online, check it out, Google it, go to TulsaTough.com. There's a results tab, it'll take you there. Again, we'll try to figure out where we're posting results. So just due to the weather, we don't have a nice dry brick wall to slap those results against. As again, that's going to be Sanchez Alvarado. He rolls on again. He's got his one woman cheering team over there, encouraging him as he is off the front here early on, 5.5 minutes in. So again, if you're looking for official results, you're gonna have to go to TulsaTough.com. Looks like that is not 907. That is not 907. We'll try to get those other numbers there as they rolled off the front. But right now it is Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado, Sports Science Racing Development out of Puerto Rico, in first place. He's on the backside of the Guthrie Green, 30 meters or so from making that right-hand turn on the main street. The camera pans back, trying to see everyone else. That may be 977 Joe Boroff. Not sure if that is. Actually, it is. So it's set about third wheel. That'll be Joe Boroff racing with the Boise Young Riders Development Squad. It's for the Birds. It's an acronym. You got to see it on paper to make sense, but trust me, it's Birds. Boise Young Rider Development Squad, the Birds race team out of Idaho. Trying to look back at last year. Again, when you go to junior 15 to 16, 17, 18, if you're talking about the podium last year, congratulations, they're not going to be in this race. They are up and comers. They have already moved up. They're probably already racing. Now, the thing that's a little different here is this is an ACC Cup, the American Criterium Cup. So you may have some of these racers that are going to race later on in a 1-2, 2-3 field as Team Crispy Print, along with Hub Youth Cycling out of Tennessee. A couple racers there. That's Juliet Azpieta Gonzalez rolling through, bib number 700. Again, the Tennessee racers there with Hub Youth Cycling. Also Sam Ewing, one of her teammates out there racing in the 17 to 18 category. But again, if you try to look at last year, you go, oh, who's on the podium? They can repeat. They may not be racing here in the junior because, again, they may be aged up. They also may save their the bullets because they want to race in the 1-2 or 2-3 or the men's 3 race later on today. So again, this is the Junior American Criterium Cup. It's the 15 to 16 and 17 to 18. 4 different groups, the men's and women's, battling it out here as we're taking it into the 1:30 hour or so. We're still 30-minute race, 7.5 minutes in. Alrighty, we are, again, if you're coming down here trying to figure out how much time we got left, don't worry about it. We'll get the clock, we'll get the counter for you. We count the time up before we count the laps down, right? You get average time, average lap time. From there, you say, it's a 30-minute race, we're averaging X, Y, and Z. Now, here's the thing. It is a fast pace. Your racer's been off the front. Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado with Sports Science Racing Development out of Puerto Rico. He had 150, probably maybe even a 149 lap. He has been blistering off the front. I don't have the chase clock. We'll have to get that figured out to see exactly what that gap is from him back to the rest of the chasers. So on cue, we're gonna look on the Jumbotron as Sanchez Alvarado makes that left-hand turn on the Reconciliation Way. It's about 320 meters or so, about 0.2 of a mile from that turn at the old Tulsa Theater, the newly refurbished Tulsa Theater. Don't call her old. She's an icon. Down here to the start-finish line is another lap done and dusted for Sanchez Alvarado. Again, racing out of Puerto Rico with Sports Science Racing and Development. So we've got some lap racers. No, that's not a lap racer. That'll be 987. That's Finley Sonneman on the chase. Finley racing with CXD Trek Bikes. Trying to find where 986 is. 986 is Sawyer Schaefer. I think he may have just rolled through here. Sawyer Schaefer, Steve Tilford Foundation, Move Up Cycling out of the Kansas City. Schaefer winning, I believe it was winning the men's Cat 4-5 race as a junior last week at the Maverick Criterium. Next time around, when we see Sanchez Alvarado, we'll show 10 laps to go, 10 laps to go, 10 laps to go. Flyers roll through. That will be Benjamin Hole. He rolls on through. Bib 329. Another one of our Oklahoma racers. Alrighty, we're actually going to go to 9 to go. The speed, the average pace, super fast here. Sanchez Alvarado off the front, so we're going to go straight to 9 laps. So the first laps that the racers are going to see will be 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. So we're going to keep. We'll kill the clock. Now the pressure is on the lap counter. It's 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. Sanchez Alvarado thought he'd already rolled through. Did we miss him? All right, so roll on through here. Again, will be 9 to go. Alrighty, so Alvarado off the front, that 2-man chase group. Again, we know it's Finley Sonneman with CXD Trek Bikes out of Wisconsin. Not sure who the third racer was. Not possibly, it may have been Sawyer Schaefer, but then we saw him in that next group down the road. And that chase group ran about 5th to 8th. So again, we'll try to figure out exactly who is in that 2-man chase group that is behind. Will be the aforementioned Tennessee race team Hub Youth Cycling, Sam Ewing. So Sam Ewing there with Finley Sonneman with CXD Trek Bikes behind Sanchez Alvarado with 9 to go. Next time they roll through, it'll be 8 to go. So again, if you're just joining us, it was a wet one to start the day. We had a delayed start. We had to unfortunately cancel 3 of the first races. We got started at 11:15 with the women's 2-3 women's masters. Now we're into the 5th race group of the day. The juniors 15 to 16, 17 to 18. So it's the men's and women's. And here's the thing, they're going to be battling it out. This is the American Criterium Cup for the juniors. So obviously they don't race on Friday night. So ACC racing here, it's part of the ACC race on Saturday. So today's race will be part of the American Criterium Cup for these junior men and women. So 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. Gotcha. So 987, I believe, Finley Sonneman. Yes. So, okay, that was the confusion. It'd been Sanchez Alvarado off the front for so long, but it's been now, he was bridged up by bib number 987, Finley Sonneman. So Sonneman, Sanchez Alvarado, 2-man break now with 8 to go. Try to keep an eye out for where Sam Ewing, who was bib number 330, he was in third. So he was with that little 2-man group, but he did not bridge up. So it was not a 2-man bridge, it was a 1-man bridge up to the front. And now we have 2 racers at the front with 8 to go. Again, it's been Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado with Sports Science Racing and Development out of Puerto Rico. He's been off the front from the opening lap. 150 was the time off the opening whistle. He's been averaging a super fast blistering pace. Slowed down a little, but not that much. So that just shows you that Finley Sonneman out of Wisconsin putting in a big effort to bridge on up as they now have 8 to go. Again, now here's the thing I haven't talked about. I got to look at the ages. So Sanchez Alvarado, 18, Sonneman, 16. So they are actually in 2 different groups. There's 2 different podiums in the men's juniors, the 15 to 16 and the 17 to 18. But here's the thing, who cares about age? They're going to be battling out for the overall winner in this. Even if there are 2 separate podiums, mano a mano, the 16-year-old and the 18-year-old have under 8 laps to go. So again, the mini gruppetto here keeps rolling through. Elias Becker, Violent Crown Sports Association out of Texas. And again, it's a lot of stuff going on. There are 4 podiums in contention. The men's, women's 15 to 16, the men's, women's 17 to 18. So again, it's kind of tough. We know who's at the front of this race. And we also know they're battling it out for overall win. They're also battling out for the top of their own age group podium. That being said, it'll take a lot to try to keep everything straight and clean, as there are 4 American Criterium Cup podiums that we're keeping an eye on, 15 to 16 men and women, 17 to 18 men and women, and we have 7 laps to go. As again, rolling under that finish line truss here, the FC Tulsa Saint Francis Tulsa Tough finish line truss. It is Sanchez Alvarado and Sonneman, your 1-2 off the front of this race course right now, under 7 to go. Alrighty, we do want to recognize our junior podiums in the 10 to 14. So if you're in the area, make sure you come over to the podium, as we are going to need Jorge Medina Hernandez, Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman, Dathan Webb, Ava Fields, Brooklyn Becker, and Maddie Baker. Again, we want to recognize our junior men and women 10 to 14 podiums. Jorge Medina Hernandez, Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman, Ava Fields, Dathan Webb, Brooklyn Becker, Maddie Baker. Please head on down. Again, we want to recognize those junior podiums coming up as we're at the business end, getting closer and closer to the business end of our junior ACC race. The one and only 15, 16, 17, 18 race that counts towards the 2026 American Criterium Cup Series. 878, Jocelyn Wright, she'll roll on through. As again, it's 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. There comes our race leaders as they roll on through. Again, it's Sanchez Alvarado and Sonneman, 1-2. Trying to look back to see where our third place racer overall is on the course. Possibly in this group here. Did not see Sam Ewing there, so it's now maybe this new group of 3. But again, they're gonna have some lap racers going on as Sanchez Alvarado, along with Sonneman, On that backside of the Guthrie Green, they'll overtake some of the lapped racers as they get ready to head back over towards Main Street as we're under 6 laps to go. Again, we want to recognize our junior 10 to 14 podium. For men and women, we need Jorge Medina Hernandez, Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman, Dathan Webb, Ava Fields, Brooklyn Becker, and Maddie Baker. Please head on down to the finish line. We have our podium we want to recognize in our junior men and junior women in the 10 to 14 age group category. So, under 6 laps to go. Free laps are done. If you're asking me what a free lap is, you obviously were not here 30 minutes ago at the start of this race or so. The free laps, if you have a mechanical, a crash, any type of issue on the course, you wheel yourself back, not on the course. You wheel yourself back through the middle of the race course, or you kind of freewheel it if you're already close enough on the course. You go to the pit, the state cycling wheel pit, and they take a look at you. They figure out, are you okay? Is your bike okay? They feather you back in. But once you get the 6 laps to go, the free laps go away, and we are under 6 to go, so no more free laps. If you have a slow leak, hope it lasts the final 5.5 laps of this one. If you're stuck in the wrong gear, suck it up, Buttercup, Sound Pony Hill. It'll be just that much fun. In one gear, you turn into a single speed as we are down under 6. Now we're going to say 5 laps to go, 5 laps to go, 5 laps to go. So, again, it's been Sanchez, Alvarado, and Sonneman for the last 3 or 4 laps. Sonneman having bridged on up. Now, Sonneman at the front with 5 to go. Racing out of Wisconsin. Sanchez, Alvarado racing out of Puerto Rico as they go 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Again, I don't think the group that just went through is 3rd place. I think 3rd place is coming out of this group right here. That's being driven by 330. That's where Sam Ewing is. Sam Ewing is in that group. He is leading that chase group. Don't have the chase clock. Maybe 10 seconds, we'll see. Officially around that. And so the lead women are in that group as well. So once again, trying to get an eye on those bib numbers next time they come through. Again, a lot of different action. There's actually 4 different podiums in contention right now. The men's and women's, 15 to 16. Men's and women's, 17 to 18. And speaking of podiums, so again, there are 4 different podiums with the American Criterium Cup. Again, last night, the men's and women's professional P1, that race, Friday night, in the Blue Dome, that was the race out of the weekend that goes towards the American Criterium Cup Series. It's race 1 of the 6-race series. For the juniors, here on day number 2, because they don't race as juniors on day number 1, this is the race that counts towards the 2026 series for the American Criterium Cup. Again, it's week number 1. And as the summer goes on, you'll have 5 more races finishing up Labor Day weekend in St. Louis at the Bomarito Audi West County Gateway Cup. Again, the 6th and final race. But right now, it's race number 1. And the Crofts are out here. They're cheering these boys on. Willie, Benny, Dad. Dad doesn't have his DCC jersey on, does he? No. All right, under 5 to go. It'll be 4 laps. Actually, it is 4 laps to go now. So 4 to go for those race leaders. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Again, trying to see our lead junior woman, that may be Margaret Tennant, with the Tennessee group. They got a lot of family, they got a lot of friends, they got a lot of cheering on going here at the barriers. So Margaret Tennant out of Tennessee with Hub Youth Cycling, I think up in that lead group. Not sure if she's the lead female right now on the course, but she's definitely in leading contention again. As we're down to 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. So with 4 laps to go, keeping an eye out for Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado and Finley Sonneman, the 2-man breakaway. Again, they're looking to take the bragging rights for overall race champion, but they are racing in 2 different age groups. Sanchez Alvarado racing in the 17 to 18 category, and Sonneman racing in the 16 to 18. So again, as the day goes on and we dry out, they're starting to have more and more visions of the race course, more and more cameras set up. We got the Jumbotron set up all through it. if you have to leave, I'm sorry, you're crazy. You're going to miss a lot of exciting racing action. But if you do have to leave, it is live streamed. It will be on YouTube, and it's courtesy of Quick Trip. Quick Trip, our sponsor for the YouTube live feed. So go to YouTube and look up Tulsa Tough. You'll find the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. So 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Two-man battle at the front. So that is Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado, Sports Science Racing Development Team out of Puerto Rico, and Finley Sonneman, CXD Trek Bikes out of Wisconsin. Mr. Croft, he's a lap racer, but he's tagging on there. Benny Croft getting a little slipstream action, but right now, the front of the race are the two racers at the front of that group, as it is Sonneman and Sanchez Alvarado. But the chase and the rest of the podium contention for junior men and women 15 to 16 and junior men and women 17 to 18 are going to be out of that second group. Rounding out podiums, trying to take the top step in each of those four individual categories, four different podiums that we're going to have in the first race of the 2026 American Criterium Cup Series. So they're on the backside of the course. Again, that group, I believe, I think Margaret Tennant is our leading female. She's in that group, I think. I don't want to disappoint the Hub Youth Cycling fans, but I think she's up there. She's definitely in that group with Sam Ewing, who's battling out for third overall male. But again, four different podiums, men's and women's juniors, 15, 16, 17, 18. I keep saying it over and over because that's a lot of scoring that you're trying to get figured out of different categories. So now we'll look to the Jumbotron. Next time they roll through, it'll be the penultimate lap. It'll be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go, as it is Finley Sonneman and Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado about to make their way down the white knuckle descent. Roads are starting to dry off, but still a little slick as you make that turn on the Reconciliation Way. If you look off to the west, they've made their way. They have 2 to go when they roll through. It'll be 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Again, it's about a 325-meter sprint if you open it up when you make that left-hand turn on the Reconciliation Way. Right now, it is just Sanchez Alvarado tucked in on the wheel of Sonneman. So they're going to make their way in front of us here on the drag strip of Reconciliation Way. They'll scrub the speed, hit the left-hand turn, and go on the backside of the Guthrie Green. So they'll zoom on in. They'll hit the second left as they go from Cincinnati on to Cameron. Here comes that chase. Again, we think that our female lead, Tennant, is in that group, along with overall, maybe the third overall Sam Ewing with Hub Youth Cycling. Again, lots of different scoring going on. We'll keep an eye out there as they make their way on the backside of Guthrie Green as well. But right now, the overall race leaders are making their way onto Main Street. In fact, they've already made the turn onto Main before this chasing group of four turns onto Cameron. So it's at least one big full city block, out of sight, out of mind, as we're going to be down to the bell lap. We're about to be ringing that bell. Be ringing the bell with 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go coming up soon as they make their way down off the hill in front of the Tulsa Theater. So again, it will be the bell lap. No preems here. We're not handing out cash. You can't do that. You can't bribe. This isn't NIL money in college sports for the juniors. This is just going to be battling it out for podium domination and to be the leader in the American Criterium Cup Series, with this being the opening race. So when they roll through, it will be 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. And again, it has been Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado and Finley Sonneman, 1-2 off the front for the last 7 or 8 laps. It's really been for the whole race, Sanchez Alvarado off the front. But he has a compatriot in Sonneman, and now they make that left-hand turn. When they navigate their way in this 300 meters to us, I want you to get on your feet, cheer for them, get off your duffs, let them know how much you appreciate how hard they're working as we're about to hit the bell lap. The business end of this one, as we are about to go. 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Sonneman leads them through with 1 lap to go. Sonneman, Sanchez Alvarado, one final time around the meat grinder. That is the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. It's the 20th anniversary of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. It's the king of the road. Roger Miller, be proud, as it's the 100th anniversary of Route 66. So it is 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Final lap as we rotate them on the backside of the Guthrie Green. Those race leaders already on the backside of Cameron, about to make that right-hand turn. And if the Jumbotrons are on and the speakers are going, We are sending them your way. Who are we? Sound Pony. They're heading that way up the hill. One to go, one to go, one to go, one to go, one to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. Again, it is a 4 different fields. So trying to score all these different races. There's the men's and women's 15 to 16 and the men's and women's 17 to 18. Overall, your top 2 race leaders, they don't care about the podium. They're going to like it. They're going to like their own categories. They have pride at stake here. Sanchez Alvarado, Sonneman battling out for the final as there's going to be an attack here as Sanchez Alvarado puts his head down, making the attack down the hill. He has opened up a gap on Finley Sonneman as he makes the final left-hand turn. Sanchez Alvarado, he makes the turn. He'll look over his shoulder, see Sonneman off his wheel. He's got 300 meters of sprint ahead of him. Up out of the saddle. Is it a coast-to-coast Space Ghost win for Sanchez Alvarado? It is. From the opening gun, he set the pace. A 150, 149 opening lap. And he takes it all the way to the end to win in our junior 15 to 16, 17 to 18 categories. And rolling on through that, actually maybe our 3rd place would have been Kyson Webb. Again, there are points to be had in the ACC Criterium series. So these racers spreading it out, even if they are not on the podium. Taking it to the line again, trying to figure out our overall female. That may be Margaret. It is. I think unofficially Margaret Tennant. I think she's our first female. She is. So again, 4 different podiums, lots of excitement. That sprint there at the end, Sanchez Alvarado taking the overall win unofficially. He is your 17 to 18 champion. Finley Sonneman, even though he finished second on the second overall, Finley Sonneman, your unofficial first place in the 15 to 16 men's category. So again, congratulations to all of our juniors as they roll on through, finishing this one up. Alrighty, we had to get some corrections on our junior 10 to 14 podiums. And again, a reminder, if you think you're on a podium in any of the race, stay close. We like to recognize them in the 15 or so minutes after you finish up. This one took a little longer. We had to had a protest period, had to get it all figured out. But we are going to recognize our junior 10 to 14 podiums. We do need Brooklyn Becker, Maddie Baker, and Renee Guerrero. So Renee Guerrero, first time we called her name, that was the correction, getting our podium corrected. We need Brooklyn Becker, Maddie Baker, Renee Guerrero. Please come to the podium. Then we also need Jorge Medina Hernandez, Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman, and William Croft for the OK Flyers. Raise your hand if you're here. So again, we're going to be recognizing our 10 to 14 junior podiums. Need Jorge Medina Hernandez, Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman, and Willie Croft. And then I think we've already got Renee Guerrero over there. We need Maddie Baker and Brooklyn Becker. So if you're over there, raise your hand if I heard your name, heard your name. There we go. There's Maddie. Raise your hand like you just don't care, except you do care, because that's why you're on the podium. Put a lot of work in. So there's Croft. So I still need Jorge Medina Hernandez, and I need Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman. If you hear your name, raise your hand straight in the air. I'm going to heaven. That's a proud mama-papa duo right there walking around. They had a guy named Isaiah Colbreth win a bike race last night. I'm just going to start calling them Mama and Papa Colbreth. Make them feel old. All righty, so still looking for Jorge Medina Hernandez. Nope, right there. Desert Fox race team. I'm looking for Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman. Still looking for Romero Guzman, and then I already see Willie Croft. I need Brooklyn Becker. And then we got Maddie, and we got Renee Guerrero. All right, so we're going to do our junior women's podium first. Hey, Amy, we'll do our junior women's podium first, 10 to 14. All righty. Recognizing our junior 10 to 14 women's podium here on day number 2 at the 2026 edition of the FC Tulsa Arts District Saint Francis Health System Tulsa Tough. In third place, it's Renee Guerrero. Making her way to second on our podium with Team Crispy Print, it's Maddie Baker. And your first place finisher, top step of the podium here in the junior women 10 to 14, racing out of Wisconsin with Gilbruca Spirit of Sport, it's Brooklyn Becker. So your podium in your junior women 10 to 14, Becker, Baker, Guerrero, 1, 2, and 3. Alrighty, we will be recognizing our junior men's podium and momentarily. Oh, forgot, we got to put on our race leader's jersey, of course. Not only do you get a top step, the gold standard, but also you get a chance to put on the Saint Francis Health System Tulsa Tough leader's jersey here in our junior 10 to 14 women. So I know we've got Medina Hernandez. Do we have Romero Guzman? Raise your hand like you just don't. There you go. I see you, sir. All right, without further ado, let's recognize our podium in the men's junior 10 to 14. Racing with the Oklahoma Flyers, it's Willie Croft. Making his way to second, racing with Zopapan Romero race team, it's Angel Emmanuel Romero Guzman. Racing from Mexico with the Desert Fox race team, it's Jorge Medina Hernandez. Your winner in the men's junior 10 to 14. Medina Hernandez, Romero Guzman, and Croft, 1, 2, and 3. And again, congratulations to Desert Fox race team. That Desert Fox race team's been coming up here to Tulsa for years to race. Esteban Duran used to come and race all over the podium. Hungry like the wolf, Duran. His team bringing up the juniors now with the Desert Fox race team. Once again, congratulations, Jorge Medina Hernandez, our leader's jersey in the junior 10 to 14 here on race number 1 for them, but day number 2 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So we're still working on the podiums. The kids race has been canceled, unfortunately, if you're just joining us. Due to some of the weather and everything else, we decided to cancel the Brainerd Chemical kids race, so that's not going to be happening here at 1:45. Next race of the day will be the Masters A. Masters A coming up at 2:10. So unfortunately, kids' race is canceled, but come on by, grab a bite to eat. Go over, see the Masa food truck. They got the empanadas. They got the El Jefe Cubano sandwich. Hit Andolini's, get a slice of that. Go over to Kaz's. Kaz, the lights are on at Kaz's, but not if you're a junior. Head on up the hill, Sound Pony Hill. Go see Amy Pullen up at the top of the hill. The second year as the owner of Sound Pony now during Tulsa Tough Race Weekend. Trying to get all the merchandise set up. It's one of their biggest weekends. It is the biggest weekend for merchandise, so they had to take everything and shove it inside during the deluge this morning. But head on up the hill, because again, who are we? Sound Pony. That's a spot to be later on. The great spot watching the racers suffer as they go up Main Street. It's not the climb of Crybaby Hill that you get on Sunday, but it's definitely something that will sap the legs Got to put extra work in, and you will build up that lactic acid in those legs as you make your way up the hill, Sound Pony Hill, lap after lap after lap. But again, congratulations once again to our junior men's and women's 10 to 14 podium. We are figuring out the junior 15 to 16 and the junior 17 to 18 men's and women's podiums. So those juniors, there's 4 different podiums that are working through all that. Again, there's lots of racers out there getting everything divvied up. We do know that your overall race winner was Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado, and he's going to be your leader in the 17 to 18 junior category for the ACC Cup, or the ACC, the American Criterium Cup. And in second overall, Finley Sonneman, but he will be first in the 15 to 16. He'll be wearing that race leader's jersey. As again, some Fondo participants rolling in. Are you just coming back from the Fondo? You did not turn around, sir? Are you Tulsa Tough? You are. So some people did not turn around whenever Dorothy came flying through and that house dropped on the witch early in the morning. Course is still closed. Course is still closed. Next race of the day is at 2:10. We will have the race at 2:10. Will be the Masters A. And you're going to hear me wax poetic. It is one of my favorite races every year. Every year, the Masters A. These are all 40 plus. Old enough to be your dad. Fast enough to whoop your butt on a bike course. These are ex-national champions, some world champions. You got Masters here and there, ex-Tulsa Tough champions. Just a complete, again, as someone that's hit the half-century mark, it's always my favorite race, the Masters A. It's men's category 1 and 2, and that is coming up at 2:10, a 50-minute race. So again, a reminder, if you finish up and you think you're on the podium, stay close. We want to recognize our podiums. Also a reminder that the staging is about 10 to 15 minutes before your race, and the staging zone is off to the west of us here on Reconciliation Way, back towards Main Street. And again, if you have to leave, I don't know why you're going to leave. We're just getting into the second half of the day. A lot of great racing taking us into the 7 o'clock hour tonight. But that being said, you gotta go check out the live stream. Go to YouTube, courtesy of Quick Trip. So Quick Trip, our lead sponsor on our live stream. When you need to fuel up fast and get back to action, there's only one place to go, and that's QT. Quick Trip has over 1,200 locations. Fresh food, great coffee, and the fastest pit stop in the game. Quick Trip knows a thing or two about speed, and they know Tulsa. I grew up at an OG Quick Trip location. Big store number 4 at 3rd and Garnett. No longer there, showing my age. But that was one of the original single-digit locations, and it's one of 1,200 locations nationally now. Quick Trip, started here in Tulsa in 1958, still headquartered here. Quick Trip, the official fueler of Tulsa Tough, and our live stream coverage. Stay with us on YouTube for every lap, every sprint, and every finish, along with every podium. Again, this is the FC Tulsa, Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Here on day number 2, our lead sponsor, FC Tulsa, brought home some hardware to the 918 last year as they took home the Western Conference Championship. They are the Western Conference champs in the USA Soccer League. FC Tulsa proving that Tulsa competes with anyone and anywhere. That same competitive fire is out here on these streets today. 2 of Tulsa's premier sporting events united by one thing, a city that shows up. FC Tulsa, Oklahoma's premier professional soccer club. And you can see them right down the street at Reconciliation Way at the end of that, at One Oak Field. It's a dual-use sports stadium, not only baseball, but also soccer. And that's where you'll find FC Tulsa all season long, all of their home games down at One Oak Field. So again, unfortunately, we did have to cancel kids race. So the kids race is not going on. There's a little open gap in the schedule. So a chance for us to take a deep breath, make sure we stay on task. We're back on schedule. We were pretty good even with the rain delays early this morning, some of the cancellations. And we should be good for our 2:10 start for the next race of the day. The Masters A coming up. Masters A at 2:10. Again, we're coming up at 2:10 will be the next race today. As the rain starts back up a little bit, start to pick up a little bit maybe. It's nothing like early today. This isn't rain. You want to see rain? Uphill both ways in the snow back in my day. Coming up next, that Masters A race, it's going to be Sean Watson, your defending champion from last night. David Richter was second. Third place was Stalen Gutierrez Cuello. Easier said than me with the Dave Jordan Elite Road team. Again, that looks like that was our podium. Team Topeka, Drew Christopher, I believe your Omnium winner in the Masters A last year, finishing fourth last night, and then Philip Wyckoff in fifth. Again, that was your top five on the Masters A Friday night at the Nelly's Group, Blue Dome District Criterium, night number one of the 20th edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Again, it's a year of anniversaries, big ones. Is it cardboard? Is it diamond? Is it sandpaper? Whichever anniversary it is. But what it is 20. 20 years, the anniversary for Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. 100 years, the anniversary for Route 66. And 250 years of the United States of America. So we got our podium already set up. Bib numbers 250, 100, and 20. Again, a momentous year in 2026. And we're going to have it continue all the way through the end of the day tomorrow. So we're about midway through. Let's say we're midway through the weekend. Coming up next, the Masters A, as we'll take it all the way into the Women's Pro and Men's Pro race tonight. Women's kickoff at 5:25. Men's kickoff at 6:40. Again, between then and there, here and there, we got the Masters A race coming up. Again, this is 40-plus, Category 1 and 2, 40-plus racers in the men's field. And then at 3:05, we'll have the men's Cat 3. Then at 4:10, the men's Cat 1-2, or the Oklahoma Flyers elite team looks to try to put another racer at the top step. Will it be Isaiah, or will they work now for a new guy? Will it be Grant Wilkie? Will it be one of the other racers? Will it be Christopher Morrison? We shall see. As coming up, the 1-2 race at 4:10, and then the women's pro at 5:25, the men's pro 1 at 6:40. But right now, we are a couple minutes away. About a little over 10 minutes away from our Masters A race coming up next. All right, a reminder, when we're talking about the podiums, we gotta wait a little bit on the podiums. We have to post the official results. And again, so there is no physical post location. You need to go to tulsatough.com, go to results. There's a tab that'll take you to the official results. So once those post in the digital realm, take a look. The protest period starts. It's a 15-minute protest period. So again, just because they'll post, have a look. We'll go through the protest period, and then we'll figure out, if we're good to go or not after the 15 minutes. And then we'll have the official results, and then we'll have our podiums and our junior races. But again, waiting for the final results, or the posted results, that is, to get posted digitally in the online realm and the of the Ethernet. But again, that will start once they officially post. It'll start the 15-minute protest period.
Yeah, tired, you know, but I don't know if you heard. There were a couple cars parked in our place when we were trying to move trucks last night.
Yeah, that's usually.
Had to get them towed out.
Yeah. You got Brad to do it.
Brad, yeah.
Yep. What happened? Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
I thought you were saying they came out guns a-blazing. Who took our?
Just, you know, had to stand around for an hour waiting on a tow truck.
Oh, geez. Seriously? Wow. You didn't get much sleep.
So again, it's a wet one here in Tulsa, downtown. FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. It's the L-shaped drag race course. Long straightaway here on Reconciliation Way. Whenever you make that turn in front of the Tulsa Theater, it's about 2/10 of a mile, so about 320 meters or so of sprint from that turn, the white knuckle downhill. You hang that left turn 320 meters to the start finish line. Again, the lap continues. As you roll on through, you hit the backside of the Guthrie Green, a couple left-hand turns. You make that right-hand turn onto Main Street. You go uphill. Not Crybaby Hill climb, but still, it's going to sap the legs. Do the Sound Pony Hill climb up to the iconic Cain's Ballroom before you make the white knuckle descent down past the Tulsa Theater to bring you to, again, a finish of another lap at the FC Tulsa Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So, again, we are working through all the final results and postings and protest period, trying to recognize all of our junior podiums coming up next 15 to 20. Again, we'll have to start the protest period when it is officially posted, but what is coming up in 10 minutes will be the Masters A. Masters A race coming up next. 67 racers. That is what you're going to find on that start line. Well, hold up. That's what we will see registered. We will see how many of the 67 are brave enough to toe the line. The Don Thornton Automotive Group, they'll roll through, and the official King of the Road pace car for the Masters A race will be the Audi. Again, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive.
Bill, I can stay here and just manage. Doing the wind gun, okay?
All right.
I mean, I got nothing else.
I want to get these monitors.
Covered them up, yeah.
Well, get them faxed. I want to get a signal to them.
Oh, got it.
He's at lunch.
So we
He-
should
he
be
got
staging.
it.
If you're in the Masters A race, 40 plus, category 1, 2, you should be staging. Staging is off to the west here, down past Kaz's Chow House on the south side of the barriers here on Reconciliation Way, down towards Main Street, but not quite to Main Street. So, again, we should be staging Masters A, staging Masters A.
Okay. We'll be back in a second to help you guys.
Well, there's a wind event coming, so I'm gonna roll this up the best I can. And make sure that nothing gets blown away.
Yeah. All right.
Like, I saw one plant right here.
Yeah.
Here's one. Here it is. If I can find some more.
So we are keeping our eyes on the sky here.
Signal.
Yeah,
As
we
we,
never have got.
well, we may have some more rain.
Yeah, I'm hearing.
And you're like, well, what are we standing in out here with our shoes soaked? Well, this is rain. We may have some more rain. Keeping an eye on there. Production trucks keeping an eye with the local meteorologists. We've got satellites in the sky. We've got meteorologists. We got seances going on, trying to send the rain on elsewhere. But we may have another wave coming our way of severe weather. So we'll keep an eye out for this. We'll try to, as soon as we hear anything, we'll try to announce it here. But also, if you're walking away from maybe where a Jumbotron is or where there's some speakers, make sure you're keeping the social media feeds pulled up, Instagram or Facebook. Go check the Tulsa Tough one. They should have updates there. But again, if we hear anything here and we're trying to get some live in living color updates from the production truck about some incoming weather, we'll let you know. Again, trying to keep an eye to the sky because we may not be going off at 210. But then again, knock on wood, wherever we're going to find a wooden platform in this metal stage in the middle of a storm, we're going to try to make sure we let you know if we have any type of delays. But right now, keeping an eye on the sky due to some potential weather coming our way. So again, keeping an eye on the sky and listening for weather updates. But coming up next, whether it's at 210 or will be delayed any, it will be the Masters A race. Looking at last night's podium, taking the win on day number one, night number one of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. That is Sean Watson racing with Team Cadence Cyclery, Waldo Racing out of Florida. In second, it was David Richter, Texas Roadhouse. In third, racing with CRCA, Dave Jordan Elite Road Team, Stalin Gutierrez Coelho. And with the squeak of the disc brakes, here comes our Masters A field as they will roll them to the line. So we are scheduled for 2:10. So we got a couple minutes. Some final pre-flight instructions, gentlemen. It's my favorite race every year. It's the Masters A. We got some salty dogs jumping in. Got Team Topeka, Drew Christopher, last year's marked band. But looking at some of the final pre-flight instructions, gentlemen, a reminder that we're going to count the clock up before we count the laps down. They were 10 to go in earlier races. We'll probably... All right, so first lap you'll see will be 10 to go. So, clock counting up before we count the laps down. Again, free laps end at 6. If you're wondering where the wheel pit is, off to your left and back at Main Street, you're going to find the State Wheels tent. The pit is where they'll wheel you back in. With 6 to go, you're done. No more free laps. So again, any type of mechanical wreck on the course, you can't go backwards, of course, on the course. Can't pull a Chris Froome and run up Monfin 2. You got to wheel your way on the other side of the barriers. Get back over to the State Wheel Pit to get you on out. Also, the medical tent is across the street there at the Main Street Reconciliation Way intersection. And then, of course, we'll be pulling riders. So, again, gentlemen, I know you paid for it. You want to race every single lap. But here's the thing. If you see a USA Cycling official pull you off, you got to get pulled off. They're going to pull you out. Again, make sure you're paying attention to those race officials as we are still a couple minutes away from kicking off the Masters A race. Again, we talked about your winner in Friday night down at the McNally's Blue Dome. Sean Watson, racing age 41, just stepping into the Masters field here, taking the win on night number one of the 2026 edition. Again, we got our numbers of podiums this year. The numbers are 250, United States anniversary, 100. It's 100 years of Route 66 and 20, the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough 20th anniversary, as we are less than 3 minutes away, maybe 2 minutes away. Again, I am unofficial time. You're going to be waiting for the official whistle coming from your USA Cycling race official down there in the front. Again, reminder, gentlemen, if you're in the Masters, and you're on the podium, don't go anywhere, stay close. Even through the protest period and all that, we want to recognize you. But again, we are doing the podium right in the 15 minutes or so. Mr. Jeremy Stitt, I want you over there. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are waiting. We are waiting. We are waiting for Masters A to head on out. It's a 50-minute race, gentlemen. 2 cash greens, $100 courtesy of Bicycle Tulsa, 1 courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden, and we're waiting on the whistle. We are here momentarily. We are underway. Masters A. As we're going to roll out Titan Racing, Cadence Cyclery, Carl Bordine with all the jokes. Alrighty, we do want to recognize our ACC podiums. There's 4 different ones in the junior. Men's and women's 15 to 16, men's and women's 17 to 18. You're going to hear me call a lot of names. If I call your name more than once, that's a good thing. That means you're going to be on the podium. So we need you to go right to the front of the podium. Don't hang out in the trees. We're going to make you stand in the rain. But you're tough. Tulsa tough. Alrighty, so here comes the names. Margaret Tennant, Elizabeth Hernandez, Jocelyn Wright, Bristol Albright, Evie Alvarado, Sloan Becker, Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado, Sam Ewing, Aditya Yoshi, Finley Sonneman, Lucas Gonzalez, and Joe Boroff. I'm naming them, and I'll keep naming them. We're going to have 12 total racers because we have 4 different podiums here for our juniors ACC, the American Criterium Cup race. Again, we are looking for Margaret Tennant, Elizabeth Hernandez, Jocelyn Wright, Bristol Albright, Evie Alvarado, Sloan Becker, Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado, Sam Ewing, Aditya Yoshi, Finley Sonneman, Lucas Gonzalez, and Joe Boroff. Please make your way to the front of the podium. Alrighty, opening lap. So we're about to put it in under 2 minutes. Matt Stevens, he'll roll on through. Former Tulsa Tough champion. As again, we had 67 on the registration. We'll see how many actually are on the start list. But we are 1 lap done and dusted, just around 2 minutes. So the rain started to pick up on that junior race in the 17 to 18 category. We saw a 150, 149 opening lap by your eventual champion in the 17 to 18 group, Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado, and he stayed off the front. Had a 2-man break at a certain point, but really it was a opening bell to closing bell win for Sanchez Alvarado. But again, the opening lap was 150. No offense to Sanchez Alvarado, he's fast. This is an amazing group of Cat 1, Cat 2s out here. Tells you that they're taking it a little easy. Also, the weather probably starting to rain a little bit, and maybe not some of the, a little bit more weather than maybe that was on the course for the juniors. But again, we'll be recognizing junior podiums coming up. Again, I need Margaret Tennant. And again, if you hear your name, raise your hand so I know you're here. Margaret Tennant. Elizabeth Hernandez. Jocelyn Wright. Bristol Albright. I see you, Bristol. Evie Alvarado. Raise your hand if you're there. Yep, there's Evie. Sloan Becker. There we go. Inner monologue of me. Checking off the list here. Sanchez Alvarado. There you are. All right, you're here. Looking for Sam Ewing out of Tennessee. The volunteer, Adichie Yoshi. All right, about to have lap number 2 done and dusted. This one faster than the last one by far. Maybe a good 10 seconds, 7 seconds faster. Maybe that's Texas Roadhouse. I have a lot of maybes there. Once I'm focused solely on the race, I'll stop with the maybes and give you definitive names and numbers. Looking for Adichie Yoshi. Yoshi, there you go, sir. Thank you. All right, looking for Finley Sonneman. There you go. Lucas Gonzalez. I see a hand way back in the back. Joe Boroff, right here. So, I'm looking for Margaret Tennant. There's Margaret. Elizabeth Hernandez. Elizabeth Hernandez, right there. There's 17 hands pointing at her. Jocelyn Wright. There's 14. What is Jocelyn? You don't have as many friends? Only 14 hands? All right, I think we are good to go. 3, 6, 9, 12. 12 podium contenders in the 20th year of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Give me just a second. We're going to check out the race here. We are 5 minutes in, so we are lap number 3 of our Masters A race. We do have 2 cash premiums, $100 courtesy of BOT Bicycles of Tulsa, $100 courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. We'll wait a little bit for that. Let them kind of figure it out, see if the rain continues to get heavier. Hopefully avoid all the hail. Yes, ma'am. We have all 12 kids there, so we are ready. All righty, so without further ado, we're going to start with the women junior race. We're going to go women's 15 to 16 first. So if you're in the 15 to 16, we're recognizing you first. So in third place, racing from Wisconsin with Gelrucha Spirit of Sport, it's Sloan Becker. In second, racing with Fem Kermesse Racing, Evie Alvarado. And in first place, racing with Fount Cycling Guild Team, it's Bristol Albright. Your women's junior ACC podium, 15 to 16, Albright, Alvarado, and Becker, 1, 2, and 3. All right, 3 more podiums to go, but right now we'll look. We've started lap number 4 here. It is a jersey recognition here. As your winner being donned with the ACC jersey, the American Criterium Cup jersey, Fount Cycling Guild Team, Bristol Albright, taking the jersey here in race number 1 of the 6-race series, starting here this weekend at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We will not race for this ACC for the juniors tomorrow. Tomorrow will just be a normal Crybaby Hill race. But then the next race in this series will take place in Milwaukee on June 27th, and that'll be the Tour of America's Dairyland for race number 2. 6 total in the series, but here it is. The opening bell and the opening jersey going to Bristol Albright in our junior women 15 to 16. So now recognizing our junior men 15 to 16. In the ACC series. So our junior men 15 to 16 in third place. I told you it was an acronym. You may not have believed me, but he races with Boise Young Rider Development Squad. It's for the birds. It's Joe Boroff in third place. Here comes our our Peloton. Matt Stevens pushing at the front, racing with Parks Law Firm this year. Again, early on, start recognizing this race momentarily. In second place, in our junior boys 15 to 16, racing with Violet Crown Sports Association, it's Lucas Gonzalez. And the man that bridged to the front for the 2-man duo, an expeditionary assault at the front of this race, and eventually putting on the jersey as the leader of our junior 15 to 16. In first place, racing with CXD Trek bikes, is Finley Sonneman. So your junior boys 15 to 16 podium. Boroff in third, Gonzalez in second, Sonneman in first. 1, 2, and 3. As we take a look on the Jumbotron, they're making their way up Sound Pony Hill or the Masters A. Flick of the elbow. We send some new racers to the front. I think that's Texas Roadhouse. There's also a U.S. champion up there. That is 373, which is David Richter with Texas Roadhouse. He was second last night. But again, congratulations as Finley Sonneman with CXD Trek Bikes out of Wisconsin dons the American Criterium Cup Leaders Jersey here after race number 1 at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So again, Richter still in that front group. Matt Stevens, top 5. Again, Stevens winning last year. Early on, 9 minutes into this race here. Alrighty, 2 more podiums to go. Let's recognize our junior men. The junior men 17 to 18 podium. As another lap goes through, looking towards the front. Talk about some of those names. 2-man break, not only like a couple seconds. But we'll get again some of those names and numbers coming up. I did see for the first time Stalin Pitiero Coelho, our 3rd place finisher yesterday. But right now, let's recognize our junior men 17 to 18 American Criterium Cup podium. In 3rd place, racing with Caden Cyclery, it's Aditya Joshi. Coming in from Tennessee, racing with Hub Youth Cycling. In 2nd place, it's Sam Ewing. And your gun-to-gun opening lap to finishing lap winner, racing out of Puerto Rico with Sports Science Racing and Development Team, it's Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado. Your podium in the junior men 17 to 18, Sanchez Alvarado, Ewing, and Yoshi 1, 2, and 3. And again, that top step not only is your winner today, but he also gets to put the jersey on as Julio Andres Sanchez Alvarado is your American Criterium Cup race leader after race number 1. Next race, June 27th, July 11th, July 26th, August 15th, and then it finishes Labor Day weekend in St. Louis on September 6th at the Bomarito Audi West County Gateway Cup on Labor Day weekend. Alrighty, so trying to get an eye to the front of this race again. Seeing at the front, I believe that's Sean Watson. That's exactly, yes, 432, exactly who it is. Last night's champion on night number 1, Sean Watson at the front of this, shaking his head going, man, how am I at the front of this race again? We're early, I want you guys to do some work. He was solo for at least double digits. I could not believe how long it was. I don't know the exact number of laps, but he was off the front for a long time, holding on to win by 3 to 5 seconds last night. All right, so final podium in our ACC Junior Series. It will be our junior women 17 to 18. Making her way to the 3rd step, it is Jocelyn Wright. Team Crispy Print. In 2nd place, another of the Okies making their way to the podium, racing with Oklahoma Flyers, it's Elizabeth Hernandez. And coming in from Tennessee, with Hub Youth Cycling, in 1st place in the Junior Women ACC 7 to 18, it's Margaret Tennant. Tennessee, but I am still thirsty. Congratulations again, our Junior Women 17 to 18 podium, Tennant, Hernandez, and Wright. And now to don the American Criterium Cup Series Leader jersey. Racing out of Tennessee with Hub Youth Cycling, it's Margaret Tennant. So again, congratulations, our 4th and final podium in the ACC Series in our junior men and junior women 15 to 16 and 17 to 18 categories. So another lap done. There's Titan at the front. Maybe 352. No, it's not 350. It's not a Texas Roadhouse racer. It will be Titan trying to keep an eye to the front. 351. That's Marco Alita. That's 351. We're trying to keep an eye out. 357. 357. Oh, that's Randall Coxworth. Titan Racing Cadence. Again, one of our repeat offenders when it comes to podium. That team, Titan Racing Cadence Cyclery, also known as Monster Media League. Philip Tinsman, yeah, it's Chris DeMarchi back in the day. Carl Bordine. They have been a fixture at the front of these Master A's races for the last 10 to 12 years, dominating, even as they now reach 50 years old in this 40-plus 1-2 field, still showing the spunk and vigor to be at the front and win these races year after year. Rolling through, we'll have one of our racers from Oklahoma. That's Jonathan Gardner, Salty Dog Cycling. He'll roll through. We do have two preems. We're about 14 minutes in. It is a 50-minute race here. But we have two preems, and we'll figure out when we're going to roll those out. Recognizing all of our great juniors, especially as they are competing here in the American Criterium Cup. Now to the action. Again, I wax poetic every year, Masters A. It's my favorite race. 406, first time we're calling bib number 46, roll in the front. That's Chad Bertzelauskas with Texas Roadhouse. So again, looking at that podium last night, Watson had gone off the front, was out there double-digit leads off the front, just breathing through his eyeballs. He was suffering immensely. I did not get a chance to head on down and watch the race in person, but thank you to Quick Trip providing the YouTube live stream. I watched him lap after lap, just watch the pain and suffering working in his face, and you were just wondering, would Watson be able to hold on? And he did. He held on to win last night on night number one. The McNelly's group, Blue Arts. All right, next time through, we're 16 minutes in. Let's fire up the first preem. It'll be a $100 cash preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. But again, looking at that top five last night, the podium, we mentioned first John Watson, David Richter, Texas Roadhouse in second, Stalin Gutierrez in third, Drew Christopher in fourth, and Philip Wyckoff in fifth. In some new names and faces. David Richter, though, not one of the new names. He was second last year on Saturday in the Masters A race in the 2025 edition. Again, we talked about some of these racers like a Philip Tinsman, a Chad Cagle. Chad not in the race here this year. Philip Tinsman should be on the start. Yeah, bib number 379. We'll see if we can find him out there. But this is a preem lap. Gentlemen, this is a preem lap. $100 in cash. $100 in cash. 423 will roll on through. That will be Tyler Locke. Methods to winning. Rashawn Bahati and the guys coming from California with methods to winning. Tyler Locke was in first as we lead out on this preem lap, the first of two $100 cash preem laps. But again, we talked about, I talked about the jokester Carl Bordine. He was giving Chris Carlson a hard time. He's telling him, hey, you're racing the wrong way when Carlson turned his bike around in the starting chute. But Carl Bordine, a competitor who knows the top step. Bordine twice has finished first in the Masters A race in the last 10 years here and had finished fifth 1 year. But his teammate, Philip Tinsman, if you want to talk about the two names of Masters A racing over the last 11 years of Tulsa Tough racing, it has been Philip Tinsman, it has been Chad Cagle, the local hero Chad Cagle. Philip Tinsman coming in, racing with Monster Media in the past, now racing with Titan Racing. You look at their Paul Mars, you look at their top fives that they've had in the last 11 years. Philip Tinsman in the last 11 years, 4 first-place finishes, 6 second-place finishes, 5 thirds, 3 fourths, and 1 fifth. So 15 podium finishes over the last 11 years. Chad Cagle, he also has 4 wins in the Masters A race over the last 11 years. and a total of 10 total podiums himself. Again, Cagle not in this race, but Philip Tinsman should be out there racing with his teammates there from formerly known as Monster Media Elite, now Titan Racing, powered by Caden Cyclery. Again, some of these names year after year that come out here. Keep an eye out for Carl Bordine. He has the jokes. He also has 2 first-place finishes in the Masters A race at Tulsa Tough. So, it's a preem lap. Who's going to win the sprint? It's $100, it's $100, it's $100. And it will be Tyler Locke, 423. He was first when they rolled through and started the lap, and he's first when they finished the lap, as Tyler Locke, with methods to winning, gets the first $100 preem, a cash preem courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. Again, we fired off that first preem. We have another one. We are 19 minutes into this 50-minute race. It's not quite the midway point. And again, just talking about some of the names and some of these great competitors. We ran through the top 5 last night on Friday night here at the McNelly's Group, Blue Dome District. But you go back and you look at some of the top 5s last year. On Saturday, it was Drew Christopher. He finished first. I believe Drew Christopher, Team Topeka, was the Omnium winner last year. He was in the top 5 last night, finishing in 4th place on Friday night here in 2026, the opening night. But you look back through there, David Richter was in the top 5. You don't have, I don't think, Rasan Bahati. Yeah, Rasan is not in the start list. I don't think he's racing. I haven't seen him here, so he's not racing. So again, some new names and faces. Bryant Funston, did not see him on the start list as well. I could be wrong, trying to whip on through there and look through it. It is 3 pages here. Yeah, Brian Funston not here as well, so he was in 4th place last year. So, but some of the repeat names, David Richter, 2nd last night. Last year on Saturday, he also was 2nd, but he won it on Crybaby Hill in the Masters A race on Sunday in 2025. All right, so 20 minutes in, not quite the midway point, a resettling at the front. Racers kind of starting to come back together. First time we're going to call bib number 400. That is Tomer Alpert. Team No Team, Tomer Alpert. He came down to Norman, Oklahoma last weekend. Very active, winning the Masters A race on Saturday. I believe he's also in that top 3 possibly on Sunday. Definitely winning it on day 1, though, at the Maverick Criterium. Trying to catch that Titan race bib number. Not able to see it. 360. Don't think it's not 379. Not Tinston. You see 438, though, moving his way to the front. That is Adam Mills out of California with Titan. Now Team Topeka at the front. So that may be Drew Christopher. So Drew Christopher, bib number 409, that's exactly who it is. So he will make that right-hand turn. He'll go to the right side. He'll look over as there's going to be attack up the left side. That could be David Richter with Texas Roadhouse. Also moving is Tomer Alpert, aforementioned Maverick Criterium Masters A champ. Again, we are nearing the midway point here as they're going to make that left-hand turn. The Shadow of 244, able to navigate it, so they don't have any of the barriers up. They don't have any fencing. So maybe we will see some of the riders make their way into the Shadow of 244. What the heck's the Shadow of 244? What is this? This is Tulsa. So years ago, when you head up Crybaby Hill, that's tomorrow. When you head up Sound Pony Hill, you're breathing out your eyeballs. The lactic acid is built up. It's lap after lap. You turn in front of the iconic Canes Ballroom. You make that left-hand turn. It's a narrow little road. And with all the construction that was going on with OK Pop, racers would move to the right. But they had a barrier up. Before the OK Pop, they would go over the barriers, over the hay bales, into the grass, because they would miss this 3-inch little curve. The Shadow of 244, as here's an attack from Parks Law Firm. Matt Stevens going off the front here. We've had one preem. We're going to wait to fire off the second preem, but Matt Stevens deciding it's not enough action at the front. Let's set the washing machine on agitate and move to the front. Now, I know this isn't cyclocross weather, but Matt Stevens very famously is a cyclocross racer that's come up the race Ruts and Guts. He's come up the race in the local area. He's done Rock the Mohawk, courtesy of Team Topeka, but he's raced all these races. He's been in his hometown, our home state of Texas. He's gone down to the Garland when we had the Pan Am Cross Championships down there in Garland, Texas. Matt Stevens, he's able to ride on rough conditions. So again, Not that he has file tread out here on his crit bike, but he has some skill level that maybe he can handle some of this. Not going to call him a Matthew Van Der Poel or anything like that, but definitely able to run a ride here on kind of tough conditions, just like the cyborg Steve Isaac. It was a cyborg sighting. RoboCop 3, except he's a fireman. Alrighty, so they navigate the shadow of 244. They'll look on the Jumbotron. They will be behind our lead moto, and they'll be behind the Audi, the Don Thornton Automotive Group pace car. So we've already fired off the one of two preems. So what's a preem? Thanks for joining us. I will educate you on a preem. So you'll hear a bell at the end. It's one to go. Why are you ringing a bell in the middle of the race? We will have races within the race. It'll be cash money. We'll say this race or this lap, it's $100. Whoever's first across the line wins it. Now here's the thing. First across the line in the breakaway, first across... I'm not ringing. We're just talking. So again, this is not a preem. We'll let them roll through. Idler lock, also back up to the front. So again, this is not a... We're not doing a preem race, just kind of explaining what a preem is. Alrighty, well, the lightning counter, I think it has counted. All it takes is one. So, I'm not sure if lightning or something, but basically we are going to neutralize this race course. So, at the front of this, they're still kind of going full gas at the backside of Guthrie Green. The lead motos, the race officials are going to try to, we're going to neutralize the race. So again, we have some severe weather coming in. Thought maybe we're going to avoid it here in the afternoon, but we are neutralizing the race. There is an attack going off up the hill, but again, they need, they've not heard it yet back in the Peloton. As actually that'll be an attack being made there by Chris McDonald with Titan Racing and Drew Christopher. But again, we are neutralizing the race. We are neutralizing the race. Believe either it's lightning or just the severe weather is about to be upon us. So we want to make this a safe race course. Again, it's been a day of a lot of tough decisions having to be made by both by USA Cycling as well as the race organizers. So we're going to neutralize the race. So we are neutralizing the race. The motos are up. They are neutralizing it. We have heard, look up on the Jumbotron. There is a understanding now by the Peloton that we are slowing this, stopping this at around the 25-minute mark. So we are in a lightning protocol scenario, lightning strike within 5 miles, and that means a 30-minute clock. So fortunately, it's for the safety. First and foremost, this is for the safety of the racers. But unfortunately, if there's a second lightning strike or anything else, then you have to reset the clock. So we are in a race neutralized lightning strike setup here. So, gentlemen, you know why you're here. We have neutralized the race course. There was lightning within 5 miles. So we've started the 30-minute clock. So it brings us all back together. So we are going to get we're getting the Peloton off of here. So again, race has been neutralized. There was lightning within a 5-mile zone. So we are neutralizing the race here about 25 minutes in. So again, this was a 50-minute race. Lightning in the area. Please take shelter immediately as we stand on a metal station. So again, we are in a race neutralization. So severe weather coming through. They start the clock at 30 minutes. We will make sure you stay close. Get it figured out when we're going to roll everybody back out and fire it off. So again, got the heart rate up. This is kind of a dangerous part here where you get your heart rate You win the preem. Now you can just go home. Don't worry about finishing the rest of the race. You can do the old sound pony sprints. We'll just do 50-meter sprints up the hill towards Kane's Ballroom. I told you you'd be back here, Jeremy Stitt. Right back here. I already blamed you, but it was only on the internet, but it's okay. We'll get your upgrade to Cat 5 points coming up after this. Points count. The junior race is tomorrow. So again, we have neutralized the race now with the rain and lightning in the area. Some of our more experienced Masters racers have figured out that the patio over here next to the Majestic has got chairs. You just pull them over the fence, have a seat. So again, we are in a race neutralization scenario, i.e. we got lightning in the area. So again, lightning in the area, so race protocol. We have the lightning clock. We have to wait. We'll wait to hear from all of our USA Cycling race officials. We'll also keep an eye out for some of these Tulsa Tough officials. Again, working with the local authorities, making sure we're keeping this safe first and foremost for our racers. Our Masters A field. But we are still counting the clock up. We're just under 25 minutes, so we had not started counting the laps back down yet. Still, we're well, probably, they're averaging 150 or so. They have been 15, 16 out, but again, that's me just doing rough back of the envelope math here. Again, we'll wait. We get this started back underway. So again, we're about the midway point of this race. So we'll start the clock. We won't do the lap counter just yet. Alrighty, if you're just joining us, we are in a race neutralization. Due to lightning in the area, we had to pull the racers off the course, so it's around the midway point of this 50-minute Masters A race. We've fired off the first preem of the day. So before the cessation of hostilities, it was Tyler Locke with Methods to Winning, taking the $100 cash preem, courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa. We will have one more, so when we get back underway, we're about midway through the race. We've got the second half, which, again, trying to make sure your racers don't cool down too much. Don't let your heart rate get too cooled down there. But again, kind of tough because you also can't get out on the course, can't stay warmed up on the course because we are in a lightning delay. But in that second half of the race, we will have the second cash preem. It'll be a $100 cash preem courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden coming up when we get back to the second half of our Masters A race. So again, we talked about some of the prior history, talked about some of the names. So again, we already know who won last night. It was the breakaway specialist, Sean Watson, racing out of Florida, Team Cadence. Waldo Bikes, Waldo Racing that is. Sean Watson taking first on Friday night. David Richter second. Richter was first on Crybaby Hill in the 2025 edition of the Masters A race last year. Second on Saturday in that edition. So very familiar with the podium here. And taking that win on Sunday at Crybaby Hill, David Richter last year, racing with Texas Roadhouse. In third place, rounding out your podium on Friday night, it was CRCA Dave Jordan Elite Road Team. That is Stalin Gutierrez Cuero. And then in fifth place with Super Squadra, powered by LEL Cycling out of North Carolina, Philip Wyckoff. Again, that was your top five last night in the McNelly's group, Blue Dome District. Again, we talk about some of these names and faces. Okay, Carl Bordine, he had jokes earlier. He was telling Chris Carlson he was facing the wrong way. Carl Bordine has also got top step wins. He's finished twice first place in the Masters A race here in the last 10 years of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. He's also got a fifth place in there. Again, some of these other names, you got Stages Cycling. Sean Benson in the past has won. Had a couple other top five finishes. Talking about that team, used to be Monster Media Elite, now Titan. Titan Racing, Cadence Cycling. Randall Coxworth racing that team. He's got 3 top fives here in the Masters A. Michael Olheiser, I don't think I've seen Michael here. He's on the start sheet, I don't believe. But he's been another one of those Titan/Monster Media guys that have come here. But the battle over the years. I mean, the battle over the years of Masters A has been Chad Cagle, local hero, and Philip Tinsman out of California. You look at those guys, they each have 4 first-place finishes in the Masters A race in the last 11 years. The battles over the years between some of the Wheelmen, Omnia, some of those Tulsa teams, as well as Monster Media or Titan when it comes to Philip Tinsman. So those guys, not that they were always mano a mano. Again, when you get to Masters A Category 1 and 2 with all these ex-national champions, and some of them current Masters national champions, they got the Stars and Stripes. Those battles have been iconic over the years. There was the year where the breakaway, which I believe included Cagle and Tinsman, they lapped the field, and we were so confused. It was late in the day. We had started a little later. I believe it was starting to be a little dusk. It was kind of tough to see that Masters A race. But again, Tinsman, Cagle, others, they lapped the field, and then they were in the Peloton. So they were 1 lap up, and their teammates were doing mini lead-outs, being 1 lap down, just to try to keep them protected at the front of the Masters A race. Some of the more iconic moments, Carl Bordine, I remember when he won, I believe on Crybaby Hill, he unclipped and did the kind of running man while kind of sauntering and coasting across that finish line. Down on that Sunday edition, previous edition on Sunday at Crybaby Hill. But again, you look at those guys. Philip Tinsman, 4 times first place. Chad Cagle, 4 times first place. Cagle, 10 times on the podium. Philip Tinsman, 15 times on the podium in the Masters A race over the last 11 years, going back from 2014 to 2025. You're like, Travis, why don't you go back further? Because they were racing the 1-2 race in previous years there. Again, these are 40-plus 1-2 current and former national champions out here. Chris Carlson, former Masters world champion in track. Again, it's a who's who as the rain starts to pick up and roll on through, trying to wax poetic in this rain delay, race neutralization here as we are held up due to a weather delay, lightning in the area. So again, we're probably waiting another 13 minutes. If there has not been another lightning strike, hopefully they've not reset the clock to put it back at 30 minutes. So again, we are in a race neutralization. We are in a weather delay here. It's day number 2 of the 2026 edition of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. It's FC Tulsa, our presenting sponsor here on day number 2 down here at the Arts District. Again, FC Tulsa brought home some hardware to the 918 in 2025. For the first time in club history, they were the USL Soccer League Western Conference champions, and they play all of their home games just off to the east of us here at One Oak Stadium. The arena's back over here. We'll be out of the rain if we're over at One Oak Arena. So again, FC Tulsa, our lead sponsor here on day number 2. Also, if you're smart and not out without an umbrella like, well, not Chris Siemens, You're watching on the live stream. You're out of the rain. Or you have an umbrella, like Mrs. Bacon, making sure to stay dry and out of the rain. With that being said, if you're at home, what are you doing? You're out running errands, what are you doing? You're watching Tulsa Tough, courtesy of Quick Trip, our YouTube live sponsor. Again, Quick Trip your presenting sponsor for the YouTube live stream. When you need to fuel up fast and get back to the action, there's only one place to go, and that's QT Quick Trip. Quick Trip has over 1,200 locations, fresh food, great coffee, and the fastest pit stop in the game. Quick Trip knows a thing or two about speed, and they know Tulsa. Headquartered here, they started in 1958. I grew up 3rd and Garnett, right next to an OG location. I think it was store number 4. No longer there. They moved on to phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, the bigger and bigger Quick Trips. I mean, you can go get a roller dog. They may even sponsor your race team. You can go get some of the taquitos. But again, Quick Trip, over 1,200 locations here in the United States. Been here since 1958. And again, the headquarters still located here in Tulsa. Quick Trip, the official fueler of Tulsa Tough and our live stream coverage. Stay with us on YouTube for every lap, every sprint, and every finish. So every lap, every sprint, every finish. How about the first lap? How about the first sprint? How about the first finish? 2006, the start of Tulsa Tough. Bike races, they come and go. This one has lasted for 20 years. And how does that happen? You have a backing. That doesn't just start in 2006. It starts back in 2004. Chris Dinthoff the Warrens on the back of a bar napkin, figuring out, let's not do one day. Should we do one? We should get another. How about 2? We should get another. We should do a 3-day bike race. And that's what we've been doing for 20 years at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Domo Marigato Junior Bogato. Again, you can't do it without sponsors. Saint Francis Health System, they've been here from the beginning. They are the lead, they're not the lead sponsor. You have a sponsor every day, but they're the lead sponsor. You go, it's McNally's Group. You go, it's going to be FC Tulsa. It's McElroy Manufacturing on Sunday. But it's not just a name on a banner for St. Francis Health System. It is for decades. Tulsa's cornerstone of compassionate care, committed not just to treating illness, but building a healthier, more active community. They believe in the power of movement, competition, getting outside and pushing your limits. That's why St. Francis Health System's partnership with Tulsa runs deeper than a sponsorship. It's a shared mission. They thank you, as always, to the St. Francis Health System here in the 918 in Green Country, helping bring you the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. And again, we got a podium of anniversaries. You talk about podiums, we got 3 numbers for you. Are they bib numbers? Yeah, we'll call them bib numbers. Are they a podium? Sure, there's 3. The number's 20. That is Tulsa Tough, 20th anniversary. The number's 100. It's Route 66, the 100th anniversary, which is why the theme this year is an ode or homage to Roger Miller, King of the Road, 100th anniversary of Route 66. And it's the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. So we've got our podium. The bib numbers are 250, 100, and 20. And it is here in 2026 that we are waxing poetic about our rain delay. So again, we're in neutralization. We're about halfway through this 50-minute race in the Masters A. We'll wait to hear if there's been any other lightning strikes or if we may be able to get our racers back out for the second half of this race. Because again, we have a second $100 bill burning a hole in our pockets as we have our second and final preem, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden, $100 cash, will come up in this second half, the final 25 minutes of our Masters A race, once we complete our rain delay. Alrighty, Masters A field, tentatively 3:05. So 10 minutes right now. If there's no more lightning, tentatively 3:05 will be the start time, and we're gonna race the rest of the race. It'll be the full 25 minutes. We get the full 25 second half of the race. We'll still have the second $100 cash premium, but 3:05 is our tentative start time. Alrighty, again, tentatively, we'll be back on the race course at 3:05. 3:05 for the Masters A. Carlson gelling on up. Making sure racers don't get too cooled down here in this delay. A half-hour delay due to the lightning strike. We had to neutralize the race. Starting to see some action. Wasn't a big breakaway, but I believe that was David Richter and Drew Christopher finishing second and fourth last night. They were starting to make a little two-man move. Had some other racers kind of in the area. So again, it wasn't a big breakaway or anything like that. But that was starting to starting to see some action. But again, at 3:05 is when we're going to roll them back out. So a reminder, the course is closed. We will be getting the racers out at 3:05, but the course is still closed. But 3:05, that's when we will start everyone, tentatively. But we will have the full 25 minutes. So again, we were about the midway point when we had to neutralize the Masters A race. So we'll have 25 minutes. Course is closed. Course is closed. Giving a shout out over the live stream to Bebop and Potts. I may have just given some Russian code words. Spy, don't know. Sir Christopher Dakin, Bebop and Potts. I think we just activated the sleeper cell out of the UK. Shout out to Bebop and Potts. Bebop and Potts. It's the king of the road. Again, king of the road, our theme here in 2026. 20th anniversary of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. It's a closed course, closed course, closed course. The course is closed, course is closed. Don't you cross this line. So again, if there's no lightning, even though the rain is starting to pick up, we're gonna roll them on out. 3:05 tentative start time. 3:05 tentative start time here for the Masters A. So it was a 50-minute affair that had a halftime. I know I use other sports analogies all through a racing event just because that's what I do. Talk about kicking off a race at 2 o'clock. You don't kick off a bike race. That being said, we had halftime. So we hit halftime of this one due to the lightning. So we're midway through our 50-minute race. When we get them back out there, we'll have a 25-minute mini race. Because again, we'll be bringing them all back together for the 25 minutes. And in that, we will have a $100 premium. So we'll have a second and final $100 premium in the Masters A race, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. 3:05, 3:05, 3:05. Hopefully you've not head up to Sound Pony if you're in this race and decided, man, I got a lot of time to go have a mid-race beer. If you haven't gone over to have some of the breakfast tacos at Camara, I'm sure they serve them at 3 o'clock. Yeah, they got them. The delicious tomatillo salsa. But that being said, 3:05, 3:05, 3:05. We are about 4 minutes away from that. We are going to get this back underway at 3:05. Masters A, 3:05 is our start back time. If you were one of the racers that left your bike out here on the barriers, take a look. We may have a slow leaker on one of these. A rear flat, possibly. Alrighty. On cue, we're going to roll you gentlemen out when the rain starts to get heavier. Because it is Tulsa Tough. Philip Tinsman rolls back to the front. Always looks like he's chewing a railroad tie. Always even keel, but always just got that jaw working. Rolling back out, Matt Stevens, we talked about previous winner back in 2024, Crybaby Hill. On many a bike race with Matt, but not on the road or cyclocross centric. But he's able to handle adverse conditions. He's got file tread, cyclocross file tread on his crit bike. Alrighty, we'll wait for the whistle. And again, you will have 25 minutes, gentlemen, 25 minutes. That is the time frame. Halftime of this race is done. About to put back out on the field for the third quarter. The Carl Bordine comedy hour is done. No more jokes from Carl. He's got to get back out and race. Waiting on the whistle. making sure the race course has completely been cleared off before we put you back out there. Riders ready, and we are underway with the whistle. All right, and that's the kickoff of the third quarter. As our racers are going to go east to west here at Lewis Field. Oh, Lewis Field, let's go east to west. No, it does. It's one of the only ones that go east to west. Lauren Stevens over there telling Matt, man, where'd your jacket go? Should have left it on. All righty, we're putting them back out there. We look on the Jumbotron as our trail moto makes its way around Guthrie Green. So, again, hopefully the weather gremlins and weather demons haven't taken down the live stream. We still have it. It's going to be switched around. We got the camera here at the finish line. We got the camera over there at the end of Reconciliation Way. We'll see if we have the one down there near Tulsa Theater. Do we have the one up on Who Are We? Sound Pony Hill. But we are back underway here in a rainy Tulsa, Oklahoma. Again, we've split this race up, not intentionally, into two halves. We go 25 minutes. So the clock is counting, and we'll figure out the laps once we get those average lap. Again, I don't know if we go off the original or we have to do it again. But again, keep an eye out. You'll see the lap counter if you're down here at the start-finish line. If it's start-finish line, hopefully you're under something. Or if you're Dirk, you just got paper and coffee navigating the deluge. So, again, those laps were definitely under 2 minutes, 145 to 150. Probably won't do that here, but we'll keep an eye out as the racers make their way around the corner. Opening lap here. Here comes the Audi, courtesy of Don Thornton Automotive. Splashing the start-finish line. Here comes the lead moto. And we are officially one lap back in on our Masters A race. Philip Tinsman, the hard man, driving the nail at the front. Up there with him as well is the third place finisher on the podium yesterday. That'll be Stalin Gutierrez Cueto, bib number 426, as he's moving his way to the front. The Masters cautiously making their way on the backside of Guthrie Green as they'll make that left-hand turn on the backside onto Cameron. So again, they have that camera covered up there on Cincinnati and Cameron. Wind starting to switch a little bit, not too bad. Not having any blowing rain come into all of our Jumbotron feed that we have here on the stage. And we're going to show 10 laps to go, 10 laps to go, 10 laps to go. So when our race leaders roll through, when our Fondo finishers roll through, got some more brave souls who've made their way in. Alrighty, 10 to go, 10 to go, 10 to go. Alrighty, 10 to go, 10 to go, 10 to go. Long, thin line stretching out. But we will do our final preem with 8 to go. Alrighty, we're gonna still kind of holding off here, trying to figure out on our second preem. Again, we still have 10 laps to go, so free laps go until 6 to go. So if you have any type of crash or any type of issue, you can still get back into the race with 6 to go. But anything under 6 to go, you can't get back in. But right now, looking at the Jumbotron, they're on the backside of Guthrie Green. They've already made their way, probably headed up towards Sound Pony. a key point, you don't have free laps. So if you do have a mechanical or anything like that, you can get back in. But if you're a lap down, then you're a lap down. So if you have any type of issue where you have to go to the pits, get back in fast. But again, you don't have a free lap. They won't put you back in on the leader's lead lap if you're under 6 to go. So again, thank you to our great USA Cycling race officials keeping me honest with that. Dan, making sure that we not have any type of miscommunication for my part. As we're going to see 9 to go when they roll through. 9 to go, 9 to go, 9 to go. Again, we've seen some of the same names and faces over the years. Marco Elidio at Texas Roadhouse. We talked about David Richter. He's been all over this podium, winning at Crybaby Hill in 2025. Now we're going to see 9 to go. So the lead moto rolls through. Here comes an attack from the other side, trying to move his way to the front. That racer, it looks like it's going to be one of our Titan racers, and that is 357. That is Randall Coxworth. Talked about Randall being part of those monster media teams, and now the Titan Racing Cadence Cyclery team. Coxworth finishing 4th once and 5th twice, usually up there as a super domestique, supporting a Philip Tinsman, a DeMarchi, a Carl Bordine, Michael Olheiser. But right now, he put the big attack in, heading to the front as we have 9 laps to go. Again, the Jumbotron courtesy and the live feed on YouTube, courtesy of Quick Trip. 1,200 locations, headquartered here since 1958. And right now, the telescopic lens trying to focus in to zoom in on our field. That is a long, thin line in the mist, in the rain, in the puddles as they make their way onto Sound Pony Hill. They're hitting Main Street, making that right-hand turn. They're heading up the hill to the iconic Cain's Ballroom. When they roll back through here, we're going to have 8 to go, and it will be the second and final preem lap. Again, what's the preem? Welcome, join the party. A preem is a lap within the a race within the race, or that lap, whoever's first, gets money. So in this case, we're still all together. When they roll through with 8 to go, we're going to ring that bell as they run through, and it will be a preem lap. So whoever finishes the next lap first will win $100. All right, the puddles forming down there as they make that left-hand turn in front of the Tulsa Theater. So again, it had been Randall Coxworth who had moved his way to the front, starting to drive the pace as they come sliding down through, not literally sliding, they come splashing on through. So it's going to be a preem lap, gentlemen. This is going to be we're going to start it. It's a preem lap, $100 cash preem, $100 cash preem, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap. So we talked about Randall Coxworth, the team Titan Racing Cadence Cyclery up there. We also had talked about Matt Stevens with Parks Law Firm. Also, it looked like that was 406 Texas Roadhouse, and that's exactly what it was. It was Chad Bertzalauskas being up there in that top 3. A little bit of a gap forming with Bertzalauskas and Coxworth and Matt Stevens. A little bit of a gap forming back, maybe stages, setting in 4th wheel, but there's probably about a 2 or 3 bike length gap there between 3rd and 4th. So it is a preem lap. First person across the line when they make their way around here will win a $100 cash preem, courtesy of Smith Farm and Garden. Another Dakin shout out to Bebop and Potts, Bebop and Potts, Bebop and Potts. Again, I don't know if I'm activating the Soviet spy ring somewhere globally, watching this on the World Wide Web. But we are on a preem lap. One is the loneliest Alrighty, again, it is a preem lap, so they are on the backside of the course. The trees are a-swaying down here near the Guthrie Green. Camera will pan back to the west as we'll see our Don Thornton Automotive Audi. As here comes the race leaders are going to make that left-hand turn, the downhill onto Reconciliation Way. And is it going to be a back-to-back preem attack for the team from California? Methods to winning, we shall see. Into the sprint is going to be Tyler Locke. 4-2-3, he takes both preems in our Masters A race. Methods to winning, Tyler Locke, bib number 423. $200 cash in his pocket. Now, here's the thing. It's 7 laps to go now. Does he maintain and keep pushing off the front? I say that because if you continue out there on the front and it's a wet course, is there anybody going to chase? Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of experienced people. They're going to chase. Jeremy Stitt rolls through. He's got 7 to go, 7 to go, 7 to go. Team Topeka. So it wasn't that big of a gap from the three racers on the front back to this Peloton. But again, we'll wait to see if we get that screenshot of the feed up the hill on Main Street, or actually down the hill from the iconic Canes Ballroom. Waiting to get that one back on as we'll watch Jeremy Stitt make his way on the backside of Guthrie Green, heading back over towards Main with 7 to go. So we've got the preems out of the way. We've talked about all of the past champions, both here racing and not racing. Talk about Chad Cagle. I know the Feldmans, Mike and Carrie, big fans of Chad Cagle down in the Jinx area. Always like to give a shout out. Chad not in this race, not racing here, but Philip Tinsman is. 4-time winner. 15 times he's been on the podium in the Masters A race in the last 11 years. It's been his teammates up towards the front like a Randall Coxworth and others trying to stay towards the front. But right now, it's going to be our preem winner who is launching out, Tyler Locke. Let's see what that lead is. So he's going to see 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 to go. Tyler Locke, start the chase clock. He rolls through with 6 to go. We'll look back. Titan moving to the front. 7 seconds. That'll be a 7-second lead for Locke as he goes on the backside of Guthrie Green. So it's short little sections there on the backside of Guthrie Green. Sometimes he can run away and hide. Here's the thing. They know he's up there with only 6 to go. This much reduced field, the rain kind of trying to stay together. They know he's up the road. And right now, it is Titan Racing, Caden Seitler out of California, who has moved to the front. Did not see if Tinsman's in there. Philip Tinsman with Titan. He said about 5th or 6th wheel, but there's 3 other Titan racers setting 1, 2, and 3, obviously looking to draw him back. I think Matt Stevens is also still up in there, maybe about 5th wheel. So Tyler Locke, he'll make his way about halfway up Sound Pony Hill. But there, I believe that maybe Randall Coxworth putting the watts in, trying to draw them on back. So it's Titan, 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 1, 2, and 3. Matt Stevens setting about 4th wheel. Philip Tinsman with Titan setting about 5th or 6th. 369, that will be Texas Roadhouse. Yes, that's not David Richter. It's Andrew Messer. So Andrew Messer with Texas Roadhouse is setting in that 4th or 5th wheel up there with Matt Stevens behind the 3 racers from the Titan group that's trying to chase back down Tyler Locke with methods to winning. The last time through, it was 7 seconds was the lead. We'll keep an eye out, and we will do another clock. We'll wait to see. Here it is. Okay, it'll be 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Here he comes. 7 seconds last time through as we hit 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. Titan still at the front driving. Texas Roadhouse up there as well. He has extended the lead out by 3 seconds. It's up to 10 seconds for Tyler Locke with 5 to go. Again, to the bold go the spoils. If you want the risk, you get the reward. And right now, we do have some racers that have gone down. Unfortunately, safe into the barriers. Not very fun going into the barriers. They hit the brakes. As we have 5 to go, Chris Carlson caught up in there. A couple other racers on the ground. They look like they are moving, though. I think that's Salty Dogs. That will be Jonathan Gardner getting up. But again, the first maybe 1 or 2 people went down, and then everyone else hit the brakes behind, and they just lost their wheel underneath them. So 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 to go. And again, we're keeping an eye on Tyler Locke. Tyler Locke, that is. The roller dog replay here. Racer had actually lost his wheel before he hit the apex and slid in. Carlson caught up in that. Front brake locking up there. As again, we've reduced this already much reduced Peloton even more so. So that lead had gone from 7 to 10 seconds the last 2 laps for Tyler Locke. We're going to wait to see him make his way around that turn, and it will be 4 laps to go for our race leader. So here comes the Don Thornton Automotive Audi. Here comes the lead moto, and here comes Tyler Locke, winner of both of the preems, now navigating his way down as he's going to see 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. It was 10 seconds last time, but they're starting to charge. Here comes the gallop. I don't think it'll be 10 seconds this time around. As with 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go, Texas Roadhouse has brought 4 seconds back. We're down to 6 seconds. Again, I believe that is 406 Chad Bertzalowskis with Texas Roadhouse driving the chase as they've cut 4 seconds out of that lead for Methods to Winnings, Tyler Locke. So Locke out there wins the 2 preems, was in the lead, had ballooned his breakaway up to 10 seconds. But again, trying to do that risk-reward thing, it was great, but now it's starting to slow down. Again, you had seen Titan, all the ex-Monster Media guys driving to the front. But really, it's been a 2-team chase that's been going on. It's been the Titan race team, and it's been Texas Roadhouse. They've been the ones drawing this back. As you look now, Tyler Locke starting to make his way up towards the iconic Canes Ballroom to Sound Pony Hill, squinting in the rain. So here we are, under 4 to go. Locke looks like he's pulled the pin on the breakaway, so he's slowing up. He's going to make that left-hand turn in the shadow of 244. Kind of cutting the left side of the corner. That may be Randall Coxworth, not sure, but it is one of the Titan Racing Cadence racers out of California. Again, it was Texas Roadhouse, and it was Titan. They drew back Tyler Locke. He'd won the 2 preems, one pre-break, one post-break. And again, watching him, and he looked like he had a lot of vim and vinegar in his system there, but did not have enough. He realized with 3 to go, 4 to go, they were going to catch him, so he's back into the fold. He's sitting about 6th wheel. Back there with David Richter with Texas Roadhouse, your 2nd place finisher yesterday and 1st place last year at Crybaby Hill. So 3 to go, 3 to go, 3 to go. Driving to the front. Texas Roadhouse, Titan, Matt Stevens with Park. Looking for Philip Tinsman again. In a lot of the action when they drew back the chase, Philip Tinsman had been hanging back in that 5th place position. We have riders again down. That corner, again, turn number 1 is tricky, especially as you come hurtling down Reconciliation Way. So, again, more racers, I believe, down the list. I don't think that was an instant replay. That is the live feed we have there. So this Peloton, again, continues to be reduced. As that, it'll be 356. It's Jonathan Kavner, one of those 2 racers with HM Brown Excel Sports out of Colorado, getting up off of the tarmac. But with 3 to go, now we have some moves coming up Sound Pony Hill. Let's say it's 10, maybe 15 racers, maybe around 15. There comes the attack. 368, that's going to be Chris McDonald. So that was the name and face we hadn't called that's been drawing up there and been with that part of that pulling off the front. So Chris McDonald, that Titan Racing Cadence teammate of Tinsman, of Coxworth, making an attack now as they go onto the downhill, making their way down towards the Tulsa Theater. Next time they come through, it should be 2 laps to go. It's the penultimate lap coming on up. Tomer Alpert picking himself up off the deck. Again, winner last week at the Masters race at the Maverick Criterium. As here comes your race leader. Again, it's going to be McDonald, Chris McDonald. Is there going to go? Are we going 1 to go? We're actually going to, this is 1 to go. We're going to be ringing the bell. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. It is 1 to go. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. So final lap, final lap, final lap. And again, a little mini breakaway a breakaway attempt by McDonald. But looking back, who's going to try to draw it back? Texas Roadhouse. You also see Matt Stevens. Matt Stevens with Parks does not have any teammates back there with him. Texas Roadhouse, though, has multiple racers back there. So they're trying to bring David Richter up. As well, 1 to go, 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 1 to go. Final lap, final lap, final lap. Backside of our Masters A race. 1 to go. All right, we send the race leaders up. Sound Pony Hill. Who are we? Sound Pony. We're sending your way one final time in our Masters A race. So McDonald has been drawn back. Texas Roadhouse is right there. 1 to go, 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 gentlemen. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Still, McDonald up towards the front there, 368. Where's Tinsman? Where's the rest of his teammates looking for the moves? Here comes Drew Christopher with Team Topeka, last year's Omnium champion, local hero from Tulsa. He cut the corner, maybe moving his way into third wheel as they make the downhill. Look to the west, get off you duffs. Cheer, get full roar as our Masters A are coming to the final portion of this race course. When they come down the white knuckle descent in front of the Tulsa Theater, it's gonna be a 350-meter sprint to the line. They make the turn, a group of about 5 or 6, possibly a stages racer in there as well, looking to come up out of the saddle. Here comes the sprint to the line. Who is gonna take the win here in the Masters A? Coming to the line, Methods to Winning takes it. Bib number 430. The first time we have called Spencer Tanner's name as he takes the win in the Masters A race. You've seen a lot of social media posts by Methods of Winning. Spencer Tanner wanted to come here. He wanted to come race with his team. He was excited. Spencer Tanner, bib number 430, unofficially takes the sprint in the Masters A race. And with that, you take a break, and the sun comes out. On cue, Tulsa says, are you tough? Sure. We're gonna wait for the sun to come out till you finish a 50-minute slugfest of the best 40-plus ex-national champion, current Masters champion, ex-world track champions out here. As the sun comes out, Sir Christopher Dakin, Team Topeka, he'll roll on through. As again, the unofficial winner, bib number 430, Methods to Winning, Spencer Tanner, out of California, here in the win at the Masters A race. As always, my favorite race, the Masters A, finishing up exciting. We had to do a ball sport deal where we go, hey, it's halftime. You don't have halftime in a bike race. We did here. Had a race neutralization due to the lightning. So 25 minutes, we split it up into 2 parts. Second half was exciting. The rain was coming down even heavier than what happened in the first portion early in the morning. But luckily, no lightning, and we're able to send them on back out. We see Drew Christopher, Matt Stevens, and others getting that Sound Pony lager. Amy Pullen, owner of Sound Pony, here in her second year as owner for Tulsa Tough Weekend. Head on down, get some merchandise. It's the biggest weekend for merchandise sales all year long. The rain didn't help this morning, but the sun's coming out. So go over, spend a little cash over at Sound Pony. Also, swing by Andolini's. We got the food trucks across the street from us here at the finish line. See Masa Food Truck. They got the El Jefe Cubano sandwich. They got the Bomb Pops, which is a shrimp wrapped in bacon with cheese stuffed inside, with heaven on the side, with a little heaven in the front and some heaven on the other side. And then also all the empanadas. Go have a look, have a taste. Masa Food Truck, Andolini's Food Truck, and the others. Make sure you stop by Camara for a coffee. Make sure you head on up to Empire Slice, get a slice of pizza. Come on over to Kaz's. The Jaeger shots are cold. Head on down to Kaz's Chow House. We got the food there as well. So, again, exciting finish here to the Masters Day race, as we're getting ready to head to the next race of the day coming up, which will be our men's Cat 3 at 3:05. I think we are coming up, oh, not 3:05. Sorry, that's the original start time, 3:05. So we're about a half hour behind due to the weather delay. But coming up next will be our men's Cat 3.
Category 3s to the line. Calling our Category 3s to the line. Open the gates. Bring the Category 3s to the line, please.
Usually, in years past, we would take a look at the video from last year. Usually over, I want to say, not directly across start finish, but like to the right of it. You know, like going south on Riverside. That's a good question. Again, last question. I don't have anything to do with the placement. You know, they have that all mapped out somehow somewhere, but we just, you know, I think what you need.
Welcome, Category 3s, as we had our 30-minute delays. You're getting ready for 50 minutes of racing. Cat 3's 50 minutes of racing. Free laps are over with 6 laps to go. Behind you, on the left-hand side, that is where your neutral service pit is. Do not ride backwards on the course. You can cut the course to get to that neutral service pit. So you have a crash, a mechanical, a flat tire, head to get your free lap. And again, no more free laps with 6 laps to go. Gentlemen, top 3, immediately after your race, we will have your podium right across from our announcing area. If you won any preems yesterday, if you win any preems today, that will be collected right across from our announcing area at the Canopy, right inside at the Canopy store. 50 minutes of racing on tap, just waiting for final confirmation from our officials. And we'll be getting you guys underway as you're getting ready to be able to tackle the FC Tulsa Arts District right here on day number 2 of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We've got the thumbs up. Riders, clip in, get ready. No, 2 feet on the ground, gentlemen. That's an American rule. Hey, guys, have a great race as we're getting ready to be able to send you off, and you're going to be going on the whistle when I say, riders ready.
Talking Category 3s, rolling back through the line, a little scramble to get up to the front. Might as well use the opportunity here on the line while you got it. We'll see some standing water on the course as things continue to dry up out here in Tulsa. So these guys going to be looking for every little spot they can get on the way up towards the front.
I have it.
Hey. Hello. I'm in the booth.
Hey. Where you guys at?
All right, bye.
Still gassing? Still gassing? Man, you are so...
You have no Simpty out here. There's no Simpty out here. Can you give me a stinger and some Simpty?
Hey, you wanted some. You asked me what
Stinger,
you could get.
electrical stinger, and a Simpty.
Just was going to ask to see where you guys were to help out.
Front of your field back through. This is going to be Boulder Junior Cycling back on the front. Consistently aggressive here in Tulsa. That's Carl Bryan up there, and we're number 410. Those red jerseys of BJC saw a great lead out from them in the 1-2s yesterday. We'll see if they can get organized in the 3s here as well, although I don't see the numbers that they had yesterday, but shouldn't be a problem for those kids. Team Winston-Salem up on the front as Jonathan Dempsey rolls through. Group still together, saw a couple surges on the backside. Riders just lifting the tempo, seeing if they can get a split going, but nothing sticking yet despite their best efforts on the backside. You see it come together a little bit here. They're coming off of the descent onto the start-finish stretch, and so probably won't see a ton of separation here on the start-finish line. Most of it is going to be on the hill. That's where you would launch your attack if you were trying to split this group. So I'm sure we're going to see a bunch of those up on Sound Pony Hill before the end of this Category 3 men's race out on course right now. We've been talking a lot about the front of this Category 3 bike race, but I think the big story right now is what's happening at the back of this one as guys continue to come unglued off the back of the field. Once you lose contact with this main group, it is going to be very hard to get back into the race. So it is crucial that you maintain contact, and it's really about maintaining the draft of that group. Once you are off that group, you can grab a beer and go ahead and start celebrating on the finish line because you ain't getting back into that group. These guys know it. We know it. The officials know it. And that's why they will wrap those riders up early and let them get rested up before Crybaby Hill tomorrow. That's part of bike racing. You're going to get gapped off. You're going to have gaps off the back. What you really need to worry about, and no bike racer will ever admit to letting the gap open up, it's always the guy in front of you or the guy in front of him or someone else that lets the gap open up, and then you pay the price. So these guys should be fighting to close down these gaps. They don't quite need to panic yet. If you're within like 3 or 4 seconds, you can get back into this race, but at some point, that gate is going to close, and anyone behind that gap is going to be out of luck today. crew still together up here on the front. Some new faces getting some time up there. That's Sam Calvert for the racing division. Coming out of Alabama, setting tempo up on the front. Boulder Junior Cycling right behind him, omnipresent. On the front of this Cat 3 field so far. There's a little slide out into the corner. Looks like he's all right. Back up. They'll be able to take a free lap. Get back into this one. Free laps today on this course expire at 6 laps to go, which means you got to be out of the pit when the lap counter is showing 6. If you go down in a crash or have a mechanical before the last 6 laps, you're allowed to go into the pit, get your bike and body fixed up, and then they will put you back into the race without being scored a lap down. You get 1 free lap to get yourself fixed up and then go back in. We do that because there are so many incidents in a race like this. If it ended everyone's race, there wouldn't be anyone left at the end of the day. So whether you slide out in a corner or maybe you have a flat tire, a broken chain, a broken spoke, something like that, you can go into the pit, get your free lap, and then go back into the race without being scored a lap down. Group back through. Velocious back on the front. Keeping the tempo high, keeping it single file.
Masters men looking for our podium in about 5 minutes. Looking for Quello. Make yourself known. Stalin Quitiero Quello. Make your way over to the podium and raise your hand. Let us know that you're there.
Deal rolling through. We're going to ring the bell for a $200 cash premium from Bicycles of Tulsa. $200 cash to the winner of the next lap. Ring the bell for 200 cash. Riders 200, 200. $200 cash premium to the winner of the next lap. Well, somebody wants it. Big effort out of turn 1. With $200 on the line, and the first guy across next time through.
Masters Men Podium, we're 2 minutes out. 2 minutes to our Masters Men Podium. Riders. Riders, check. Really? Check 1, 2. Oh, there we go. Truman Wallace leading him through right there from Celestial Cycles. Young 21-year-old coming out of Oklahoma. Waiting for thumbs up as we're getting ready for our Masters podium. Ladies and gentlemen, we just watched our Masters with the rain delay. Sitting on the sidelines for 30 minutes. Cohen back out there and battling the weather once again. Like to be able to start off with a bronze medal ride. He finds himself in third place, riding for Texas Roadhouse, David Richter. Riders, we're giving all you guys one to go. One to go, riders. This group, one to go for that entire group. Silver medal ride, a second place on the day. He races for CRCA, Dave Jordan Elite Road Team. Stalin Quitiero. And our next rider coming all the way from California. Methods to winning. Number 1 here at our FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. This is Spencer Tanner. Great ride, your 2026 champions here on day number 2 of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Being presented with the Moo winner's jersey, Spencer Tanner. Moo, the official jersey sponsor of all of our stages and categories for our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Congratulations. Now, moving into the overall for our Omnium. We're going to call him back up to the stage. It's a tie for first place, but because of his result on the very last day, Stalin Quitiero now takes over the Omnium. Quello and Richter have traded off a place, second places and third places. Quello, with this second place today, because of the tie, puts himself in the Moo Moo Pink Leaders jersey. Congratulations. Right now, watching the Category 3s, 107 riders took the start line. Obviously, wet conditions. We're about 30 minutes behind schedule. We're going to try to be able to get back on schedule by the time we get to our pro women's start and pro men's start. That rain delay, out of precaution, taking a little bit of a pause as our riders now underway and racing. 50 minutes of racing total. We're watching the clock wind up. Our officials are keeping track how long it's taking them to do the first 10 or 15 laps. Then we'll be putting lap cards up, and then the riders will know exactly how far it is to the finish once those lap cards are up. One of our young Boulder Junior riders picking up the win yesterday. That was going to be Tavi Snap, the 17-year-old. Is that going to be him off the front? That is. That's your winner from yesterday off the front. Can he go 2 for 2? So Snap finds himself in the breakaway right now, and that is a pretty decent-sized lead. I'm going to gauge that at about a 20-second lead for our two riders now up the road. Two riders up the road, 20-second gap, 20-second gap. Two riders up the road. So what are the chances? First and second yesterday, our first and second on the road today. Right now, you got Tavi Snap with Boulder Junior cycling, the 17-year-old. Lake Horner was second yesterday. He's in the breakaway with Tavi. Lake Horner only 18 years old, riding for Move Up Cycling. So the red jersey is that of the Boulder Junior. The other colored jersey is going to be that of Move Up Cycling. First and second from yesterday find themselves in the front 23 minutes into our 50-minute race. All coming up on the halfway point. Riders, you got a gap of about 20 seconds, 20-second gap. Just like in the Masters race, one thing to remember, first and second. Meaning if that rider who finished second yesterday can win today, he's going to take over the Omnium lead because he'll be the best placed rider on day number 2. Here's the chase group coming up. They might not stay away at all. They're going to try to be able to bring him back. That's going to be Brant Deeds Grant Dees with Crosswind Racing coming out of Colorado, now leading the chase coming through. Just for your information, Category 1-2s as you're coming up next. We're about 30 minutes off pace. Again, Category 1-2, about 30 minutes behind. Should be able to get you going by about 4:30, so definitely plan to be ready for your 4:10 start, but we're going to be about 30 minutes late, so you should be on the road by about 4:30. In the meantime, it's our Cat 3s that are underway. Two riders riding side by side. These are your two leaders. They were first and second yesterday. Now they find themselves with a 25-second lead. We're going to do a $100 field premium for this group right here. Field premium, this group right here, $100 field premium. Field premium, this group right here, $100 field premium, $100 field premium. So ringing the bell for that mid-race prize, our first two riders not eligible for the cash. It has to come from the chase group. We'll be able to see if they're going to sprint for that, try to be able to put that cash in their pocket.
Worst case scenario for us here on stage is that those guys decide to split it. That is pretty common outcome in this scenario. These two guys are maybe more worried about trying to stay away and win this race, so they'll say, look, whoever takes it, let's just meet in the parking lot after. We'll each take $50. There's no reason we need to race against each other. We got a good thing going. Let's not ruin it over $100 here. So don't be surprised if these guys roll through. So that's why we give our field these preems, because we know those guys will sprint, but your two riders up the road, they're going to be more focused on trying to win this bike race. There's two leaders, but I think this is going to be your solo field premium winner across the line. 448 is good and eligible, so that'll be Nathaniel Hamilton, Paragon Racing. A little money in his pocket.
Keep her going, guys. Carla, out of curiosity, how many seconds back do you end up pulling someone? Like, what do they have to be? Like, about how far off the pace of the front? You know what I'm saying? About 90 seconds. So if somebody's about 90 seconds back, then they're going to be removed. All right. Just trying to be able to figure that out, because I'm going to give a little bit of encouragement to some of those guys that are off the back. Maybe they can keep them inside that 90-second window. try to be able to keep them in this bike race a little bit longer. A lot of times when it's raining, many riders do not want to deal with the wet roads and the slick conditions. These two young juniors, you think a junior has a problem with racing in the wet roads? Absolutely not.
Be curious to see if this is still Hamilton. It is on the way up. That's Nathaniel Hamilton, your preem winner, who is now going to try and join this break of two. Gran Deeds trying to go next. The Crosswind Racing team out of Colorado rolling off the front of the what is left of the field.
Cheer him on. Keep it going out there. Don't lose any more time. That's Luke Graham making his way through. Luke riding with Pastoria Cheney windows and doors coming out of Missouri. Waiting for our leaders to come around. Remember, they're first and second from yesterday. Boulder Jr. cycling in the red jersey. He won yesterday. The rider that he is with was second yesterday. It all came down to a big group sprint, so we know both of them can sprint. They both have speed. Now they find themselves in a breakaway. Instead of sitting in and waiting to show off the speed in the final 200 meters, they're off on a long distance one. Good job, riders. So a little bit different race that's taking place out there right now with our two leaders as they just now have our lap cards up showing 9 laps to go. Riders' lap cards are up. 9 to go, 9 to go. Lap cards showing 9 to go. 9 to go, 9 to go. Turning the pedals over, spin about 100 RPMs. That's going to be Brant Deeds at Crosswind Racing. He was leading the chase earlier. Now he finds himself off the front in the light blue jersey. We got another rider on the hunt.
That's Nathaniel Hamilton. About 10 seconds off the back of your two leaders here. That is doable for Hamilton over the next 9 laps. Going to take these guys to let up a little bit in the lead group of 2. And now, little communication up the front. The Boulder Junior cycling rider asking, begging, demanding, I'm not sure, but either way it elicited a head shake of, I don't think so, right now.
Head shake from the Boulder Junior rider or the rider behind? The second rider. Oh, interesting. That's going to be Lake Horner. So Lake Horner maybe having a little bit of difficulty with the pace that our Boulder Junior rider is setting. It's all part of the tactics with 9 to go. He was second yesterday. Guess what? He wants to be on the top step of the podium today. So then, what do you do? What do you do if you're the Boulder Junior rider and the other rider does not want to pull?
Nothing you can do. You either ride your race, make sure you don't blow up, or you figure out how to get rid of this guy. You start attacking him. You start making jumps out of the corner. Get rid of this dead weight. If he's not helping you, there's no reason to stay with him because he's not going to come good. He's not going to get any better. So you either tow him around and beat him in the sprint, or you get rid of him in the next 9 laps and just put a couple snaps in his legs and see if that's enough to dispatch him.
Riders 8 to go, lap cards 8 to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. Now I'm waiting for Nathaniel Hamilton. He's trying to be able to hang on for third. Here he is, cheer him on. Nate Hamilton on the move. He's actually gaining on the two riders. That's what's going to happen, right, Brad? The cat and mouse game's happening in the front, not getting any help. Nate Hamilton could catch up to the leaders, and the group of 2 could turn into a group of 3.
Well, remember that 2-rider group is really only a 1-horsepower group. There's only one guy doing work in that lead group of 2, and he has been doing work since they left here. That guy in red for the Boulder Junior cycling team has been creating the draft for the other guy all day long. He's getting tired. He's feeling fatigued. That's why he's starting to ask for help, and now looks like they're going to take over and finally start contributing to this one as Horner moves to the front of the group of 2 for the first time.
Horner coming out of Kansas and Tabby Snap in the red jersey coming out of Colorado. Those are your two leaders. They had a 20-second lead And then we had that Nathaniel Hamilton, young rider at 17 years old from Paragon Racing, trying to be able to catch up to the two leaders.
I think Nathaniel Hamilton going to be the big story here. Your rider in third position, stuck in the gap. He is now about 8 seconds back from these two leaders and desperately trying to get there before the finish of this bike race. So here's 1 and 2. You can see Hamilton right behind him, seeing 7 to go on the counter. Make a little noise for Hamilton here. Help him out. This is one of the hardest working guys out there, trying to get him to the leaders.
Come on, Nate. Keep her going. Riders, 7 laps to go. 3 riders up the road. 25-second gap. 25-second gap. 3 riders up the road. 7 laps to go. Man, the group has dwindled down. Remember, we started with 107 riders on the line. Maybe there's about 60 that are left in the group. Road's starting to dry up a little bit. That can be good and bad, because now that you think the roads are a little bit drier, you're going to take a little bit more risk going into those turns, and you might even hit a slick spot. Roads, for one thing, are definitely washed. There shouldn't be any kind of oil or any kind of stuff on the roads, and so we're going to see how dry these roads end up as we get into our later races. Men's category 1-2, you're going to be up next. Should be right at about maybe a 4:30, 4:35 start. Then we're going to have our pro women at 5:25 and our pro men at 6:40. It's all part of our FC Tulsa Arts District, day number 2 of our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Jeremiah, there's your leaders right now. 6 laps to go, 6 to go. Come on, Nate. His name is Nate. Cheer him on. He's trying to be able to catch the leaders. Can he make it? 6 laps to go.
Meanwhile, Field rolling behind them. We're going to give them a little encouragement in the form of $200 cash from Bicycles of Tulsa. Attention riders, working on the bell for a field cream. $200 cash for the field. This will be a field cream starting right here. $200 cash for the field. $200 field cream. Lap counter going to take us down to 5 to go for these guys on the line. Your 2 leaders locked in. Tommy Snap and Lake Horner. And Hamilton still trying to get there. Meanwhile, field cream coming down the line. Little cash into the pocket of 518 getting paid from Bicycles of Tulsa. That'll be Truman Wallace for Celestial Cycles. Down to 4 to go. Hamilton starting to fall off this tempo a little bit. The gap now getting a little bigger for Nathaniel Hamilton trying to get up there. We'll see if your cheers can give this guy a few more seconds. Make a little noise for Nathaniel Hamilton running into 3rd spot right now and trying to get up to your leaders. 4 to go, Nathaniel. Fortunately, this time, gap up to 15 seconds. He had brought it down to 9 at one point. Little action happening in the break of 2. Lake Horner in the pink jersey. Toppy Snap in the red jersey. Horner just spending a little time up on the front here. And then Snap takes over pretty quickly after that. So again, Horner in the red, Horner in the pink, Snap in the red, down to 3 to go here. They're starting to play games here. Not a whole lot of cooperation in that group of 2 anymore. A little slower exchange now. These guys can afford to start racing against each other. They no longer need to worry about being caught by this field behind them at 3 laps to go. They got plenty of time here, so they can afford to play chess right now. They've got some time to play with. And this is going to be a great final 3 laps out of our break of 2. Meanwhile, looks like Nate is on the way back. So I think that is going to be it for the chase on these 2 guys. And this looking more and more like a field sprint for the last podium spot available today. Well, Frank, at this point, you start thinking in that breakaway of 2 about how I'm going to win out of this group of 2. There's really only 2 cards to play in this scenario. You either try and ride the guy off your wheel, which means you do about a lap or a 3/4 lap effort, just go so hard that you drop the poor guy, or you let it come down to a sprint and you just see if you can beat him in a drag race. If it's a straight up head-to-head drag race to the line and you think you're the better sprinter, tow him around. It doesn't matter if you think you can beat him. So right now, these guys are kind of taking inventory of each other. It looks like Snap is definitely the strongest guy in this group of two, but Blake Horner has been sitting right on the back of this one. He has responded to every lift and tempo here, so Horner's going to be a factor in this final sprint today. The question is, does Snap let Horner sit on him out of that final corner? Because the other element of this is positioning, where you want to be headed into 1 lap to go. These guys seeing 2 right now.
Ryder seeing 2 laps to go. Tabby Snap taking off his glasses, putting it into his pocket, trying to be able to get serious for that final part. Remember, it was a group sprint yesterday, so Tabby Snap must feel pretty confident. He won the sprint, and remember, Horner was second right behind him, but a lot of that is about positioning. It could change. Gentlemen, it's 2 to go. Lap cards, 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Brad, do you want to come out of that last final turn with if you're in the breakaway with 2 guys, do you want to come out of the final turn in first or in second?
Best place to be, definitely going to be second position out of that corner. You want to hit it with the old Ricky Bobby shake and bake from Talladega Nights, right? Wait until about 50 meters before the line, come right around him. It is the oldest trick in the book, and it's that old because it works, right? It works in car racing, it works in bike racing, it works in running, it works in just about anything where drafting and aerodynamics play a part in your ability to pick up speed here. So I think that is why Tommy Snap is attacking right now, because he doesn't want Lake Horner sitting on him and hitting him with the shake and bake here. So Snap is going to try and turn this into an endurance final lap here, as now Tommy Snap steps on the gas and he's going to try and dispatch Lake Horner into 1 lap to go.
Yeah, Tommy Snap was stronger on that uphill, but on the downhill, I think it's a good chance for Horner to get on the wheel, but that's the key. You got to get into the draft, and that's exactly, he made it back. Horner, he was on the brink of just breaking, but he did not break. Now what's going to happen? Come on, Tulsa, it's 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Make some noise.
Well, I will say this will be badass if Lake Horner can beat Tommy Snap here, as Snap has already put 1 move into him. Horner was able to respond to it, so he just cannot shake Lake Horner out of this group yet.
Riders here now, seeing 1 lap to go. Ring your bells and bang on those boards. It's your final lap. This is your category 3s.
It's going to be Tayton Parker up on the front of the field for the Oklahoma Flyers squad. And meanwhile, this is turning into a chess match up front. These guys go any slower, they're going to fall over.
They are side by side looking at each other. Remember, they were first and second yesterday. Tabby Snap trying to make it 2 days in a row. Yeah, if they're not careful, they could get caught up from behind. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
I don't think they have to worry about getting caught here. They only need to worry about each other. They are locked in, staring each other down. This is just like a contract negotiation. If you're the first person to throw a number out there, you already lost. Well, same thing here. If you're the first guy to jump out of this group of 2, you have already screwed up your chances of winning this race. So they're both looking at each other saying, you go, no, you go, no, you go. Well, someone's got to go eventually. Tommy Snap is going to try it here. Horner responds to it. They are still together. And now here comes the field behind them. They may have a bigger problem than each other on their back door, Frankie.
The 17 and the 18-year-old, they just lost 10 seconds and a half a lap, and now the field in a single file line. They see the carrot in front of them, and they're going for it. Can they catch him in that final turn, or are the 2 riders going to be able to stay away?
This will be an epic failure if these guys get caught by the field today. They're going to head into the final corner with just a few seconds. It'll be about 5 onto the start-finish stretch. They've got them in sight, but these guys will start with a little bit of time. Snap going to lead it out. Here comes Horner trying to come from behind. Lake Horner will start the sprint, and Horner is going to win out of the break of 2. Lake Horner wins day 2 of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Beats yesterday's winner, Tommy Snap, to the line. And Horner gets it done out of the break at 2 after a great tactical throwdown for those 2 guys on the last couple laps.
Unofficially, Sam Calvert picking up the 3rd place, so that'll put him onto the podium. And that's going to be the 22-year-old coming out of Alabama. But what a great sprint by Lake Horner. 2nd yesterday and today in 1st.
And Horner went from a long way out. Dude's got a sprint on him. Holy moly.
I'd like to be able to bring out our Cat 1-2s to the line. Category 1-2 to the line. That is a full staging area as our Cat 1-2s show up to find out who will be the king of the road. Saint Francis Tulsa Tough welcome our Category 1-2 riders. Getting ready for their race. 132 riders on the line. Gentlemen, can I give you some final instructions? You're getting ready for 60 minutes of racing. Again, 60 minutes of racing. Free laps are over with 6 laps to go. No more free laps at 6 laps to go. Behind you on the left-hand side, the black tent, that is where your neutral service is. Do not ride backwards on the course. You can cut the course to get to the neutral service. Immediately afterwards, top 3, we will do your podium right across from us. If you won a preem yesterday, or if you win a preem today, you can pick up both of those at the Space and Happenings right across from the red tent, right on your left-hand side. Once again, getting final confirmation from our officials as we're going to get the thumbs up. Gentlemen, we're 30 seconds out to your start. 30 seconds.
Everyone got to have a foot down. Reminder, riders, everyone off the barriers, foot down for everyone before the start.
Officials are ready. The timers are ready. Hey, Tulsa, are you ready for the Cat 1-2s? Make some noise. You're going to be going on the whistle when I say riders ready. We're underway. Your Category 1-2. Dry roads, that's going to be a benefit for them. It's going to be a little bit tricky those first 5 laps. Hey, Stefan Roth. Roth will get from the back to the front. Does it every single time.
No problem.
Category 3, make your way to the podium. Top 3 Category 3 riders, make your way to the podium. Rider strung out, going to be coming through that final. It's a very fast downhill turn at last corner, taking that at about 35 miles per hour. Riders are stringing out as they're trying to be able to feel how it is, how the roads are, gauging the wetness and the dryness. Again, they got a long race in front of them. Our men's Category 1-2 on the road for 60 minutes, and right now completing lap number 1, and we already have a breakaway.
Going to be William Hankhouse up on the front, the Oklahoma Flyers. Trying to get something started early here. And looks like you might have some company up the road. 2 minutes into our 60-minute Category 1-2 race. Head down, still trying to get some separation off the front, looking for some help to go with him. It's George Frazier, racing out of Kentucky. Hoping he can be a spark that lights the fire. Frazier got one on the way up to join him. That'll be two. And as our Category 3 men showed us, two's enough on this course.
Giving a quick look out for Sam Culvert. Are you around? Raise your hand. Racing Division, Sam Culvert, please head to the podium. Wait, you see him? Is that Sam there? All right. We're about 3 minutes out. 3 minutes, we'll have our podium coming up. Tabby, head on back to the podium.
Deal roll back door. We're going to ring 100 cash, $100 cash, pretty riders, 100 cash, $100 cash, $100 cash, 100 cash, 100 cash from Bicycles of Tulsa. $100 cash stream on the line to the winner of the next lap. 100 cash, guys.
Look how strung out it is. They're going around turn number 2, and we got still guys coming through our start-finish line. That's got to be 30 seconds from the first rider to the last rider right now. I need what you got. I like it. Big energy.
The kids call that a Borg, Frankie. They're called Borgs. DCC rolling up to the front here. Got a handful of German riders racing in a 1-2 field here. Oh yeah, DCC got a gap going here. Should be a nice, easy pickup. Did the work early in the lap. Not going to have to deal with a sprint on the line, so DCC will roll through and pick that one up. On the wheels of Elias Hartman. Meanwhile, back in this race, absolutely shattered. Look at this, guys all over the road out here. A lot of ones and twos trying to work together, trying to get their way back up. The end of the group here. They can use all the help that they could get today.
Category 3, we're 30 seconds out to your podium. 30 seconds to our podium. One rider going solo, Elias Hartman, the 19-year-old German rider with DCC, about to get reeled back in. Will the counterattack? Are the Germans going to continue to push the pace right now? A lot of racing still to go. Big group. Maybe things will calm down. Maybe give a chance for riders in the back to be able to move up and try to be able to get themselves up to the front. Amy, we're good? Men's category 3, ladies and gentlemen, after 50 minutes of racing, draw your attention to the podium with our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough backdrop. Third place, he races for the racing division. Coming out of Alabama, Sam Calvert. Second place on today, he races for Boulder Junior Cycling. He's out of Colorado, Tavi Snap. And moving one step up on the podium, that is the top step. your winner here with Move Up Cycling, Lake Horner. Arms up in the air, that's a celebration. All smiles after a hard-fought race. Congratulations once again, Horner, Snap, and Calvert. These are your top three as our Moo winner's jersey goes on the shoulders of our winner today with Lake Horner.
DCC going to launch again off the front. I believe that was Tobias Koenig. We watched Elias Hartman go already once. And now Koenig going to try and go again here. Tobias Koenig rolling solo off the front. You may recognize that name from yesterday's pro races. Koenig riding on the front. Now, unfortunately, his team, that DCC squad, rolled into Tulsa with too many riders. There's a maximum number of riders that you can start on the roster. They actually started too many guys last night. They recognized the error after last night's race and had to knock 4 guys down into this 1-2 race to get their roster back in line with the American rules here. So 4 of the DCC riders out of Germany are racing in this 1-2 race tonight instead of the pro race, because that would make their pro race roster too large with any more than 8 riders.
Rider off the front right now, Tobias Koenig, pro mountain biker. He's been a mountain bike national champion, 4-time Bavarian national champion as well. So the German rider's got his head down, riding just like a mountain bike race, flat out. That's what he's doing here in Tulsa. 60 minutes total racing. A little bit earlier, we had one of our DCC riders going up the road, the 19-year-old Elias Hartman. This time, It's going to be Tobias Koenig, the 24-year-old, now with about a 10-second lead. Here's your race leader. Put your hands together, trying to be able to go solo. We had a rider attempt that a little bit earlier. He didn't make it. He was reeled back in. Can Tobias Koenig make it right now? Here's your main field. Group all together. We got one rider up the road, 10-second gap. One rider up the road, 10-second gap. So once again, Tobias Koenig, German rider, 24 years old, does a lot of gravel racing. As a former mountain biker, you can imagine. He's a cross-country marathon national champion from Germany. Four-time champion as well in mountain biking, taking that mountain bike skills over to our Criterium, riding for the DCC Alpecin German team.
Fitting guy to ride on the front this year. Our King of the Road edition, Koenig, the German word for king. So the king is on the front right now, trying to establish this one at 19 minutes into a 60-minute race for these guys, and this guy can do it for sure. This is, on paper, probably the strongest guy in this bike race here. Koenig rode the front of the pro race last night for about 30 minutes, so that gives you an idea of how strong this Tobias guy is. Unfortunately, just not enough space for them in the pros, so he drops down to this one, too.
Big thank you to our pace cars, Don Thornton Automotive Group, providing our different vehicles that have led us all through Blue Dome and now here with our Tulsa Arts District. Here's your race leader as he comes through. That's holding steady. He's not gaining, but he definitely is not losing. And we're going to do a field preem for this group right here, $100 field preem. $100 field preem, field preem, field preem, $100 field preem. Cleveland Cycling Academy on the attack right now in that white jersey. Yesterday, Jackson Clary picked up second place in our 1-2, so got to be able to look out for him a little bit later on as well. Isaiah Colbreth winning yesterday in a massive group sprint. We saw some great teamwork from the Oklahoma Flyers in the white jerseys, chasing everything down, doing the lead out, and then Isaiah Colbreth finishing it off with a great win at the Blue Dome Criterium yesterday. Can he go 2 for 2? Because so far in all of our races, we have not had somebody that won at Blue Dome and then has come back and won again on day number 2. There's your race leader, not slowing down, coming through. Cheer him on. Tobias looking strong. There's your preem winner, Parks Law Firm. That's going to be Jesus Mora with the Parks Law Firm coming out of Texas. Pro Women, if you want preems, Pro Men and Pro Women, you can pick up your preems right at the canopy, right across from our announcing area in the building. Preems are available for Friday night and after today You'll be able to head over there and pick up your preems as well. We are trying to get back on schedule, running a little bit late, about 20 minutes late, so plan accordingly with that, as our pro women will be coming up next.
Looks like Tobias Koenig on the way back, or at least getting some company up the road with him. All of a sudden, Koenig into a group of what we'll call 5 here. There's a little separation back behind them. Not much. Might be 6 by the time they get here.
Riders practically all back together right now. Reshuffling of the deck. What's going to happen now? Look at them strung out right now. They had to chase hard to be able to bring them back. Now we have different riders coming to the front. That time, that's going to be Jackson Clary. I just talked about him, the Cleveland Cycling Academy. Second yesterday, finds himself in the front of this bike race. The 18-year-old in the white jersey now leading him through.
Do it louder so the moto can hear you next time. They got that helmet on. They're wearing like a radio. You really need to give it some oomph next time. He'll hear you. Yeah. Jesus Mora make a brief appearance up on the front. A lot of riders going to use this chance to get back together. Not going to get a lot of opportunities like this where this race kind of slows down and comes back together. So these guys taking the opportunities where they come. And that's the right move because things are about to get a whole lot faster out in this field. Frankie's got his hand on the bell, and that means we're about to ring a preem.
Big thank you to Sound Pony, $250 cash preem. Preem, $250, $250, $250 cash preem. $250 cash preem to the winner of the lap. Our $100 cash preem coming from Bicycles of Tulsa earlier, Smith Farm and Garden. And now Sound Pony putting up with a $250 cash preem, whoever crosses the line first. Gentlemen, cross the street. Guys, what color jersey is going to cross the line first and win the money? Both of you picking white. All right, we're going to find out. We'll see if white's going to be the winner. It is strung out. Single file line. Looks like a little bit of money, a little bit of green starting to be able to change the shape of that group right now as DCC lining it up right there. These guys were strong in the pro race. You know they're going to be strong in the category 1-2 race. At least they're able to get racing. At least, you know, it was too many riders in the pro race, so they had to split them up. But at least they didn't come to Tulsa and then all of a sudden not be able to do anything for 3 days.
So our friends at Sound Pony and Triad Bank putting up some cash. And they're going to go for it. Here's your gallop down the line. DCC makes it look easy as they add a little more money to their pocket with Silas Motzkus for the Sound Pony Triad Bank Preem.
That jersey wasn't white. Are you guys paying attention at all?
Do they look like they're paying attention?
You know what's going on. You need to educate them.
Never trust a man in a bucket hat. That's what I've learned in my career.
That's smart.
Yeah, baseball cap respectable. That's real headwear right there. That's what I'm talking about. You look like a farmer at a Grateful Dead concert.
You look like a wannabe Lily Pulitzer model. Everybody watching the web stream has no idea what we're talking about. I do know one thing, groups all together. Here they come right now. We got a different rider trying to be able to attack right now. That's going to be Samuel Frauenholtz. Another 18-year-old. Oh, the young guns. The young guns are firing on all cylinders. Frauenholtz actually looking over his shoulder. He wants some help. He wants a second rider, a third rider. They know they can't go alone. Part of the strategy is establishing the gap, but obviously what you want is a DCC rider. You want one 100%. DCC rider to be with you. Then you're going to have a chance to be able to stay away. So Frauenholtz starting the move, waiting for someone to come up and help him, then trying to be able to stay away a little bit later on. We're still under the halfway point for our Category 1-2s that are out on course.
I think Frauenholtz watched those DCC guys early on. He's like, where are they now? I thought they wanted to be in a breakaway. Unfortunately, all they're doing here is chasing Frauenholtz group down. He's got one with him, but then there's 4 Germans stacked on the front of the field, which is pretty much your worst case scenario in this situation.
Yeah, I think they're going to wait for maybe to get to that uphill, then try to be able to bridge across. And so be interesting to see what they're going to decide to do. Are they going to try to keep it together for the final 30 minutes or put a rider in the breakaway to try to be able to win from a smaller group?
Frankie, I just got to go back to our headwear discussion real quick. I would be remiss if I didn't mention our course marshal volunteer with the rain hat over here, the umbrella hat. By far the coolest hat in the venue today. I don't care what's going on across the street. That is my favorite headwear of the day. All right, so that is going to be 330 that has joined him up the road. So we'll add Joshua Walker up into the lead. And reinforcements are not coming for these guys. That is going to be the split for those two. They might as well lock in here and get to work and see if they can roll this with the two of them.
Walker at 21 years old, coming out of Alabama, riding for the University of Montevallo team. And then, of course, you got that other leader, Samuel Frauenholtz, the 18-year-old, riding with New Type, which is those light blue jerseys out of South Carolina. Those are your two leaders right now. Only got about a 5-second gap. Can they increase it? How big of a gap can they get?
Like 2 more guys on the way across. This will be a good addition. One of them is George Frazier, 37 on his back. I'll try and identify the other one on the way up.
Skyway rider on the front of that light purple jersey. Who's the rider bridging across? That's going to be interesting. That's a big effort. These guys are going quickly at about 28 miles an hour to be able to bridge across that gap. That is going to be a big effort. And he's got someone in tow. So our group of 2 about to expand to a group of 4. One of those riders, Austin Del Rosso, Paragon Racing. That's a rider out of Texas, has made it up there. And I just missed one of the other numbers. Going to try to be able to get that a little bit later on. So 237 and 230, those are the original members in the break. 236 is Frohenholtz. He just swung off in that light blue jersey. So George Fraser's very similar purple jersey. The racing division presented by Race Coaching. George Fraser coming out of Kentucky at 19 years old. 5 riders in the front, no German. Oh, they need the German to be able to be up there to be able to help them. I think the Germans are sitting back. They plan on riding tempo, trying to be able to make this a field sprint. But I love how that people are not waiting around, not waiting for a group sprint, trying to be able to rip this race apart. And we have 5 riders right now with about a 6-second lead. So we got Frohenholtz at 18, Fraser at 19 years old. Then we got Walker at 21 years old.
We love you too. These guys loving each other. They're trying to roll this split. Not going great, though, because here comes DCC about to shut it down. Silas Motskis back up there.
Silas, a pretty good sprinter. He won Harlem last year in 2025, but he's the one doing the work right now, trying to be able to set it up. So DCC not making sure they don't miss out on the move. That was a hard lap to be able to bring back the breakaway, but it's job done as it's a reshuffling of the deck, and all of our riders are back together on the backstretch. Come on, Tulsa, make some noise, because we're going to be ringing a bell for a $250 Preem Sound Pony Triad, $250 Preem, $250 Preem to the winner of the lap, $250. A big thank you once again to Sound Pony Triad Bank. Blue jersey sitting on the back of the group right now. That's going to be Noah Kushner, 21-year-old coming out of Florida, just kind of sitting on the back because he wants to, staying out of trouble. A lot of racing still to go, coming up on 25 minutes still left for racing. Pro women, you're going to be within 10 minutes of your start time. Keep that in mind. You're probably going to be able to get you guys off and running at about 5:30. Staging for our pro women and pro men are about 50 meters before our start line on the right-hand side.
You guys still looking for a white jersey? Is that what you're asking about? Much like not trusting a man that wears a bucket hat, you should also not trust anyone who wears a white kit in the rain. I'll tell you that. So probably not a ton of guys out there rocking the white jersey today. When you see rain in the forecast, you usually go with something a little less transparent. Right now, it's a couple German guys. Blue, red, a lot of black up there, but hardly any white. I hate to break it to you. Silas Motskis back to the front, back through.
Noah, stay in there. Noah Kushner coming out of Florida. Don't give up. Try to stay in the back of that group.
Field back through, 39 minutes in. About 20 minutes of racing to go for these guys. We'll start showing laps here pretty soon, but right now still working on the clock. 39 minutes into our 60-minute race. Beach in Los Angeles sending Jalen Brasino off the front now. Brasino taking a little solo look.
Rider strung out right now, coming through that final turn. Remember, these guys are going about 28 miles an hour, flying around this race course, trying to be able to get away. Different riders attacking at different times. Now we got a brand new rider trying to be able to go up the road. This time it's going to be Connor Prestenbach. We saw how aggressive he was yesterday. The pink sleeves of Prestenbach, they stand out. He had a good race at the Blue Dome Criterium, trying to be able to move himself up, trying to get on that top step of the podium. They know, a lot of these riders know that if it comes down to a sprint, they're not going to have the speed, I think, to be able to go up against the Germans, or maybe even some of the guys that won yesterday. Remember, Isaiah Colbreth ended up picking up the win. Cleveland Cycling Academy was Jackson Clary was in second. Third place out of Piedmont University was Owen Lloyd. So they know who the fast riders are, and if you don't have that kind of turbo, you got to be able to figure out how to go from a long ways out and try to be able to rip this race apart.
Pace car up and around the final turn, and riders going to get their first look at our lap counter as they will see 10 laps to go. Riders showing 10 laps to go. Check the counter. You're looking at 10 laps to go. We are on the counter now. 10 to go, guys. 10 to go. 10 to go. 10 laps to go, gentlemen.
That's Tobias Koenig once again on the attack from DCC Alpecin. A little bit more strung out. Pace is picking up. It's getting faster and faster. Cheer him on in the back right there. Come on, don't give up, Noah. Stay on that wheel. Noah Kushner, the dead last rider right there. He's swinging back there. Every time they go around a turn, he gets that whiplash effect. He's having to accelerate faster than everybody else is in the front just to be able to stay in the race. Love it that he's pushing himself, not giving up. It's all part of Tulsa Tough, trying to be able to get through some of these other hardest races in the entire country. And it's day number 2 of our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough as we're celebrating 20 years of King of the Road. Stay to your left, there you go. We got field coming up right behind you. Hammer down, and 9 laps to go. Riders, a lap card showing 9 to go. We got a little bit of a split. Alarm bells are going off right now. They got to react. You got to race on instinct. You got to feel the race. You got to read the race, and then you got to be able to make the move. Pretty big group right now on the front. I don't know how well they're going to be cooperating. Is it the right riders? Is it the right combination of team members? That's a group of 8. Sometimes the breakaway can get too big, and a lot of riders are going to try to be able to sit on, especially when you're coming down to the final 8 laps. Eight to go, riders. 8 laps to go, 8 to go, 8 to go. A little bit of a gap. 8 to go, 8 to go.
Back to single file on the front. Leader's going to take us down to 7 laps to go. A little bit of a split rolling away here. 2, 4, 6, 7 guys, 7 laps. And now Sound Pony trying to shut it down on the front of the field. The familiar neon jerseys of our hometown favorite team trying to get up into this breakaway. Back together, DCC looking for a little noise. That or he is really pissed at someone in that field.
Nice shot right there. David Wild attacking through that start-finish line. And Wild trying to be able to get a little bit of a gap, racing for his Super Squadron. It's a team out of Texas. He swings off, waiting to be able to see if somebody else is going to be able to come through. It's the DCC riders all sitting behind him. And now it's starting to be able to bunch up. For 2/3 of the race, it's been in a single file line. Now we're coming down to the final 5 laps, and it's slowing down. It's starting to bunch up. The Germans are looking for each other. What they're doing is they're slowing down in the front, waiting for their other teammates to be able to make it back up there to get organized to start to pick the pace up. So the Germans have a plan. The question is, do any of the other teams have a plan?
I think most of the other teams' plan involves the Germans here. If I'm in this field, my game plan is watch these German guys mirror what they do and then try and pickpocket them into the last lap. I know they're going to be the strongest team. I know they're going to be the best organized team. I know they're going to get their guys to the front. So I would sit right behind one of those DCC jerseys and see if I can become an honorary German for the last 3 laps. That'd be my plan if I'm sitting in this group at 6 laps to go here. Make a little noise for them. Down to 5 to go. DCC still driving on the front. Tobias Koenig having a great race today. Had a great race yesterday. Clearly got the fitness, clearly on good form, and Koenig back up to the front right now, dragging his DCC Alpecin teammates around. Big single file line for this group. They are cooking. Lap counter going to take us down to 4.
Ring those bells, make some noise. 4 laps to go.
White jersey of William Hankhouse on the front that time through. You guys finally got your white jersey leader, Hankhouse, doing you proud. He's still up there. He's crushing it.
That's that Oklahoma Flyers team. Were you guys here yesterday? Yesterday, Blue Dome Criterium, Oklahoma Flyers did that lead out for 5 laps, setting up their sprinter, and the white jersey ended up crossing the finish line first with Isaiah Colbreth. So the Oklahoma Flyers, they had a plan yesterday. They executed it, and it worked to perfection. Can they do the same?
They're trying to execute again. This is actually turning into a really cool setup. You are about to have a 4-rider German squad against a 4-rider Oklahoma squad battling for control up on the front here. Flyers got 1 and 4. DCC is in 2 and 3. And then they've also got like 7 and 8 a little further back. We'll see if the Oklahoma Flyers can get more riders up here to the front of the group. Down to 3 laps to go. Up and around the final corner. They can hear you now on the line. Make a little noise for your 1-2 field at 3 to go.
Look at that fight for position, trying to be able to move up. Washing machine effect is what they talk about. You move up and riders go right around you and you end up getting shuffled to the back. You cannot afford to get shuffled to the back with 3 laps to go. Positioning is so important. Location, location, location. You got to be staying near the front, but not on the front. Right now, teams are sacrificing themselves, trying to be able to set it up for their sprinters. Everybody in this group believes right now it will come down to a field sprint.
Somebody taking a little flyer off the left side of the group here. Going to try and leave the front of the field behind. Going to put DCC in trouble a little bit. They wanted to control this one. They have lost control now. Spread out all over the group. This one goes back to single file up on the front. Another fast lap up here for the first 10 spots. Germans scrambling to get back up there. Here come the DCC jerseys back into formation. I think the Flyers still have 2 up here. And now here come reinforcements.
Riders right now getting ready to be able to see 2 laps to go, getting ready to be able to come around that final turn. Leaning those bikes over. Don Thornton Automotive, our pace car, comes through at 25 miles an hour. Right behind him is our field. Cheer him on and ring the bells. We got 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go.
Cleveland Cycling Academy coming on strong as well. They're starting to move up. They got a nice little train going here.
Shannon Hempstead's the rider in second position from Piedmont in the green and white. So Hempstead sitting in second. Then you got a few of the Germans sitting behind him. Right now, they got to keep the pace high. They don't want anybody to take a flyer. They don't want to get caught by surprise, so they're trying to be able to keep the group together.
A little further back, Lane Willer is the CCA rider for the Cleveland Cycling Academy. And that gets us back to about 7th position on camera right now. Meanwhile, DCC engines starting to blow up out there. You're going to start seeing guys who have been working on the front all day come off the back of this one.
Getting serious. Don Thornton Automotive, our pace car, making it away around that final turn. Right behind him, our leaders getting ready to be able to see one lap to go. They are flying on that downhill.
You guys might have a white jersey to lead you through into this last lap. You got one sitting on the front as they make their way to the line. So let's start making a little noise here as we get ready to send these guys off for one more lap of racing. Category 1-2 men, you are down to one lap to go. One to go, guys. One to go, one to go, one to go. It's like Cadence Waldo Racing also lining up behind DCC here. They're going to have a couple in the mix. Boulder Junior Cycling trying to get there, taking some risks to do it. Ay, ay, ay.
We're giving you one to go, one to go.
See the EF kid of Carson Baker trying to move up as well. And if he can catch some lightning in a bottle here.
One of the key parts is going to be on that uphill going up towards Sound Pony. They got to keep the pace high. Don't want to get swarmed. Different rider coming to the front right now with the Flyers. Cadence now on the front. What can he do as he's trying to be able to stay away? A Silas Linneman. Duvello, excuse me. He's a 26-year-old out of California now. The long downhill. This is where the advantage of having teammates, because they can cut through the wind at 30 miles an hour to get to the final turn first.
Pablo Cruz into third position for Cadence Cycler. He's got a good spot here, but losing ground as now DCC comes back into the picture. Boulder Junior Cycling moving up. They're in a seventh spot now. We'll see if the red jerseys can get there.
Here's your final sprint. It's DCC with the head down as he's making his way in. Oh, he's being challenged, but it's going to be Silas picking up the win. Silas Motskis finishing up first here at our Arts District. Day number 2 for the German rider Motskis.
Well, DCC did the work all day, and Motskis seals the deal for him. The Germans pick up the win on day 2 of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough as Silas Motskis outsprints the group coming to the line here. We'll check our top 3 here. I think Jackson Clary is going to get up into third in the white jersey of Cleveland Cycling Academy. So our white jersey fans across the street here will have someone to cheer for on the blocks, as I think Clary's going to get there. Check that. Jackson Clary into second. Isaiah Colbreth going to take third on the day today. Bring a page for Brad Huff to the start-finish line, please. Looking for Brad Huff to the start-finish line immediately, please. Brad Huff to the TV truck, please.
Time for me to shine. Go get it, I'ma go and get it. Yeah, we high up to the ceiling, we don't know the limits. In the eyes of defeat, we came through the finish. You know the hustle in my jeans like it's true religion. Go get it. And they tryna ride the wave. Real go getter, going hard every play. Ignoring all the critics, I'm involved in the chase. Boy, I'm counting up the digits, put it all in the safe. Get it, I'ma go and get it. Yeah, we high up to the ceiling, we don't know the limits. In the eyes of defeat, we came through the finish. You know the hustle in my jeans like it's true religion.
Good evening and welcome back to the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. My name is Gabe Lloyd and this is Daniel Holloway, and we are here at the FC Tulsa Arts Criterium right here in downtown Tulsa, Oklahoma. We've got a great day of racing ahead of us with our pro women and our pro men. First up, of course, will be our pro women. We're going to take a look back at last night's racing because it was one of the most thrilling finishes that we've ever seen here at our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We had our pro women taken to the line where we thought Caldera was going to take absolute dominance, but Higher Dose came up into the front. But that's not the end of the story, because as we come down into turn number 7, big jumps and big changes in the overall came around. As we saw big accelerations late, Kendall Ryan jumps wide, diving into turn number 7. Eileen Seitz there getting onto the wheel, but the story of the night is Skylar Schneider, where she rides into the draft here out of turn number 8 and then kicks early and comes alongside both Seitz and defending champion Ryan. But in the end, it was Skylar Schneider who went ahead and took that win. The win was by an inch or less, basically a tire width. An amazing finish to cap off a great night of racing by Skylar Schneider and the entire pro women's field. Check out this photo finish with just one tire width here. That's how close it was, making Skylar Schneider the most decorated athlete of St. Francis Tulsa Tough history. We got a chance to actually talk to Skylar before our night, but we're also going to look at last year right here at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Taking a look back at last year, we had the Ryan sisters on the front of the race at the end of it. As we came down through the backside of our course, it was Alexis Magner and Kendall Ryan getting themselves up into position. As they come up around the top, Holly Breck from Legion of Los Angeles working for Kendall Ryan to try and set them up, but it would be Alexis Magner as she came down and around on the back straight, kicking out of the final turn to get herself that race win right here for the FC Tulsa Arts District Criteria. You can always talk through see that in the final sprint to the line here, positioning is crucial, and the Ryan sisters showing us just how it's done. We got a chance to talk to Skylar Schneider before tonight's racing, just to get a sense of how she's feeling about last night and what she's looking forward to for tonight's Criterium. Let's have a look at that.
It feels incredible. We've been coming to race here I've been since 2013, and I think I don't know if I finished the first time I came, so to know that over the years I've made steps to get better is really, it feels really good.
Last night, the sprint was a little chaotic, it seemed, from the outside. Walk us through it from the inside really quickly, if you would.
Yeah, having raced here so many years, you start to learn the formula of each course, and it doesn't always come out exactly right, but I think we knew going into the final 2 corners was really the most important part of the entire race, and I came a little bit further back than I wanted to, but came in with so much speed that I was just able to get around and get a little bike throw at the end.
Skylar Schneider, your winner from last night. She now leads our Omnium standings for the weekend. Remember, this is 3 days worth of racing with McNally's Group Blue Dome kicking off the calendar. And next up, we're going to take a look at our course map right here for the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Daniel, walk us through our course here for tonight, right here at the Arts District.
Yeah, 6-corner, beautiful L. Out of 3 up to 4 is the famous Sound Pony Hill. It is elevation, Easton Street, tight up there, but it's the key point where you need to be basically locked into your position. Coming out of 5 into the final corners, all downhill, typically super fast, and it's hard to make up any ground going into that final corner. And typically, first rider through that final corner wins the race.
Amazing. All right, we're going to kick off the action here at the start-finish line to kick off our FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, as we got our pro women now on course for the second day of racing at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Thank you guys for joining us here. If you want to jump onto our YouTube comments, you're welcome to do so, and let us know if you have any questions about the racing here tonight. We are keeping an eye on that, and if you're a fan of the sport, be sure to share that YouTube link with your friends. The more people we have watching what we're doing here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the better. And again, my name is Gabe Lloyd. I'm joined by Daniel Holloway. We also have Brad Huff on the sidelines reporting for us from the pits throughout the night, and I'm sure we'll get a lot of great insights from Brad Huff. Both Holloway and Huff have a lot of racing experience here, having started with this series 20 years ago at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Here we are 20 years later, and we are racing bigger and better than ever right here in the streets of Tulsa. We are at our pro women's criterium right now for the second day of racing, presented by FC Tulsa, who brought home the hardware to the 918 for the first time in club history last season, winning the USL Championship Western Conference title, and proving that Tulsa competes with anyone, anywhere. The same competitive fire out here on the streets today. Two of Tulsa's premier sporting events united by one thing, a city that shows up. FC Tulsa, Oklahoma's premier professional soccer club for Tulsa. Check them out at One Oak Field this season and learn more at fctulsa.com. Bringing your live stream to us today is going to be Quick Trip. When you need to fuel up fast and get back to the action, there's only one place to go, and that's QT. The Quick Trip has over 1,200 locations, fresh food, great coffee, and the fastest pit stop in the game. Quick Trip knows a thing or two about speed, and they know Tulsa. Big thanks to Quick Trip for presenting our official live stream here today at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. And of course, we don't want to forget that Saint Francis is the presenting sponsor of everything we do here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. They are our region's #1 healthcare provider. For decades, Saint Francis has been Tulsa's cornerstone of compassionate care, committed to not just treating illness, but building a healthier, more active community and building that power of movement through competition, getting outside and pushing your limits. Great to have St. Francis Health System being our presenting sponsor for so many years, and so great to have so much of their support right here in the streets of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Daniel, walk us through how this race usually plays out. I think that this race is a lot different from the McNally Group Blue Dome event, and tell us why that is, whether that's about course, whether that's about fatigue from the prior night, or something else completely different.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 6-corner course. It's got more elevation. It is wider roads as well, smoother tarmac, so just kind of easier to keep that flow, allowing it to kind of stay together and keep momentum going. Also, typically, when it's windy, it's a headwind on the downhill, so tailwind up, headwind down, which makes it hard for any kind of breakaway to stick, because your legs get loaded up the hill.
Okay.
And then ideally you want to coast, carry momentum downhill, but with a block headwind, you've got to pedal super hard. So it just becomes a lot for a small breakaway to maintain that gap.
So weather an important factor here at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, but today is one of the most mild weekends that you and I have ever experienced here in Tulsa. With 78 degrees right now, 10-mile-an-hour winds with 16-mile-an-hour gusts. We've got a number of storm cells to the south of us right now, sort of swirling around, but right here in Tulsa, I mean, we started the day off in pouring rain, but right now the skies have cleared out, and it is absolutely beautiful right now. Perfect weather conditions. You can even see the tarmac is dried out already, which is great to see, because with the relative humidity in the high 70s, low 80%, we were a little worried maybe the tarmac would not dry out, but that is not the case. These women have absolutely perfect conditions for racing here tonight.
Yeah, there's a couple small puddles here and there, so if you're trying to sneak up on the inside to make up ground, you're going to get through some water, and depending where that puddle is your tires might dry off. But you know, here coming into one, if you're pushed too far inside, there's a couple puddles there that you could enter corner one on the inside with wet tires, and you know, that would be bad news. But for the racing line, the tarmac's super clean, because I mean, it was raining heavy all morning, all early afternoon, but ideally that just washes all the tarmac off. You know, just anything, any kind of debris, mess, oils, you know, anything that could flat your tires has ideally just kind of been washed away. So it's pretty good conditions to race in on that front. And yeah, it's nice and cool, and it's, yeah, not too hot.
We had a chance for Brad Huff to actually talk to some mechanics down in the pit about their tire setups. Brad, what do you hearing on the ground?
So before you talk to the mechanics, you got to talk to the weather guy. And I've got Jimmy. He's the #1 heli ski guide in the world. It's my heart, but he actually is one of the top ones. He's been monitoring the weather all day. Before we can help the mechanics out, Jimmy, what's been going on currently?
Well, we've got low pressure way over West Texas that's driving moisture up from the Gulf of Mexico. Fortunately, as that low pressure moves to the east, that kind of line of moisture that's moving up with it, that's been associated with the thunderstorms on and off all day, is also getting pushed to the east. So in about another 100 miles south, we've got a chance of more lightning, but stronger chance of more rain, which will make things interesting, but not necessarily as dangerous as the lightning. So that's what we're keeping our eyes on the courses.
So Jimmy and I raced pretty heavily back in the day, and so Jimmy understands the changing conditions. Jimmy, if something happens really quick, how are we going to help these athletes out here?
By clearing the course, right? If it's just raining, well, raining's racing. I mean, you and I both know that that's just part and parcel. Stay away from the paint lines and manhole covers. But the one that, you know, as kind of the key risk manager here, the thing I'm really worried about is straight line winds, tornadic winds, and lightning. Lightning will be the thing we most likely have, in which case we clear the course. We work on our public messaging through social media and all the kind of Jumbotron screens we've got up, and just try and clear the area and get everybody to shelter.
So it's going to be fast. These are the top women that can handle the conditions. What's going to happen out here? We'll get back with you.
Thank you, Brad. Great to have that intel, and such a knowledgeable staffer able to really monitor our weather conditions, as rider safety is the top priority for this event, as it should be. And so we are going to keep an eye on those conditions throughout the entirety of this evening's portion of racing. We got some action on the front right now in our field. We have Tess Edwards for Caldera on the front at the moment, keeping an eye on things. Tess's lead out last night was very strong, to the point that it actually, I don't know exactly what occurred there. She sort of rode the rest of the race off of her wheel at the end of that. And that sort of created a little bit of a shift, I think, in what was expected for the finale of last night's race. So we're going to keep an eye on the dynamic right now. We've had about 8 minutes worth of racing. 3 or 4 laps have come and gone. What are we seeing right now, Daniel? What's our race dynamic at this moment in time?
Yeah, it looks like everybody's just kind of feeling each other out, seeing what's going on. Doesn't look like anybody's pressing to race super hard or exploit a tactic to get off the front. Again, a majority of the large teams, major teams here, all have an absolute fast woman finisher, and a majority of those teams are going to want to go and make it a fast finish. So I don't think we're going to see a lot of proactive racing from them. It's going to be the Grace Arlinsons, the Shannon Cokes, some of the other smaller teams that may want to press the race, try to blow it apart, and get a group off the front that suits them. But the big teams, Higher Dose, Caldera, you know, even Fearless Femme, I think they all want to kick. Virginia Blue Ridge wants to kick, even though Marleus is someone that can ride a small breakaway, can turn on pedals for 60 minutes and still be very fast. Skylar Snyder is also that rider. So Dynamic can change and relatively quickly if, those riders, those teams want to change the dynamic and try to catch Higher Dose or Caldera Medical on the back foot. But we'll have to see if that's what they want to play. Or, Skylar's got all the confidence in the world to just bring it down to the final corner and see who can rip.
In the box on the right, we're looking at our podiums for the Category 1-2 race that takes place just before the Pro Women's field. So if you're just joining us, we've had races throughout the afternoon, even through some of the rain conditions that we had. And the race finishing up right just before this is Category 1-2. Silas taking the win for the win here today. So Silas taking our win from DCC Alpecin. Congratulations to those riders. Pace is picking up here in our Pro Women's race as we are lifting our tempo here, and it's Higher Dose on the front right now with Justine Thomas, I believe, as we come around that corner there. Justine, quite a formidable rider for the Higher Dose program. Higher Dose found themselves in the mix late last night, of course, finishing third on the podium behind Skylar Schneider and Kendall Ryan. So as our tempo picks up, it looks like even Legion of Los Angeles is picking up where with O'Brien here to try and keep this tempo nice and high. Tess Edwards marking this move early on. We did get a chance to talk to third place finisher Eileen Seitz before the racing here today about last night. Let's have a listen to what Eileen had to say about last night's racing.
Yeah, it was a little bumpy. I was just trying to hold my teammate's Andrea's wheel and trying to defend that wheel. Basically, I was just riding in my line, and then the bumps happened. It was a little sketchy, I admit, but yeah, it is just racing in the finale.
All right, so bumping is part of racing a little bit. Daniel, you and so many of our other elite riders have been able to been in these experiences where you are physically in contact with your surrounding riders. There's a fine line, though, between sort of respectful territory protection versus being outright aggressive out there. What are we thinking about for our women's field dynamic right now?
Yeah, just in general, when contact happens, you're racing bikes. If you're riding and something happens to your right, you're going to move left. And a rider to your left could be experiencing, and they want to move right, and you guys just make contact. Ideally, you both have the skill set that when you do make contact, you stay calm, make it out of there, and really consider that a racing incident. As the laps tick down, you start getting into lap cards, and even within certain windows of time within the lap cards, things heightened, things become more aggressive. In terms of holding your line, holding your teammate's wheel, creating space, boxing other riders in. My thing was always there's a warning system, right? It's you get, okay, this is one incident, this is the response. Number 2, number 3, and ideally it doesn't get past 3. And that could start on the first lap, check 1. And if it's the same rider, same team, right, their warning system starts at that point, not just, it's all nothing until the lap cards. So you can get to the finale, and what we see or what is very highlighted, we may have missed earlier in the race where tensions were already boiling because of some argy-bargy, some mental warfare, some other small things. And so it just becomes highlighted either on our broadcast or social media where it's just this one moment. But there could have been a lot of other things going in there. My perspective on that incident was that Eileen is a rider that has a little bit of an elbows out riding style and technique. She's also a little lower to the ground compared to Riley. And so Riley has a big window between her knees and her elbows, and Eileen with her elbows out style, when they do come together, intentional or not, and we can see if you really slow it down, Eileen's elbow gets in between, or above Riley's leg, and she continues to pedal. So it's initial contact, elbow goes in there, Riley pedals, and then that's when you see Eileen get really wobbly, and then all of a sudden there's just kind of this big moment. So if you slow it down, you can see that it's just Eileen's elbow inside of Riley's space while she's pedaling, and then it makes it look really quite dramatic rather than it be super argy-bargy and it really intentionally coming together. So as Eileen's perspective is like, hey, I'm, protecting my space, making sure that, hey, Riley doesn't move further into the train that I want her to, right? But her elbow gets in there, and then all of a sudden it's this bigger thing.
Okay.
So in the moment, if you go find Riley's Instagram and hear her, comment on the whole thing, in that moment it feels explosive. But when you slow it down, I don't think it's anything more than a race incident with, any mindset outside of that.
Thank you for that explanation. I think that was very poignant and spot on. We're going to actually listen to Brad Huff with another team director in the pit here momentarily. Let's hear from Brad Huff.
Hey guys, I'm here with senior mechanic Zach Foley. Zach's been on the scene for a long time. He knows what the athletes really need on a day like this. When the weather conditions are going to change, what do you do with your athletes?
It's really just talking about them, about the conditions and making sure that everything is going to be confidence inspiring, right? Confidence is key when it comes to courses like this, and also weather conditions that are going to change as quickly as they do.
Zach, what do you change with the PSI out there? Because everyone's like, oh, do you run rain tires? Do you change the PSI? What did you do with the athlete? Because it's so nice right now, but what's going to happen, you don't know.
So the hardest part about today's stage in particular was making sure that we knew where the weather was going to end up heading into the race. It rained all the way up basically until start time, so we kind of waited a little bit to see what it was going to do and adjusted course from there. Most mechanics will kind of take it down 5 to 10 PSI depending on how bad it's raining. We just kind of talked to the riders and made sure they felt confident when they got on the bikes and adjusted the course from there.
Awesome. Zach, who's the CCB sprinter you're going for today?
Ooh, that's a tough one, actually. I would say Lily. Lily's going to be the girl they're lining up for.
There we go. Look at Lily. Great bikes, great mechanic. I actually worked with him, so one of the best.
Thank you, Brad. Great to hear from that intel from the field. We had a $750 premium from Sound Pony, one of the best bars in Tulsa, putting up some money. We actually raced right by the front door of Sound Pony on this race. They put up $750. I believe Claudia Marks from Australia got that $750 premium on that last lap. She's here racing for the pedal racing division. She's a fantastic rider as part of the Australian national team program. She's, as you said, Daniel told us last night, she's currently living in Boulder for a few weeks while she gets some American Criterium racing under her belt. She's shown some good form, and she proves that tonight with a $750 premium, courtesy of Sound Pony. And Triad Bank also putting up that money, contributing to that money, as with a sponsorship of Sound Pony's cycling team as well. We got Bryony Botha on the front of the field, another very talented rider from Fearless Femme, presented by the Beasley firm. Botha having found herself into breakaways here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough over the years. If you haven't heard yet, because Botha, an Olympic silver medalist from the Paris Games with the New Zealand cycling program. She's got a very strong squad here today, though. Behind her, Paula Munoz from Chile, another Olympian in the mix as part of a Fearless Femme squad that's here. We're looking somewhat fence to fence right now, as they got a little bit of a breath being taken after the sprint to the line for Sound Pony and Triad Bank's $750 premium. And Kingdom Elite taking over. There we go, Kingdom Elite on the front. Another great program. Shannon Koch, who was winning bike races 20 years ago, right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, at the forefront of that program. She was at the front of last night's McNelly Group Blue Dome event, so it's great to see her continuing to be at the front of our races here 20 years later. Right now, again, we are about 18 and a half minutes into our professional women's race at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. This is the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. The great drone shot provided to us from Helmrich and Payne. When you see St. Francis from the air, it's always from Helmrich and Payne. With the streets and the crowds and the riders pushing through every corner, the view comes from the support of Tulsa's company, founded in 1920, having spent more than a century pioneering technology and engineering that drives energy production across the globe. Thank you to Helmrich and Payne for their continued support of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
Here we got the first big attack of the night from Legion of Los Angeles. Mary Joyce Monton going on the attack for them.
Monton's a great rider to send off the front at this point in the race from my perspective, in that she's a rider that can really sort of ride a sustained pace, keep a gap, and hold her own, right? And then that's going to force the other teams to have to do a little bit of work, because if they give her too much of a leash, she is a rider that could actually hold this thing if she were given that opportunity. That's going to take a lot of pressure off of Legion of Los Angeles with Skylar and Sam, right?
Yeah, it puts, you know, if depending on Legion's tactic, yeah, it's make other teams organize, start spending some energy, and it also gives the potential of a Skylar having a teammate up the road to join. So if things start to kind of pop off, people want to bridge across to this, Skylar can tag something and then have an ally already up the road.
Ureli Salazar from Caldera area behind doing the chase, an Olympian from Mexico, leading that charge. So much depth of talent from all of the women in this field. Excuse me, I see Salazar in the middle of the field, so we'll get some better eyes on who's actually leading that chase. My apologies to the rider on the front, doing all the work, trying to bring back Martin here. Sounds like Brad Huff has found some friendly fans out there. Brad Huff, who have you found out there cheering on our FC Tulsa Arts District criteria?
I actually haven't found any. I found some of my favorite kombucha, which is the Firefly kombucha right over here. But the biggest thing is Kane's Ballroom is right up there. The Sound Pony Bar is right up there. This is one huge party. That's why they come to this race. It's a community event. We have a great time. We celebrate sound. We celebrate Sound Pony. We celebrate Tulsa. And that's what the Tulsa Tough is about. And getting up there at the top of the hill, this is the expo area. We have a great time. We bring people in here. It is a family affair, but it's also a fun one. Every bit of this is exciting, not only on the course, but off the course. So if you aren't out here yet, you're going to want to get here next year and go to the party.
Brad now living here in Tulsa. He calls this his home. He has a number of great projects going on here in Tulsa, like Project Dude Man, which is something that he has really taken the reins on and really helped with. So if you haven't checked that out yet, check out TulsaTough.com and look for the Project Dude Man information that Brad Huff has been delivering. But part of that is the real embrace of not only Tulsa itself, but how this entire town has really embraced Tulsa Tough all year round. There's just more than just this weekend of racing, which is so great to see.
And it's not even just Tulsa Tough, the bike race. The cycling community in Tulsa is absolutely incredible. They have great infrastructure through the River Parks Trail. And so, you know, one Project Dude Man is Brad is getting all sorts of people on bikes and how bikes can just help you in so many different ways. It's not about Tulsa Tough, the bike race. It's about bike riding. And so Dude Man is just an arm of that. And Brad's being a great steward of like, hey, dudes, let's just go ride our bikes. No agenda, no anything. We're just going to go out, have a good time, and be a community. So Tulsa is one of the most encompassing 360 cycling communities in North America.
Well, let's actually listen to Brad. Brad, what's your take on what we've been waxing on about? You think we got it?
You guys did a great job, but really you have to give the respect to the women that came before us, and that's the Divas. The Divas program has been around for 14 years. They set that up because the women didn't want to come and race their bikes. They wanted to have a fun time on their bikes, just getting out there. Here we have the River Parks Authority, which controls every trail system here. We have over 50 miles of asphalt trails that you can ride at any day in a safe security. So they have tons of group rides that go out in a day, which I was able to create the Project Dude Man, because we're all projects in life. We're all supposed to be dudes, but we're also told to be a man. And I tell individuals, you don't have to come here and to have a performance parameter. You get to show up as you are. You just ride your bike, dude. We are on this ride together. We have fun. And at the end of it, we get fitness. So the more fun we have, the more fitness we get. And here in Tulsa, we are all about fitness and fun.
Thank you, Brad. It's so great to hear. Again, check out TulsaTough.com for more information about all these great things that Tulsa has to offer. St. Francis Tulsa Tough weekend really is sort of the most public way of displaying all the amazing things that Tulsa has to offer, but there's so much more to it. Let's jump into racing action. It is Skylar Schneider on the front right now, driving this pace, wearing that leader's jersey, and she won last night in the McNally Group Blue Dome event. She's checking the shoulder, and she is absolutely hammering right now. Grace Arlinson on the wheel is a great but we got another counter attack here from Tess Edwards. Edwards now countering the acceleration by Schneider. This means I think the gloves are coming off early in this race, just 24 minutes in.
Yeah, we saw this teed up 4 laps ago when Skylar's teammate did the first attack, and then Holly Breck countered that move, you know, to keep the pace high, introduce fatigue into the legs for Skylar to do this big attack. And now it's super single file, and now every rider in this peloton has to pedal. Even if you're on the wheel, you're putting out more watts than you were 5 laps ago. And so Skylar's really want to inject some pace, see if there's some cracks that start to form, and we do see that starting to happen in the midway part of this group. And so did any of the players really trying to save their legs get caught out? Now it's going to be an even bigger effort to come back just to the front. But this is a great opportunity for Fearless Femme, Virginia Blue Ridge, higher dose to counterattack. But now we see Laurel taking advantage of this lull, carry some momentum, and get a gap, and put the other teams on the back foot.
Yeah, Laurel Rathman having a strong reaction to the little hesitation on the back straight coming down into the final turn, and she is now the rider to get the gap. And look at this. So a lot of race dynamics shifting for us over and over, where we had Skylar on the front lining up this race entirely, and then a bit of a hesitation as we came down into the final turn, and it is now Legion chasing this back. So Legion had the control, then they sort of ceded it, and now it's Legion doing more work again.
Yeah, so this is where, you know, again, if you're going to start throwing punches, you got to make sure you have a backup plan for the counterattacks, the counter punch, if you will. So it's Alexi Ramirez for Legion going back on the defense to close this gap, and you've got to be careful on how you do this. And it's either immediate, super explosive, really, really big bullet, and make sure that, you know, it works, or more of a longer tempo pace, and maybe you kind of can get some help from some other teams and share the workload.
So Laurel going to come up now. You can see she's not fully gutting herself to stay on this effort. I think that sometimes these teams are looking to see who is willing to respond and in what intensity are they willing to respond. Last night in the race, actually, you had a moment where you were explaining that maybe they should have let Skylar just dangle off the front of the race and almost kill herself, because there was a huge response from Caldera, like a ferocious response, and you were like, you know what? Maybe they shouldn't do that amount of an intense, like just sort of let her soak her own energy up or something, right?
Yeah, just let it simmer, you know. And it's similar style thing. Again, one rider on these courses is, you know, you really have to be a super time trial specialist to make it stick. So you can kind of just let that person do whatever they're looking to do, even if that gap may go out what seems like really big. The likelihood of them sticking it is low, so you don't have to go super deep to monitor the gap.
There we go.
Patrick with the counterattack.
Yeah. Chloe Patrick flicking the elbow there, and it looks like Arlinson going to come around. But we're on a cream lap right now, so $100 courtesy of Bicycles of Tulsa right now. Arlinson on the front, but the preems doesn't seem to be really the motivation in the moment in time. There seems to me like they're really trying to create a gap. This is maybe an opportunity for higher dose or even CCB. They look like they're in position on the screen right now to see if maybe they could accelerate and put themselves into a more of an aggressive spot to come around as we come up onto the incline up towards the museum. And that's going to be Obran, Alex Obran from the Legion of Los Angeles on the left side of the screen. In the middle of the screen is Andrea Sear. Looking around, though, what does it mean when a rider's looking left and right when they're on the front?
Oh, you're just kind of checking your peripheral view to see if there's going to be somebody, you know, wanting to sneak up on the inside or come around the outside. You know, just if you're going to drift one way or another, you're just checking you're not drifting into somebody that's carrying a ton of momentum, and just understand what's going on in the race.
There's a $100 preem on the line. I guess I'm surprised I'm not seeing somebody trying to get themselves some gas money or beer money at this point. Where the preems in this race have a less of an impact than, say, like the Cat 3 race, where it seems like guys are willing to dive bomb each other into death for $100.
I mean, they're going to race for the money. It's just the extended of it. They're going to want to do the least amount of effort for just the $100 with the dynamic of this current field. So very unlikely we're going to see somebody going from a half lap out for $100 here, but somebody is going to take the opportunity with as little effort as possible to get it. So some of the other teams are really watching each other, especially with the last bit of counterattack we've had from a few different teams. They're more concerned with not missing a split there versus making themselves vulnerable for a $100 preem.
All right, well, $100. That's the Cuban rider from Parks Law Firm that got that, and YouTube, help me out again. I know you guys backed me up last night on this ID of this rider, number 14. So help me out one more time. She just collected $100 for her effort. So shout out to her for that. Actually, it was just handed to me from the stage attendant, Yusmari Diaz, for the Parks Law Firm. So thank you guys very much for that. Yusmari Diaz from Cuba, getting that $100. We have some of the best pace vehicles in the game here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, courtesy of Don Thornton, because every great race needs a great pace car, and this weekend, Don Thornton is that pace leader. Family owned and operated right here in Tulsa since 1969, Don Thornton has built one of the most respected automotive groups in the country, representing Audi, Lexus, Land Rover, Cadillac, and Volkswagen, and earning recognition from Time Magazine not once, but twice as one of the top 10 automobile dealers in the nation. More than 50 years of premium vehicles, premium service, and a genuine commitment. Check out DonThorntonAuto.com.
Now we got Tess Edwards. Really big attack, and I mean, this is the largest gap of the day for sure.
Sounds like Brad Huff has a little bit of intel for us as Tess Edwards is building up this big gap. Brad Huff, what do you got for me?
Listen, I've got the OK Oklahoma Flyers Elite program, which also runs a junior program called Oklahoma Flyers. Your daughter looks up to these racers. She wants to go to Europe. What does it mean to have this caliber of athletes here in Tulsa for, what is it, Brady Arts District?
Yeah, it's kind of everything. You look at any junior really, you rewind from the kids that are racing this elite race 5 years ago, they were 12, 13, just like my daughter is. And they've grown in the sport watching these elite racers, so they see the potential, they're motivated by that, and then they get to experience something much broader than just a local crit. You got riders from all over the country here, so it's a big deal, yeah.
And I think your son's actually pretty good. He did a pretty good ride last night.
Yeah, he won the 1-2 race, so that was a big deal for the team. The boys worked hard, controlled the front as much as they could, and then he sealed the deal in the final lap, so that was big. And then today held on to the Omnium with a third-place sprint. So we're super proud.
Incredible. And how long before we get Addie out here in the pro field?
Soon. She broke both of her arms last year in a crit crash, so she was a little gun-shy, but she raced her first crit this week, actually, at a little practice race. So she's getting the taste again.
Awesome. So look for Oklahoma Flyers Elite and the junior program.
All right, Brad Huff getting the intel there from our locals here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We got Caldera on the front with Tess Edwards, really driving the pace. Remember, Edwards is the rider who was in the lead out for the McNelly Group Blue Dome event last night and actually rode the team off her wheel. So she's clearly here with a bunch of great fitness. Perhaps they're going to implement that fitness in a different way. So earlier in this race tonight, I was talking about how Legion had a rider that was off the front that was maybe able to actually hold it all the way for themselves. Now Caldera playing that card because Edwards absolutely could do that. Looks like we now are seeing a bit of a response from the field as they're going to try and reel in the tremendous effort by Tess Edwards is off the front. You can see Sophia Areola of 2028. Third wheel right now in that chase, and Caldera marking her specifically. So this is clearly a tactic from my perspective that Caldera is trying to implement, where they're going to try and dangle one of their riders who could potentially take this to the line. and they maybe want to see how long she can survive this.
Yeah, Tess, from what we saw last night, is super strong. Caldera's daring the Peloton to chase, making the other riders do the work. What Caldera has to do to protect Tess is not just go to the front and ride a super slow tempo. It's going to encourage a lot of attacking big changes of pace. They need to sit, 6 wheels back, 8 wheels back, and let the other people decide how hard exactly they want to chase. Because if they dominate the front, they're going to get these massive accelerations like we just saw, and that's going to eat into Tess's gap more so than, her riding a strong tempo and 3 or 4 other riders managing that gap.
Edwards taking the gel, getting some calories in her right now. Probably carbs, really, in this day and age. That's Sylvia Espinoza for Full Send Racing, presented by Kuro Athletics on the front of the field doing the chase. And now it is actually going to be Higher Dose on the front with, is that Andrea Sear actually doing the chase?
It does look like that.
Sear now doing the chase with Bryony Botha on the wheel, and Grace Arlinson also up near the front. Arlinson continually patrolling, but somehow missing the opportunity to get a gap every time that she puts in the big effort. Nevertheless, Edwards continuing on with her effort. And let's see what the tactics actually become here as well, because there's a different scenario where if they make the catch, Caldera should actually immediately respond.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is where we've talked about over and over again with solo riders is, a team has to keep it manageable. Don't just coast and let this get super big, especially with a rider like Tess Edwards. But, really kind of call her bluff. How long can she keep going? And will she start to show fatigue? And at some point, Higher Dose, CCB, Virginia Blue Ridge are going to have to put a rider, Legion, at least, one up there and start setting a decent tempo so this gap doesn't get too big. Because on a course like this, the momentum can shift where if Tess gets around the top of the course and starts getting on the downhill while the Peloton's on the uphill, things become on our side and all of a sudden they get upside down pretty quick. So it's still, the Peloton is on our side. They're sharing the hill together, which again, if they make a really big effort, that gap can close quickly. But if they give her too big of a leash and the momentum changes, it could be very hard.
Margie Bemis was on the front tire. She got a flat. Yeah, so Margie Bemis with a flat. Looks like a front flat, I believe. We'll get confirmation from that. We'll have her, well, I don't know. I don't see the flat, so we're going to go to Brad Huff when she gets there to understand what's going on with Margie Bemis when she comes down and around. But that sort of disrupted the momentum of the chase as Margie was first position on the field, and she had to actually pull off for her own safety there with some sort of bike mechanical. That's going to lead the chase to everybody else. What's the onus for Legion to do the chase? They're wearing the leader's jersey. They have one of the fittest women in the field. How much responsibility does Legion have right now with, so it's a 1 hour race. We got 25 minutes left. What's the plan?
I mean, yes and no in Criterium racing, whether you have the leader's jersey and how much onus. It's not like a Grand Tour where Jonas Vingegaard is wearing yellow and you put your team on the front to manage the gap or anything like that. It's kind of, hey, we won a stage, we're happy. We don't need to do anything else. It's up to other people who didn't win, doesn't have a result, to do the work if they came here for a stage win. So Legion could just kind of be calling the bluff, saying, hey, we're good with it. We're willing to risk, this, the greater outcome.
All right, Margie Bemis coming into the pit. Brad Huff, what are you seeing down there?
We're really trying to get this going. She just a rear flat. She's got her own wheels. The neutral mechanics are helping her get her going. It's just nice and calm. She's not stressed. She's going to be able to get back in. They're helping her. This is pro. This is what you do. See how she's just checking on her front, make sure there's not an issue. She's just checking everything out. So this is what you do in the pit. When you don't freak out, you actually go in with a better heart rate, a better awareness of what's actually happened. See how she's grabbing her bottle. She's refueling. She's taking her time. This is a seasoned pro.
There you go. Margie Bemis calm and collected as we like to see it. On the front of our field right now.
Kim Lucci.
Wow, that's what yeah. Wow. Nice to see Kim getting herself into the wind here on the front of our FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium right here for the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. And it looks like Caldera is now going to take over pace setting there. I believe that's Urelli, Salazar, Yep, number 4 is going to be Ureli Salazar, our Mexican Olympian. So, and with that, Tess Edwards has been caught by Kim Nucci doing that work. What? $750 premium? Frankie's for real on that one. 10 laps to go, it looks like, on the counter I see on the stage there. So about 20 minutes left of racing, and the officials have deemed that to be our point for 10 laps to go. 10 laps to go. And we've got Grace Arlinson on the front. Look who's second wheel. It's going to be the pink Moo Moo leader's jersey of Skylar Schneider of Legion of Los Angeles. Moo Moo is the official jersey of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, with limitless performance built by riders. Every single podium jersey that you see here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough is brought to you by Moo Moo. If you want one of your own Moo Moo jerseys, you can check out the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough merchandise tent, or check it out at the tulsatough.com. Big thanks to Moo Moo Apparel. Check them out at moomooapparel.com. We get a $750 Sound Pony presented by Triad Bank Preem. This is $750 on the line. Now, this is an amount of money that's really going to affect some change in this race, I believe, because $750, that goes a long way towards the travel costs of each and every one of these teams. It's not cheap to be on a bike race team out here in this day and age, and $750 courtesy of Sound Pony presented by Triad Bank will make this impact. As we see higher dose on the front, Stephanie Holomack, second wheel from Brooklyn, New York, in that United jersey. Oh, coming down through Bryony Botha, coming out through that turn. Can she get on the pedals early, carry that momentum, and she may be able to get all the way to the line. Looks like her gap is significant enough that she will be able to hold on for that $750 presented by Sound Pony, presented by Triad Bank. So Bryony Botha for Fearless Femme, presented by the Beasley Law Firm, collecting that $750. Look at this gap. Remember, Botha's part of the Team Pursuit squad on the track for New Zealand's Olympic program. So she's got sort of this like high power range. And it looks like the Winston-Salem team knows that. Winston-Salem team going to try and jump out and away to get onto that wheel. Botha looks like she's very much in control of this effort right now. She's not overly exerting herself. Remember, though, Botha no stranger to breakaway situations here at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Let's see what happens here in the next few laps, but it is Winston-Salem's team coming to the front to try and counter that last preem lap, thanks to Sound Pony. Claire Abry, I believe. Claire was off the front last night, actually, doing this same move about this same time with 9 laps to go. This is Claire's signature move now for the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. It's a smart move, but she needs to have a companion out there. You can't do this thing solo. And as you can see now that we're later into this race, the gaps are not being given as much as we saw earlier in the contest. Looks like Sammy Bosco on the front of the field, I believe, our para world champion and Olympic champion on the front, driving that pace.
Yeah, we can see it's single file, and this is a really good move, good timing. Unfortunately, it's just not with a couple of riders after that big $750 preem to make it happen. So again, solo rider, the field's not going to panic too much, but it's just one of those things. If people don't know a rider, it's better to not give them too much of a leash and just keep it just in enough check this close to the finish line.
Liza Ray on the front of the field taking up chase for Abry, who is off the front. Abry now starting to build upon her lead, but as we saw with Tess Edwards from Caldera a few laps ago, that these advantages can be erased very quickly at the front of our field, because as she makes this right-hand turn, she starts to climb up past Sound Pony up towards the art museum at the top of the hill, and that would be very taxing. I'm not sure what the wind situation is on this section of the course here today.
We can just look at the trees, right? We're trying to look for little cues, some of the feather flags in the expo area. but more so the trees right there kind of tell us that it's gusty. It really is kind of hard from this vantage point to tell whether that's pure headwind, tailwind, or just kind of swirling.
Avery now building upon the lead. Seen some riders actually, sprinters even, being dropped from the field at the back. So that's showing that the pace that Avery is able to continue to drive here at the front of the field is very respectable. Sometimes it can be hard to understand the speed differentials that we're seeing on the screen here, right? Foreshortening of lenses, different speed variables from drone shots, etc., make it hard to really understand the race dynamic that is occurring. So when you start to see not only the extending advantage of the rider off the front, but then also riders coming off the back, it really helps to frame up exactly what the effort and speed is being shown at the front of the field. 7 laps now to go. Lap cards showing 7 for us here. Now, I believe we're going to start to see a little bit more organization as Avery's lead is sustained but higher dose with Margie Bemis now taking up chase, and CCB on the front as well, going to help to contribute to that reeling in of Avery off the front.
It's about 11-second gap. She's holding her own, that's for sure, especially as other teams come to the front and start to get organized, set a tempo, string things out enough so the teammates can move around and find each other if they're not already riding together. So she's definitely holding her own, making them work for it behind. And so she's just, out there. She's fully committed. She's trying to figure out time to finish, what maximum effort she can put out, and maybe hoping for a little bad luck in the back, right?
Yeah.
That some of the bigger teams are really gonna, we're not gonna do it, we're not gonna do it. And every time they hesitate, don't go through, it's 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, and that can add up to become an unsurmountable gap into the final things if she doesn't fade. It's, really from this point to 2 to go, we could see the gap hold, but if she really is taking on a lot of water and the fatigues were there, it's those final 2 laps where it's, you can really see the gap eviscerate super quickly when somebody's that tired after this length of an effort.
Let's talk strategy here for Caldera, as they're going to try most likely to get a little bit of redemption for Kendall Ryan. Ryan was second last year to her sister, Alexis. What do you think Caldera's strategy is going to be in the final 6 laps of this race?
My guess is they've talked about timing. It's everything. Hey, when do we want to really get together? When are we going to really inject pace? And then what is the order going to be, right? We saw that lead out come up, come unglued yesterday with Laurel losing the wheel. She did expend quite a bit of energy, but she's a rider that's capable of doing work the whole race and still providing a really good lead out. So was she on a bad day? Was on Tessa's super day? So we may see a readjusted order, that Tess and Laurel switch positions. But right now they're just going to get together, right? And then they've discussed what moment in time, how many laps, where on the course they're going to start to go all in, perfect their timing, ideally, and drop Kendall off right before or just out of the final corner.
And the other teams that are going to perhaps play off of that, well, that would be Legion trying to set up Skylar, as we see, I believe that's Alexi Ramirez on the front of the field right now. What's Legion's strategy here? It looks like Alexi's working very hard right now to reel this back in, but then you also have higher dose in the mix that's already shown organization.
Yeah, for Alexi, it might be just like, hey, this is the last effort I can give, right? So might as well just seal this, completely reset the race. This is my last effort that I can, that I can do today. So it doesn't make sense for me to, do anything other than this. And last night we saw Skylar really rely heavily on Holly Breck. Yeah. Right? So that's going to be her key teammate in these closing laps to move Skylar around. They're going to be communicating, mostly Skylar to Holly, say left, right, up, we're good, all that. And Skylar's really kind of going to be scanning, the lead out, see who's the most organized. Okay. And say, hey, make the decision of which train she wants to be on going into the finale. as these teams start to thin out as workload is being done.
All right, well, with that, we were just talking about organization of Caldera, and they've actually just countered the catch. So Legion doing all the work, and sounds like we got a $200 cash preem on the line coming up. So that's what is sort of heard in the background there. Tess Edwards doing all that work. So Tess Edwards lifting this tempo, countering the catch, driving this pace, and it is Higher Dose that's actually going to respond to this. And now Higher Dose and Caldera off the front with a little bit of a gap, but we are on a preem lap. $200 directly just from Saint Francis Tulsa Tough to the race to keep action moving. Edwards has done a ton of work in this race. Should they not use her as an actual protective lead out maybe?
Or simply, hey, like we've discussed before, she gets to draw out other riders and wear lead out trains down by doing this aggressive tactic. Again, Andrea tagged that and Legion missed. If they want to really catch Skylar out, they need to put whatever grievance they may have aside, right, and get to one to go and make Legion fully work. Expose Skylar and let Caldera and let Higher Dose take the recovery while Legion does all the work. You can't be like, oh, I tagged you. No, I'm not going to work with you because X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
It's you've caught a big team out, a big rider out. You need to work and make that and expose that team wholly, and get to the finish line, then sort it out. But if not, you just make the next race negative. You make it super easy for Legion to close the gap, and make Holly do no work and continue to help Skylar get closer and closer to the finish line with good legs.
I just wonder if they're waiting for Holly to really just be the turn and burn final lead out here, because I haven't seen Holly all race yet, and so perhaps they're being very patient. We haven't seen Sam Schneider yet either.
Yep.
So I hope that they're keeping that powder dry. This is $200 on the line, courtesy of Tulsa Tough, and I think that was going to be Yusmari Diaz one more time, but we'll see. We'll get confirmation of that. The Diaz is the first rider to come by us here at the announcer's booth, and I believe that was her that got the preem on the line. So Yusmari Diaz from Cuba, racing for the Parks Law Firm, getting herself 2 preems in our FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium race. After party is on her here tonight. Speaking of after parties, actually, I believe we've got a very cool after party in my cue sheets here with the Pearl Beach Brew Pub. The party continues tonight at the Arts District, presented by Pearl Beach Brew Pub. They've been bringing a beach party to downtown Tulsa since 2019 with craft brews, full bar, frozen drinks, and the kind of backyard energy that turns every night into a memory. So big thanks to the Pearl Beach, presenting the Vast Bank Crybaby Hill Soundstage on Sunday. Race action. What do you got, Daniel?
Yeah, another big name, right? That compared to last night to today is, Marleas has been invisible. She hasn't been at the front. She's not, ever present like she was last night. Maybe overextended herself, being safe, monitoring the front. So Virginia Blue Ridge has definitely taken a quieter race compared to last night. So another name we haven't mentioned that, again, prime position and has all the ability in the world to take this win. But we've got a small group with a small gap.
With Grace, yeah.
And Grace Arlenson started that move, but
this is like splintering a bit. It's surprising for me to see this happening with 4 laps to go, because as we come into this portion, I would actually expect to see a lot more organization on this course and at this pace, because if we're seeing with 4 laps to go, the field is really trying to set this up for a field sprint, and Arlenson is turning the tables on everybody. Kingdom Elite with Shannon Koch on the front of the field, really driving this pace.
But there's Sam Schneider, Laurel Rathbun is there. Chloe Patrick is just tagging the back of that. I think Higher Dose is kind of the bigger miss.
Yeah.
I think they do have one rider in there, but compared to the others that want to ride in this, it's leaving kind of the buck up to them to close this gap. So these smaller riders need to keep the momentum going, if they're going to get a chance to get a top 8 out of this group. So, this Higher Dose rider is probably going to shut it down, but we're going to see what Sam wants to do, or even if Laurel decides to counterattack and expose kind of the rest of everybody. But here's Marleas moving up on the right side of our screen with Riley McMullen right behind her.
Yeah, Marleas Mejia putting herself into the prime position. She's actually the Cuban National Road Race Championship. They don't technically have a Criterium National Championship in Cuba right now. So she's the Cuban road race national champion. So she wears that distinctive helmet with the blue jersey of Virginia Blue Ridge 2028. She's currently actually second wheel right now with Riley right behind her on the Helmrich and Payne drone shot on the left side. They're sort of midfield right now, Marleas, and then on the right side you can see Marleas in the middle with the red and white helmet. We got our FPV shot from Helmrich and Payne coming into focus here as we come through the final turn on this course. Now looking at 3 laps to go. Really going to start to wind this, or excuse me, now 2 laps to go. It will be 2 to go when we come through the start-finish line. Claudia Marks also now on the front. Marks is a rider that presented herself early, now counterattacked by Justine Thomas on the left side of the screen from the Helmrich and Payne FPV shot. And Thomas now lifting the tempo for higher dose Renova.
I think that's Kim Lucci tagging that move as well. Tess Edwards, Marleas Mejias, Grant Arlinson, Skylar Schneider, all there as things get stretched out. So Skylar is definitely not going to want to go too much further back than this. I don't see Holly Breck around her.
Holly's very far back.
That number 57 right there on the left side of that. But she does have her sister Sam not too far away if needed, but not a ton of organization from any one team riding together super well right now.
Yeah, let's see what's happening. Now we're climbing up past Sound Pony.
2 Fearless Femme riders there on the right, or on the left, excuse me. 2 higher dose riders. So again, these riders have 4 or 5 riders, but none of them are riding in a line this close to the finish. Very different look and feel than we're used to.
Yeah, I think Marleas is doing a nice job sort of letting other people come around into the front, but now we're going to be coming down to a lap and a half to go in this race, and I'm surprised to see that Caldera is not taking control right now. Perhaps they're going to leave this to the final 3/4 of the last lap, but they need to stay together and they need to really dial this in. You can see Kendall Ryan in the National Championships jersey right behind Laurel Rathman on the left side of the lead out and from the drone shot, and I believe in the right side you can see her tucked in right behind Rathman. We got Fearless Femme though lining this thing up on the front of the field, and there you can see with the FPV shot Rathman and Ryan and this Marleas Mejia right there. It looks like Chloe Patrick's going to try and slot in to try and help with this final lead out, but we're now coming into 1 lap to go. 1 to go here for the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. We're going to lift up this tempo. Daniel, what's the final thoughts on our lead outs here?
Yeah, I think Caldera was really hoping to get through this corner. They did miss Tess Edwards not in this line. She's missed this opportunity to really help the team to fully launch up and over the hill. So Laurel's going to have to do a little bigger lift, and we're going to see if Tess can make that. If not, she's just got to tag Skylar and try to steal points in the finish.
Yeah, all the at work that Tess Edwards did earlier in the race, perhaps coming back to get her as she found herself out of position coming into this final 1 lap to go. And now Caldera is too early on the peel off. There's only 1 rider remaining. You need 2 left here right now. That's going to put Kendall Ryan in a very vulnerable position on the left side. We have Marleas Mejia putting herself onto that wheel. She's going to back out a little bit, and she's going to try and reset this idea at the front of the field. Marleas trying to get herself into the right spot. Fearless Femme now blocking through, and it looks like I see Sky Schneider there on the wheel of Kendall Ryan. That pink Moo jersey, leader's jersey, is Skylar Schneider, 3rd position. Skylar is in a very good spot, but Marleas Mejia now right behind Skylar as they're coming down the field. We are side by side right on top of our women. This is it, gonna be in the final turn. The kick to the line, it's gonna be Ryan first on the pedals. Is this the move that she needs? We're gonna wind this up one more time. Is this a repeat of last night as Skylar Schneider tries to wind it up, but Ryan does not want to be beat again as we come out to the final kick to the line. Kendall Ryan gets redemption here for the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium for Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Kendall Ryan getting the win here tonight for the Caldera Medical Aurea Racing Program, keeping Skylar Schneider behind her. Paula Munoz for Fearless Femme tried to make the pass late, but she was unable to get just ahead of Kendall Ryan. A very solid lead out there by the Caldera squad. I'm sure that Quick Trip is going to help us roll that back and take a look at what just transpired there. What do you think, Daniel, though? Initial takes on our lead out.
Yeah, Chloe Patrick did a really good job at the top of the hill to protect that spot. We saw Marleas and Riley lose all their momentum. They had to just basically hit the brakes, go to zero as the first few riders carried a ton of speed. And that really hurt Marleas coming into the finish as she basically did her sprint twice, once at the top of the hill and once here. And then we see crazy closing speed from Paolo Munoz from the Fearless Femme presented by Beasley Group. And Higher Dose mistimed it and missed out today on a podium finish. But Kendall was not going to be tonight.
Kendall, very serious, actually declining to come into the booth for an interview at the pre-show opportunity because she wanted so much to focus on this. You can see Laurel sort of waving her through, being like, this is your time. This is when you got to go. But also watch when they get on the pedals. There's the first pedal stroke by Kendall Ryan. She's first on pedals, first to kick, and already the gap is there, but also just showing the strength and power of her final acceleration. Skylar does a nice job sort of closing it down, and Paolo Munoz here right in front of us doing an excellent job really closing that speed. But 1, 2, 3 across the line is the same in the order that they came out of the final turn with. And Kendall Ryan collects that win here at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium, second stage of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Great racing here this evening in downtown Tulsa, Oklahoma. If you're just joining us, thank you for joining. You just missed a great race where Kendall Ryan, our U.S. national champion, got the race win. My name is Gabe Lloyd. I'm with Daniel Holloway, and we also got Brad Huff on the sidelines with us here tonight. This is a fantastic weekend of racing in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and thank you so much for joining us. If you guys have any questions about the race coverage, be sure to jump into the YouTube comments, and you guys can be sure that we will do our very best. Next up, we got our professional men coming up next.
If all I ever am is a champion and get to the bag, I must my escalades. I just got to raise like a tidal wave. I'm trying to hang 10 million in the bank, something like a tank, unstoppable, unblockable. They hate it, but they watching though. Yeah, they clocking yo. Boy, I'm just too fast. Racing to that bag. Last lap. Raise the checker flag. When they ask, who that? I am. Who that? I am. Who that? I am. Who that? I am.
Welcome back to our race coverage of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, our 20th edition of racing right here in the streets of Tulsa, Oklahoma. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway, and thank you for joining us here at our Quick Trip live coverage of the second day of racing, which is our FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Let's take a look back at last night's recap of the McNelly Group Blue Dome Criterium, a fantastic race for our professional men. Let's take a look back at that right now. This is the onboard with Dario Raps, where we get to see exactly how the final lap played out, where we are on the wheel of Marcos Mendez. This is the onboard footage of Dario Raps as he accelerates, but on the left side of the screen, you will see Lucas Burgoyne coming in. They bounce off of each other, and that means that Dario Raps held his line, held it upright, kicks first out of that final turn, and he comes all the way up to the line, pushing big watts down on the bottom of the screen. That's what that metric is. And Dario Raps goes back to back at your McNelly Group Blue Dome. This is the top overview of that final kick to the line. Let's hear from Dario Raps in this interview from last night.
I did have to go into the wind just one time, only on the last 200 meters. And I always could rest and gain energy for the end. And they did such a good work. They were always there, every attack. They did so much work in the front. This was such a perfect team effort, and I'm so proud of my guys.
You got to love Dario Rapp's enthusiasm. Every year his post-race interviews are so amazing. Let's take a look back at last year's FC Tulsa Arts District finale for our professional men right here in the Brady Arts District. We had our DCC program on the front, really driving the final lap of this race as they wanted this control. It was the Cadence boys, though, that really wanted to take this win. They tried to lead this out from the finale with truly one to go, but it was the DCC program that ended up overtaking them with a big turn of power at the end, driving the pace here late as they come all the way up past the Arts District here, as we see on the final kick to the line, putting themselves into position before they get to the final turn. Then we have Alec Briggs on the right side of the screen, flashing death before his eyes. He survived that one, though. Thank goodness Mr. Briggs is still with us today. But here we go, the final kick to the line. Dario Rapp's unstoppable, and Dario going 2 for 2 last year. Let's see if he can do it one more time in 2026 for our second race. Now, we had a chance to talk to Lucas Burgoyne before the start of this evening's race. Let's hear what his take was on last night's finale in Blue Dome.
This looks like a Luke Fetzer special course. Whenever it pisses rain, Luke Fetzer is in a sniff for the win. And he's been magical already on multiple rain courses this year, taking the win at the only rain course at Winston-Salem. And then last year he took a win, 2 wins on both of the rainy days last year. And so this is a team that rides really well in the rain. I think we've done about 5 rain races in the last year. 6. Luke's won 4 of them, and I've won 2 of them. So we've got some odds stacked in our favor today, and we'll see if we can keep the hot streak alive.
Lucas Burgoyne doing the rain dance here this afternoon, hoping for the very best. Let's take a look at our standings for the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Dario Rapp's in the pink leader's moo-moo jersey for winning last night. Brian Gomez is a story we're going to touch on during our men's race because it is a fantastic one. Jordan Parra, 3rd last night. Lucas Burgoyne, who we just saw, in 4th in the overall for our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough standings. Let's take a look at our course map right here at the FC Tulsa Arts District. Daniel Holloway, tell us what we are in store for our men's race.
Yeah, 6 corners, L-shaped. It's got elevation going up Main Street towards Easton. That top corner all the way down Boulder Avenue to into the final corner is a long downhill, but it is absolutely crucial to time your sprint perfect to be first through that final corner. It is very, very difficult if you're 2nd or 3rd wheel, unless you come with crazy momentum to come that far back with how short the sprint is.
All right, well, with that, we're going to jump to our men's call-ups. Corey Williams from Legion of Los Angeles, their first call-up for us here this evening. Corey and his brother Justin have a deep history right here on in the Brady Arts District. They've done a lot of work with Legion of Los Angeles.
Back in 2019, he won here in Tulsa Arts District. A former U.S. professional national champion and the godfather of modern criterium racing, running for Legion of Los Angeles. Welcome, Justin Williams.
Our next rider is wearing the Stars and Stripes jersey. He's going to be easy to pick. He's your current U.S. Pro Champion. He comes out of Austin, Texas, the Cowboy, Lucas Burgoyne.
We'll go to Columbia up next for this speedy sprinter racing for the Foundation New York City squad. You saw him in 3rd place last night. Let's see if he can best that tonight as we welcome to the front row, Mr. Jordan Parra.
Let us remain in the country of Columbia. He was 2nd at Blue Dome, so right now, he's currently sitting 2nd overall. He's riding in the very familiar red and white jerseys. Oh, they got white jerseys now. Of Foundation, Brian Gomez. Changing uniforms on us.
And finally, we will introduce to you your current Saint Francis Tulsa Tough leader and defending overall champion. Winner on night 1, winner here last year, riding for DCC Elbasan from Germany. Say hello to Dario Rouse.
Rest of the riders will go to the field or to the line, please. Riders, welcome.
All right, you guys, that was our call-up for the second night of racing at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium right here for the second day of racing with the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. If you're just joining us, thank you for tuning in. My name is Gabe Lloyd, and I'm with Daniel Holloway. We also have Brad Huff on the sidelines, which we're going to jump to once we get our race underway, as he offers us a ton of experience and insight, not only to the bike racing itself, but also to the culture and history of Tulsa, Oklahoma, where he now calls home. Thank you for everybody joining us here. If you are on our YouTube, feel free to drop a comment for us. We will do our very best to answer any questions that you might have. And of course, do share that link with all of your friends and family. The more people we have watching, the more that we are able to show just how great of a job we do here in Tulsa, Oklahoma for professional bike racing in the United States of America. This is about to be your men's professional race right here for the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. This is going to be a 70-minute race, 70 minutes, and once we get to 10 laps to go, then we will convert over to lap cards.
It looks like we are just about ready to launch these guys.
Sounds like we're going to launch our pro men, thanks to Brad Soner and Frankie Andreu, who are on the stage here. And there we go, FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium now underway for the second day of racing for our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. DCC on the front right now with foundation in white this evening. And so many strong men racing on the streets of Tulsa, joining us here for the Christmas of Criterium racing in Oklahoma. We've been racing here for 20 years, the 20th edition of racing in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and it has been a fabulous way for us to be able to really grow and develop the sport. But we have so many people of history racing with us here, including Daniel Holloway, who won the first edition of this race 20 years ago. Daniel, what's it like being in the broadcast booth 20 years later?
It's wild. I think there's a couple kids in here that weren't born yet. So that's wild. But it's nice to be on this side of it, watch it from a different perspective, and it's just great to see this event 20 years later still going on, still thriving, and getting such a global audience, both on the stream and also in attendance.
We had our we've got Brad Huff in the sideline pits for us. Let's see if Brad Huff can jump on camera, introduce himself. Brad Huff, how you doing out there? All right, well,
all right, we're down here. The mechanics are ready. The pace line is already getting in set. Everyone's calm. That's what I said earlier. In the pits, you want to have a calm energy. You don't want to be nervous Nelly. That doesn't help your athletes. It doesn't help yourself get the job done. They are ripping by, and it's only lap 1.
Earlier in the evening, earlier this day, we had a ton of rain. It was absolutely pouring cats and dogs all day throughout Tulsa. And then when we got into our pro races, the skies cleared. We still have some weather south of us, pushing some thunderstorms swirling around in Texas, and that is pushing a little bit of precipitation north, we think, but we think we're going to outrace it for the day. But you can see some puddles on the home straight still right now, and that's what that is from. So even though the rest of the pavement is completely dry and it looks like a beautiful day, which it is right now, it's only 78 degrees for Tulsa. That is almost sweater weather here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So it's a beautiful day of racing, but with a little bit of low pressure system south of us, pushing some precipitation north, perhaps our racers are going to feel some wind. You can see that wind in the trees and the flags around us So we're going to see how we go. Now 77 degrees. Our wind has actually dropped from the women's race overall. So this is going to be a beautiful turn of events, and that may not actually be exactly what riders like Lucas Burgoyne were hoping for. Some of these riders were really hoping for a wet race to try and give themselves a strategic advantage. Daniel, talk to us a little bit about why some riders would prefer a wet race versus a dry race in a Criterium.
Oh, just, I mean, I enjoyed racing in the rain. It's really when you can drive a bike, handle a bike, it just gives you that extra edge over the other guys that can't. So you can create space, you know, and it becomes an easier race for you and more difficult for others. And so that's why there's some guys just like that dynamic, like pushing that envelope. They know where to find the line in the corners, can carry a lot of momentum, save a lot of energy. And it's a head game. I mean, a lot of guys get into the wet weather and just are really uncomfortable, and they get out of their comfort zone, and it takes an edge off. Where, you know, the guys that enjoy it, know where the line is, really thrive.
Amazing. Yeah, there's so many different strategies and so many nuances to our sport, and sometimes being ready for the race mentally is can be more important than your physical condition, because you can be very, very fit, but if you just don't want to be out there, that can completely change your day, change the lines you take, change even the risk you're willing to take to get yourself out there. So I think riders like Burgoyne were hoping for some of that to take place. We got a $100 premium from the bicycles at Tulsa on the line, $100 early on in this race. Got our Don Thornton Land Rover out there setting the pace for us. And here comes your professional men down through the final turn. Let's see who's going to sprint for this $100 out of that final turn. Looks like Legion of Los Angeles. Oh, excuse me. No, that's not Legion. That's going to be the Rose guys, I believe.
With a DCC rider coming over the top.
Oh, look at that. Money. DCC comes over the top and grabs that. Andreas Meyer, maybe.
Yeah, and in this shot, that's direction south, I believe, looking, and we're not 100% out of the clear with weather. Looking at the radar, there's, you know, green on the radar just below us moving this way. So 15 minutes-ish. We'll see if that actually hits us, provides anything. And going into bike setup, when you're in this, it's been raining all day. If you know that it's raining when you start, or it's going to rain the whole time, you set up your bike, your tire pressure's there. If it's, you know, you start in the dry, but there could be rain, you're starting to make some calculated risk on which tire pressure you choose, because it's not dry tire pressure, and it may not be all out wet weather tire pressure. So some guys will take a risk on either side to maximize it, right? Or just try to find a happy medium to see, oh, it's only going to rain in the middle, so I need something that can just get me through that period of time, but have ideal tire pressure for the finish. So with this new cell, and it may have developed before this race started, or, you know, no chance for these teams to make the adjustment. So if it gets wet, it might come into play on how some guys might have set up their bikes coming into tonight.
Yeah, we were actually talking with Brad Huff about this earlier as well, and if he has any intel from the pits at a certain point from any team directors, we'll be sure to bring that information to you guys. Tyler Williams on the front of the field right now for Legion of Los Angeles. Tyler having a very active early start to this race here today. You see a little bandage on his left elbow as he crashed last night early on, but he is doing well right now. We've got Jordan Habits from Rose Racing Circle in the mix. Habits had a very active night last night at the McNally Group Blue Dome event. And so Habits, one more time, proving to be one of the more proactive racers in the field. Maybe he will get himself or his team a result here this evening. Single file racing for us right now as we are coming up around the outside of the turn. This incline here that they are coming on, you see the slowing of the pace of the field as they come by Sound Pony, because of this incline that they hit right away. And that's going to be Michael Garrison on the front of the field just to drive that Shout out to Quick Trip for bringing us our live stream here. When you need to fuel up fast and get back to the action, there's only one place to go, and that's QT. Quick Trip has over 1,200 locations, fresh food, great coffee, and the fastest pit stop in the game. Quick Trip knows a thing or two about speed, and they know Tulsa. Since 1958, they've been headquartered right here in downtown Tulsa. If you have any questions, go check out Quick Trip, and thanks to them for their live stream coverage. Sounds like we've got Kendall Ryan with Brad Huff down on course. Let Brad Huff take it away.
Listen, if you want to talk about speed, if you want to talk about power, I've got Kendall Ryan. Kendall, how many times have you won here?
Oh, maybe 3 or 4. I don't know. On this day, yeah, I mean, 3 or 4.
It's hard to keep count. Both you or your sister win often here. How does it feel to come back after being so close last night?
You know, you just kind of have to pick yourself up and carry on and just, you know, try again. Yeah, and I'll always back myself and know that I got it, and I'm capable of winning the bike race. And my teammates, you know, they just rode an amazing race today, and you know, raced forward and kept the gas on. And we started some later attacks in the race, which just, you know, kind of burned up all the other lead-out trains. So it left the sprinters kind of stranded. And then, yeah, I just still had 2 teammates at the end to do a monster lead out for me, you know, and then I told Chloe to, you know, get me to that last corner, and so I was behind yelling at her, and there's some good footage that we're gonna post of how I talked to my teammates. But yeah, but it was really, really awesome. I'm so proud of them. They all rode really well today, and I'm just happy to finish it off for them.
Kendall, there's no one more crafty and more able to slice through the field like you, to drive to the line and win with your power. You understand what going for gold means. Tell us about Caldera Racing and why you put in Aria.
So yeah, I mean, I started the team because I wanted to support women in cycling with Olympic dreams and aspirations, and you know, and support whatever level of cycling they want to achieve. You know, Aurea stands for, it's the Latin root for golden. And Caldera Medical is our co-title sponsor, you know, and they're improving the life for women with pelvic floor health. And so, you know, we're really honored to have that support, and you know, it's huge for our team to come to a big race like Tulsa Tough and, you know, take a stage win against, you know, a monster field. So yeah, we're super happy with today, and Crybaby is going to be brutal.
I mean, there is no one more golden than you tonight. Congratulations on your big win, Kendall. We can't wait to see you tomorrow. Good luck.
All right, Brad Huff with Kendall Ryan, our winner here tonight. Great to have the U.S. National Champion racing with us. We have the honor and privilege of having both U.S. Elite Criterium champions racing with us this season. We have Kendall Ryan from the Pro Women's field and Lucas Burgoyne from the Pro Men's field, each taking to the start lines of our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. On course right now, we're about 11 minutes into our professional men's race. We got a nice little acceleration here by Luke Ferris for the Cheney Windows and Doors program out of the St. Louis, Missouri area, jumping across state lines to race with us here in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And the rider just before that, actually, in the pink jersey, that was, I believe, Cameron Jones.
No way.
The gravel professional that just raced Unbound on a 32-inch wheel bike. But crazy mix-up to come from Unbound and then throw himself into the madness of Tulsa Tough. So really cool to see Cam out here, completely different discipline, getting in the mix here. But, you know, I think for a rider like Cam, he's only going to get better this weekend. He needs it to be a little more grindy, just a little more wear and tear on the body. So he could look for an opportunity to find himself off the front here. This race has broken apart in the finish, you know, ended in a breakaway. So he could look for a sneaky opportunity, or even Crybaby Hill tomorrow.
Now, last night, we had a very interesting situation with rider Brian Gomez. Mr. Gomez finished second overall, but to get there, he had quite the challenge in front of him to get there. Early on in the McNally Blue Dome race, there was a crash that went down, and Gomez's bike was damaged to the point that he had to ride a spectator's bike. He changed back to his own bike mid-race, but he was not allowed to take a free lap, so he had to get back into the race using a cyclocross style exchange, putting him back into the field. He had to ride back through the field, and then late in the race, he comes out. You see him on the right side of the screen, jumps onto the wheel of Lucas Burgoyne, slides underneath him in a little pocket pass move, tries to get into the draft of Dario Raps, and he is right there, second wheel. He was unable to make the pass, but he was able to hold on for second place overall in front of his teammate, Jordan Para. But hats off to Brian Gomez for a fantastic race by not only riding a spectator's bike last night, but then getting back into the race on his own mechanical bike and then staying clear of those final crashes all the way to the podium at the McNally Blue Dome race. Daniel, have you ever seen a situation like that in the McNally Blue Dome race or really any other criteriums?
No, it's very, very uncommon for a situation like that to happen for a full bike swap. Like I said yesterday, I had that instance with just a wheel change at the Gateway Cup inside of free laps where I had to do a wheel swap with a teammate and then make the chase. But never, bike swaps like that are super rare, and it's incredible that, again, cyclocross riders probably have no trouble with that. But it's something you don't practice. It's nothing you ever intend to do or work on. So in that environment, under those conditions, to just watch how smooth that was just incredible to watch.
Yeah, it really was. And hats off to Sebastian Alexander, their sports director sportif, for facilitating all of that. And as both Daniel and Brad Huff have been very adamant about throughout this weekend's coverage, and they will continue to be so forever, being very calm when you are in a pit situation is super important. They made the decision that Brian's bike was not ready to be raced again, and a generous spectator said, you know what, take my bike. And they rode that bike just to get him back into the race, and they took their time to get his race bike back into condition. So nice job by that entire program. All right, let's jump back into our action here. That was Michael Garrison on the front for a few laps there, one of the strongest riders in this field. He's got a teammate this year with Cole Davis, who's now second wheel right now, and that they are on the wheel of Jordan Habets from the Rose Racing Circle program. So with Garrison having a teammate this year, perhaps that will help take a little bit of pressure off of him for him to be able to really focus on the final race result. Nevertheless, he will always be an impact upon our races. We're coming into about 15 minutes worth of racing. Again, this is a 70-minute competition, and we will see laps to go when we get within 10. Right behind Michael Garrison on the front is Corey Williams. They're doing a lot of work right now to keep this thing in control, not really letting anybody have a long leash. Is it Luke Ferris again off the front, or this is another one?
Smith.
Oh, Tim Smith off the front for this field. Does this race have a sprinter's lounge?
In certain moments, I mean, when it's single file, it's single file. There's nothing there. But as this puddle shows, we are starting to get rain.
Yeah. All right, so this is the rain dance that Lucas Burgoyne was doing earlier on, and this is where tire pressure comes into question. This will also be the moment in which some teams are really going to unleash some fury on the field because they're going to try and force a split and see if they can get this separation thanks to the weather coming up from the south.
You know, again, if you have radios, there's communication. And this is why it's very important to stay towards the front of the race. In conditions that you know this may happen, if you're hanging around the back, in the middle, you know, people start crashing, gaps start opening. You don't get a free lap just because a gap happened in front of you, right, because of a crash. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to chase that back, and it's just big wasted energy. So if this continues to rain, things get slippery. Guys are trying to push that limit to create space, and gaps open up. It's a lot of work to come from behind.
Let's see what Legion of Los Angeles does. Tyler Williams on front right now. Going to try and keep this pace high. Got the Rose Racing program right behind, right there with Nepomuk Roth in second position. We got
and there's a crash right there.
Yep. So we had just right in front of us at the broadcast booth, we had a rider go down from the Stalinas program, and another rider putting the hand up saying they also are involved in that situation. So just while that might not be on coverage right now, it isn't going to show us. Well, we are going to roll this back with the quick trip coverage. So you can see as riders come through turn number 1 right in front of us with that little bit of wet paint.
And you can see Lucas just he's finding the line, what his line is on how far he can lean the bike over.
Yeah. And this would be the moment where you sort of pull yourself out of that sprinter's lounge, I would think, because if these gaps open up, as you were talking about, that's when you don't want to be behind those big gaps that open. Sounds like Brad Huff has a report from the pits. Brad Huff, what do you got?
Oh, man. Do you think there's any gravel pros in here? Yes, there's one. Matt Wilson from New Zealand. I've got Verge with Scott Pro Racing. What kind of wheels are they running tonight and tires?
He's on I9 R65, so a 65 mil deep road, and then he's on a 32 with Schwalbe at like 60 PSI.
Woo, that's pretty high PSI for a gravel racer. What do they usually run?
Matt's at like 25, Cam's usually low 20s, Brennan Wirtz is like high 20s, so usually everyone's in 20s.
Man, to pump it up at high volume, high speeds, what does it feel for you to shift the gears into the road scene?
It's pretty similar, like parts are pretty similar. Like the process of setting up the bike is pretty similar, so a little bit different tires. He's literally on his gravel grace bike with road wheels, so literally swap tires and he's good to go.
The only gravel bike out there, any 32s coming in?
There's none there.
All right, no 32s out there, just the 7er seat.
Oh, getting into the weeds there on some bike tech, but thank you, Brad Huff, for that report from the sidelines. During that break, we had Cole Davis and Jordan Habits going for a Preem. Habits collecting that money on the line. Nice to see him continuing to have a very successful race weekend. And you see Cam Jones in the midst there with that Scott helmet in the middle. And here's Lucas Burgoyne really far back in the field, looking pretty comfortable right now. But again, a dangerous game to play when you've got rain coming down from the top. While he might be able to handle it, it's really about a question of whether or not the riders in front of him are going to be able to handle the situation. He may not be in a situation where he can get back to the pits if the gap that opens up in front of him, if there were to be a race incident, were not to affect him. So those are some nuances to our rules for USA Cycling's Criterium rules. See what happens though. Here he comes down through the middle of the field, racing next to some drifters. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, well, from the back, you can see some of those riders getting pushed in from the neutral pit, and Tyler Williams on the front continuing to set tempo. Right behind Marcos Mendez, I believe, for the Foundation Cycling program. Mendez being a very strong workhorse for that program this weekend. He was part of the final lead-outs. And here we go. We're coming through our turn number 1. Size of the field showing us that we've got from turn 1 to 2 lined out right now. Looks like Legion's really trying to show some control in our race right now overall, as we've got Tyler Williams continuing to set tempo at the front of the field, perhaps just trying to keep this thing in control for Justin Williams. Trying to have the sort of most controlled race possible for them right now. The longer they can keep this thing in control, the longer that it's going to keep the legs fresh for the sprinters.
Yeah, I mean, again, a guy like Tyler Williams, the Legion, Justin Williams, and his team, they just know when it starts to precipitate and it comes down, the best thing you can do is just push forward. You don't have to ride super hard, but just push forward, be around each other, know that you guys can trust your bike handling to stay out of trouble. So, you know, they're going to the front to just be safe and ride around one another in these conditions.
We got former World Tour rider Sebastian Hayedo, who's now a GCN commentator. He's actually racing with us this weekend, and he's in the pit right now with Brad Huff.
Oh, man. I've got one of the World Tour pros who chose to sit out tonight. I think he's been in the rain enough in his life. Why aren't you racing tonight, Sebastian?
No, I raced last night, and the idea is to do the only race, but
we see. Maybe tomorrow, you know, if I finish all the videos I had to do it, maybe racing again.
What do you think about Crybaby Hill? You going to go jump out?
It's going to be hard, you know. The hill is not too crazy. It's not too hard, but, you know, it's the circuit is really short, and then it's lap by lap by lap by lap, and then in the end of the day, it's crazy.
Okay, how are the boys feeling today for Foundation?
Yeah, they're feeling good, you know. The morale is really high. Yesterday, you know, second and third, and they do a really good job. And, yeah, they are ready for today and also for tomorrow.
Man, I've got a great story. Sebastian told me you were done about, 6 laps ago, 7 laps ago, and then you found 2 different sprinters sitting at the back and you had to bring them up. How did that feel to drag them to the front twice?
It wasn't great, you know. I came in only to finish the race, and then in the end, if I can help, was great feeling, you know. But yeah, was funny night, really emotional, you know. I stopped racing 8 years ago, you know. Was so many years, and I enjoy a lot.
So you quit 3 times last night, or just once?
I
think you quit, just one, but you thought you were done 3 times. So be out here with Foundation and have Sabo, one of the best directors you've had. How does it feel to be back in the States racing?
Yeah, that was why I was here. You know, that was my idea to try to come back. And then when I told Seba, you know, this idea I have, he said, "Come on, I'm helping you out, coming here." And also Sebastian was a sport director for 6 years.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Can't wait to see.
Yeah.
See you, Sebastian. Ciao.
Thank you, Brad. That's great to have Sebastian Haito race with us. And off the front of the field right now, Nepa McGrath from the Rose Racing Circle. Again, really testing his legs and his ability to get away from the field here in our race here tonight. Looks like we've got Eder Freyr doing the chasing behind. Eder's got the distinction of he gets to go to, he was second last year at the Mexican National Championships, and so he's going to go to World Championships from Mexico alongside Isaac Del Toro. And so he's been actually training with him in Baja California for the past few months. So Eder Freyr using the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough weekend to sort of refine some of the fitness. Apparently he's got some training camps with UAE coming up to ride with Del Toro in preparations for Montreal later on this season. We've got a $500 preem lap on the line. Tyler Williams on the front for Legion of Los Angeles. Looks like perhaps trying to set this thing up for their team. It's Corey Williams, I think, is up there behind him with that GoPro on his helmet. Big push here, though, by one of the Rose Riders, perhaps, as they're looking down through. Got a $500 crowd preem. All right, so this gift is from the Boise Twilight Criterium. So $500 crowd preem from the Boise Twilight Criterium. Ooh, and a free entry to the Criterium if they win this lap. All right, free entry to Boise Twilight and $500 cash. My goodness. Going to pay for the part of that plane ticket at least once he gets this preem. And $500 and a free race entry to Boise Twilight now being awarded to that one rider. Off the front, $500 richer. Thank you to Boise Twilight Criterium for that preem mid-race for us here. That's going to go to Derek Chavaria from G-Flow Cycling Club. Derek Chavaria got himself a free entry and $500.
That'd be amazing if you had to pick up the 500 at Boise. You got the entry fee. Your 500 is waiting there.
Yeah. Bring your race number. Look at all these people hanging out with beers and umbrellas on the side of our course here at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. So good to see. We have so much great support here from the entire city of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And big thanks again to FC Tulsa. They brought home some hardware to the 918 for the first time in club history last season, winning the USL Championship Western Conference title and proving that Tulsa competes with anyone, anywhere. The same competitive fire is out here on the streets today. 2 of Tulsa's premier sporting events, united by one thing, a city that shows up. FC Tulsa, Oklahoma's premier professional soccer club for Tulsa. Catch them at One Oak Field this season and learn more at fctulsa.com. Setting the pace at the front of the field, of course, though, is going to be Don Thornton Auto Group. Every great race needs a great pace car, and this weekend that honor belongs to Don Thornton Auto Group. Family owned and operated right here in Tulsa since 1969. Don Thornton has built one of the most respected auto groups in the country, representing Audi, Lexus, Land Rover, Cadillac, and Volkswagen, earning the recognition from Time Magazine twice that they have been in the top 10 automotive dealers in the nation. For more than 50 years of premium service and vehicles, visit DonThorntonAuto.com. We're racing here in the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. 20, let's call it 28 minutes worth of racing. This is a 70-minute Criterium, and once we get within 10 laps to go, we'll start to see lap cards. The number of laps being calculated by the USA Cycling officials on the stage. We got some great racing in front of us here today. Big thanks again also to some of our other sponsors. We got the Saint Francis Health System being the presenting sponsor of the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. More than a name on the banner, for decades, St. Francis has been Tulsa's cornerstone of compassionate care, committed not just to treating illness, but to building a healthier, more active community, believing in the power of movement, competition, and getting outside to push your limits. That's why St. Francis Health System partners with Tulsa Tough, that runs deeper than a sponsorship. It is a shared mission. Big thanks to them for being our presenting sponsor of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. And Daniel and I are sitting in the Zico broadcast booth, your home base for every lap, every sprint, and every finish this weekend. Sponsored by Zico. Thank you, Zico, for bringing us right here course-side for all of our great action. My name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway. We're calling all the shots here. We're in the halfway through our men's professional race here at the FC Tulsa Arts District. On the front of the field right now, getting back into some race action, we got the Butcher Box Pro Cycling Program setting some tempo at the front of the field, trying to get themselves into the mix and perhaps change the favor towards themselves by reducing the number of riders that are going to be sprinting at the end. That was Tom Scott on the front of the field last time through, with Corey Williams right behind, and following third wheel is going to be Cedric App from DCC. Daniel, so far in this race, we've seen not a lot of separation at the front. We've seen actually a lot of tempo set. From my perspective, would you agree, disagree, or see something else altogether?
No, the pace has been pretty consistent with, some surges that we've seen, out of Garrison and a couple of the riders, like this Butcher Box rider and now Nate Wilson from Scott, to just kind of string things out. But nothing I would say super vicious to really cause a lot of cracks in the field to try to get some exposure or, real big separation.
That was a nice acceleration there by Matt Wilson from Scott Sports USA in those very distinctive kits, but nothing has really started, although you can see sort of midfield, right? So you get a little bit of a bunch up near the front, but then further back it is all single file, indicating that we've got a very strong race tempo. And the fact that Lucas Burgoyne has actually moved himself very far up overall also indicates sort of race speed overall, because once the races start to get so fast that it starts to open gaps, Lucas will move himself further forward to try and prevent a chase situation. Similar with Justin Williams, who's in there with that Red Bull helmet for the Legion of Los Angeles. When you see Justin moving himself up, he's also conscious of the fact that this race tempo is very high. Boys are coming by us at the Zico broadcast booth, tent and turn number 1. As we see Legion of Los Angeles doing a lot of work up near the front. DCC should be getting themselves. There's Justin Williams with the Red Bull helmet, keeping himself in a very strong position. He's got riders all around him. They don't necessarily have to be his teammate to offer him some aerodynamic protection. As more riders he has around him, the more of an aerodynamic benefit he has. We haven't seen we've seen a sort of a strategic shift this year from Michael Garrison. Last year he was so aggressive every lap. It seemed like he was trying to tear away off the front. This year he's done it once or twice, but it seems like he's been a little bit more patient this season. Do you think that's an overall shift in our field dynamic, or something else?
Yeah, I mean, it could be a lot of different things. Maybe he's, really waiting for a big counterattack after a massive preem. You know, he's got Cole Davis. You know, he was in these early laps when he was setting the pace, stringing out. He was definitely kind of doing a check over his shoulder in this part of the course to see exactly how stretched out it was and who was in the positions
Look at this.
Going there. So
Jordan Habits is getting yelled at right now by Justin and Corey, being like, what are you doing? You either take the wheel or you leave the gap. Like, those one of the nuances of grit racing that maybe we'll jump back to, because we got Brad Huff in the pits with Sebastian Alexander. Brad, what do you got for us?
Listen, I've got Sebastian Alexander, one of the best directors with Foundation. Everybody's talking about the bike exchange, but let's talk about the man, Brian Gomez. What he did last night, I think it's the most impressive ride of anyone.
It was good. I mean, he shows that the class he has as a rider has been around for a long time, and he knows that, needs to be there. So we tried to, once the bike was broken, we got somebody's bike. I told him to give us some time to fix his bike, and then that was it. I mean, you saw him finishing second, right? And that was it was a big guy for us for the weekend. So it was good that I was able to do it.
You know, he did the laid out for most of the last lap and still was able to position and hold on for second. What do you think is going to happen tonight for Brian in the lead out?
I think today we're down to 4 riders. Okay. So it's going to be tough for us, but Parra and him, they will be together. We are second and third. Yeah. So if we're getting together to the end, those guys will stick together and try to take the lead.
Well, Sabo, I think there's a crash. Let's go pay attention. Let's get back out there.
All right, let's see what's going on out on our course right now. We've got our field strung out right now. Who's lifting up? We also, in that little clip from last night, Brody McDonald was from Modern Adventure Pro Cycling was the rider who went down. Brody actually elected not to start today. The crash wasn't really bad, but he actually is focusing on trying to defend his win from last year. So McDonald not racing tonight, thanks to that crash that you just saw in that Brian Gomez recap. Interesting for me to see at this halfway point in this race how far up the Williams brothers and Legion overall are racing. And we saw Justin sort of yelling at Jordan Habits from the Rose Cycling program about you either take the wheel or you get out of the way kind of situation. So let's talk through both those things. First off, why do we think that Legion is taking control versus Foundation? And then also, can you talk me through really quickly why it's so important for what Justin was trying to express there about you either take the wheel or get out of the way?
Yeah, I mean, I think taking the front is just control the pace. Maybe Justin in the back was just like, hey, it's too argy-bargy, there's too much fighting. Hey, let's just go sit tempo so Corey and I can just sit the front of the wheel and save energy and just be smooth. I don't think Legion would be opposed to having help. And maybe the Rose Cycling rider didn't quite understand, hey, if you're going to ride in the train, rotate with the guys that are rotating. You can't just park yourself in the middle and get the free ride with us. So you choose either rotate with Tyler and Eder or get behind us.
Yeah, sometimes those nuances within this race in particular are they're just a little bit different from maybe a more local race, right? This is a national level event. You got the best of the best racing out here, and those race dynamics are crucial for survival. This is a Helmrich and Payne drone shot. Big shout out to them. Founded here in Tulsa in 1920, Helmrich and Payne have spent more than a century pioneering the technology and engineering that drives energy production across the globe. They're the largest onshore driller in the U.S. and one of Tulsa's most enduring success stories. We're proud to have them back as part of our coverage for the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. And thank you for your support, Helmrich and Payne. We got a $200 preem from Tulsa Tough, $200 preem, $200 preem for our pro men on the line. It's Eder Frere on the front of the field with Tyler Williams right behind. These boys taking up a lot of work with Corey Williams in third position. Look who's right there, though. Lucas Burgoyne already riding the wheel. It's like we're looking at 3 to go. What's going on? Why are we doing this so early? Why aren't these boys hiding out?
Yeah, maybe there's just tension in the air we can't feel. But like when you're in the group, there's a tension. And you see one team mass at the front, and then another team's going to do it, and another team's going to do it. So you don't want to be too late to the party and get shuffled back, right? Or, you know, one team could be lining up and kind of doing a mass team attack and string things out. But now we have the Scott rider, Nate Wilson, gets the ding-ding for the preem and wants the money.
Yeah, so preem's motivating some accelerations here from the Scott Pro Gravel team, and it looks like they've drawn out of one of our, oh, that's Clever Martinez. And so they've drawn out Clever Martinez from behind.
This poor guy doesn't know that he's about to get his pockets picked. Poor guy.
Yeah. Clever's one of the best of the best. So great to have him raising whistle. And there he goes. Thank you very much. Wow, look at that gap open up. And Clever Martinez going to add $200 to the prize bucket for the Foundation Cycling Program out of New York City. Clever is part of, he's actually trying to go to the Olympics for Venezuela on the track. And so he's been doing a lot of track time. He uses this summer season to refine his fitness. Look at this little interesting move here by Clever to actually stay on the gas. Although he now, you can see with that body language where he relaxes the shoulders and now he's looking backwards. So he's not going to continue with this effort. Maybe Wilson's going to egg him on though. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is Wilson's chance for something. You know, as a gravel rider, I definitely don't think he's going to be, you know, super comfortable or versed in the field sprints here. So, you know, his best bet is to definitely get off the front, you know, get a friend or two out there that can really ride at a hard tempo and see if something can happen. But, you know, when you have Tyler Williams and Eder Frere just stalking you from behind, it's, you know, you can maybe pull out 10, 15 seconds. But if you look back and it's those two guys setting tempo, it's pretty demoralizing.
I got a question from the birdie on my shoulder asking me, what is the difference between a gravel racer and a crit racer? Why are those two things different if they're both riding bikes?
Yeah, I mean, gravel is just long, drawn-out, high sustained power. You know, just in the 300 watts all day long, gritting it out. Whereas crit racing is 100 watts, 500 watts, 100 watts, 600 watts, over and over and over again for 90 minutes. Very punchy, very big change of pace. And it's a different type of technical driving your bike, right? Gravel riders are kitty litter, mud, dust, you know, all sorts of rocky stuff. They can handle their bike, no doubt, but it is different going around corners at 60, 70K an hour. It's a different feel of your tires. So it's kind of those two combined things that doesn't make it easily translate. I mean, like, again, you drop most of these crit guys off into a gravel race and they're going to be into the deep end and it's going to be pretty difficult for them. So it's pretty impressive to see him out here because you don't see many crit guys, you know, deciding to go do something silly in the dirt.
A lot of difference between our Unbound riders and our Saint Francis Tulsa Tough riders. Nevertheless, these two boys from the Scott Pro's team are putting on quite a race for us here today. Lucas Burgoyne moving himself up into sort of a front position behind the Legion train. We haven't seen much of the rest of the Cadence program up around him. Lucas doing a nice job sort of floating the back. And because he is our U.S. Elite National Champion, he may be given a little bit more grace. Actually, Luke Fetzer right behind Lucas Burgoyne on Lucas's right hip. And so Fetzer and Burgoyne joined up at the front of the field, sort of biding their time here. This is actually an ideal scenario for them where they get to turn over some laps without maximum effort, but that's also going to favor Dario Raps. You can see Dario a few further wheels back. And interestingly enough, DCC hasn't had to do anything in this race. Like, DCC has been completely invisible from the front of the field. Well, they've been 80% invisible from the front of the field. Whereas Legion has been the one setting this tempo from the days of old.
Yeah, I think they got one preem. I think in the first few laps they were ever present just to, again, make sure they were ever present, you know, and they got a feel for the race and said, hey, you know, we really think not too much is going to happen. We're going to drift back and save our legs for the finale. You know, I think there's only 4 of them total, 5 of them total. So, you know, it's being very careful and using and expending your energy tonight.
So we'll see. So Dario wraps the great shots there by our production team to find Dario in the mix, and he's wearing that pink Moo Moo Leaders jersey for the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So while he may not be in the DCC jersey, he is still part of that team. He's wearing that Moo Moo Leaders jersey. They're the official jersey of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough, with limitless performance built by riders. Every podium jersey you see this weekend is presented by Moo Moo. If you want one of your own, head on over to the merch tent or go to tulsatough.com or moomooapparel.com. We've got Brad Huff in the pit with CJ from Legion. Let's get some insight on the strategy for Legion of Los Angeles tonight. Brad Huff.
CJ, your boys are on the front. What's going on out there? What are we thinking? We're not. Are we halfway?
I don't know. 42 minutes. Is that halfway?
Justin not on the train.
Okay. Justin has got the speed. This is a downhill sprint. It is picture perfect for him. What are the boys going to do to get him or Corey to the line?
I think right now they're trying to protect the front, and if it starts raining, the best place to be is in the front. I'm not sure what the plan is today, to be honest. But yes, great sprint for Justin, being that it's a downhill. It's a bit slippery though, so we'll see what happens.
I think he's going to be able to hold on. I'm really excited to see what he pulls through. What's your bet, Justin or Corey?
Does he hear me?
Probably Justin.
All right, there we go.
Why you sneak up on me?
Justin, ask why Justin's not riding his train. He took out his monitors.
Oh boy. Well, we'll follow up with another question there for CJ. Try and figure out what the strategy is there. Although CJ didn't seem to know what the strategy was there for some of those questions. It looks like our drifters are up near the front. My goodness, that team goes way, way back, don't they? The old Cliff Bar Drifter team.
Yeah, you know, they're putting a guy up there. They do have Preston. Preston can finish. I mean, he's got the ability. You know, he's not been able to absolutely seal the deal, but he's been on a big podium so far this year. He's definitely got some good riders around him to take him to the finish. So, again, when they put a rider up in that rotation, it allows Preston, Mason, Christian Crisello to get up there and be a part of that smooth process.
YouTube comments think that Jim Brown is actually a protected rider.
I haven't seen Jim Brown either. He's hiding incredibly, incredibly well. And that might be him right there on the inside, which does make sense. So I was unsure if he made it out of yesterday's crash okay. But if that does seem to be him, then yeah, absolutely. Jim's the fast man on that team. So maybe J-Dub went back, checking in on Jim. You know, going to work with Jim to get back up to the front. But
yeah, Jim Brown did crash last night. And Legion, actually Noah Granigan opting not to start today's race, saving himself also for Crybaby Hill. So Legion suffering a little bit in that early crash last night at the McNally's Blue Dome, but you can see those Legion jerseys further back now with Justin in that Red Bull helmet, and then other jerseys around. One of them may be Jim Brown. And Jimmer's winning the Easton Criterium about 2 weeks ago in Easton, Pennsylvania, in a sprint that is actually similar to Blue Dome than this finale. But Jim showing us that he does have the finishing speed, and Jim got the lead out from Justin at that race. So nice cohesion by Legion of Los Angeles a few weeks ago. We'll see if maybe they repeat that feat here tonight at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. This rider coming off the front of the field, Neppa McGrath from the Rose Racing Circle program, as he has been pretty proactive here in this race here this evening. We're 46 minutes into racing that. We're going to see lap cards probably within the next 10 minutes or so. Usually around 55 minutes we see lap cards on this course. And so is it too early for him? And also, what's the strategy? Look at Fetzer though, because nobody's really letting anything go here.
No, it's just a really strong tempo throughout the race. What's interesting is Foundation has really pulled themselves back and gathered 20, 30 wheels back. Kind of noticed Para kind of floating the outside at the top of the course there. So they're really starting to hide but gather getting ready as we see 15 laps to go now.
Yeah, so instead of the 10 that we normally see, we're at 15 to go. That's great. That's actually helpful for strategy for these riders, as many of them sort of know the countdown of their rhythm and their ability. So now that they see 15, it may actually cause a little bit of a reshuffle from some of the front of the field. We may also start to see DCC position themselves as they also count down from the finale. So and similar situation with Foundation, although as Sebastian Alexander outlined with Brad Huff earlier in the program, that they are down to 4 riders tonight. So they do not have the strength in numbers that they had last night, where we saw a lot more control from that program. And so we will see what our next few laps. That's Eder Frere from Mexico on the front of the field, and off the front of the field is Nepomuk Roth from Rose Racing Circle.
He's definitely wishing he had at least one more rider with him.
Yeah, I mean, is this a moment for like Michael Garrison to bridge across, or another sort of freelance power horse rider, or like Cam Jones or something, right? Like any of the big boys.
Yeah, I mean, Christian Casellos would be a good companion to have for sure. Just, again, either a player from a big team that can roll, which is unlikely, or somebody strong from another one of these smaller teams that really need to honestly look for an opportunity outside of a field sprint.
Yeah, maybe riders who came into this with some ambition and maybe had some bad luck last night. This is their chance to get themselves into a good spot, take control of the race. But this gap is already erased. Eder Frere already pushing that pace, and this gap is going to evaporate here in just about 2 turns time. A number of riders have already exited, as the closest exit may be behind them in this race in particular. Started with about 120 or so riders here this evening. We've got far fewer than that left, and with 14 laps to go. And there's your catch. Let's see if a counter attack occurs, or if we're going to see more of a organized shuffle with similar color jerseys moving themselves up. It does seem like the Scott team on the pink on the outside, with Wilson trying to get himself into position there. Parks Law Firm would do well to move themselves up. They do have a sprinter with Dushan Kalaba, and they've got a number of very strong riders that they brought to this race here today. This could be a good opportunity for them to put themselves into position. And then the Butcher Box cycling program also putting themselves into the wind earlier in this race this evening, and this could be a chance for them to take advantage of sort of the prelude to the setup for the final lead-out trains by the bigger teams. Looks like almost all of Legion of Los Angeles is up near the front, including Jim Brown. Jim there with the tinted glasses right behind Corey Williams. And it looks like Justin Williams, he's either the protected rider or the sweep rider. And Clever Martinez on the right side of that. Leading through turn number 1 more time, Eder Frere. Here's Justin Williams just really patrolling. Now Justin can play a few different cards here. He can either try to be the protected sprinter, or he can ride sweep, which is that he intentionally would drop the wheel of whatever their preferred sprinter would be, whether that's Jim Brown or even his brother Corey. A little early to tell though, but to me it's very interesting to see this organization by this squad so early. Like a few years ago, and like Ty and some of those boys were racing,
Sam Boardman.
and Sam Boardman were part of this. That made a lot of sense. Right now, the dynamic has shifted a bit for this level of organization this early.
Yeah, I mean, they're 5 guys, ultra experienced, but again, it's about keeping Jim and Justin safe, and Justin's just placing himself on the wheel, and Justin's expending his energy in keeping Jim safe, right, and people away from Jim, so he doesn't have to fight, he doesn't have to surge all that much as teams start to swarm around the back of that train.
We got Justin tucked in here. Let's see who else is around them. We got Olivia Leroy from DCC, sort of tucked in the middle of that mix there, riding onto the wheel of Brian Gomez, who's now put himself up into the front. Gomez is rider number 43. He's on the wheel of Clever Martinez, number 44. So Foundation now starting to show their organization up near the front, but you can see the Legion swing occurring near the front, and it seems like the other teams are happy to allow that to occur. We got Andreas Meyer, number 5. Andreas Meyer is super strong rider, very capable of holding his own. He's that DCC rider on the outside of the field right now that Justin is close to. Number 5, Meyer, actually chatting with, or looking across at Justin, and Meyer potentially looking for Dario wraps for them to talk and sort of coordinate and figure out when they want to really wind up their final lead out here. And here we come up past Sound Pony. Look at the number of spectators that we have out here at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium for the second day of racing at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. So great to see, of course, everybody hanging out over there on the left side where that Shram tent is with Sound Pony. Sound Pony, one of our favorite bars here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. They also have their own cycling club and program. They put on a few of their own events out here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So big thanks to them. They put up a few preems for our riders as well. Some very lucrative $750 Sound Pony presented by Triad Bank preems that they put up earlier in today's races. So big thanks to Sound Pony for their enthusiasm and, of course, support of our races here at St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
So Foundation kind of moving up there behind the train with Clever Martinez and Brian Gomez, Jordan Parra just behind there. So we're just kind of looking for Marco Mendez to help fill out that 4-man squad, claim their space at the front, and you know, they've seemingly decided to choose the left side, majority inside of the course there, and then the next team up would be DCC to get their guys together for Dario, really make sure he's not having to do too much, but he's chosen to ride behind Gomez for the moment as his teammates go to find him.
All right, so we've got a question from the YouTube asking him if Chris Tolley can win.
He's currently out of the bike race.
He is already at the after party,
yeah.
So he is not going to be a factor there. You know what? Brad Huff is part of our crew. Brad Huff is down in the pits. Brad has found success in this race before. Brad Huff, what's your feelings on what's happening right now in the current race dynamic?
Thinking of 5 laps to go, thinking of 3 laps to go, that's too late. Just like Daniel's been saying, the riders are hedging their bets of being in position early. That's what they need to do. It's 11 laps to go. I was in position. Daniel was in position, always early, because you don't want to waste any bullets getting to the front, and that's what every sprinter is doing tonight, and that's how you win the race.
So I got a question for you on that one, Brad. With 11 laps to go, though, we've seen Legion really setting tempo and not allowing any other team to do anything. Is that a smart tactic by Legion, or should they actually allow other teams to pull through and take some of this workload?
They're really kind of racing on the defensive right now. They might be burning some bullets. They're going to need going up. The right mix in there. It would be a lot smarter. They can back off to just like 10th position, but they're rolling the dice. I'm not rolling the dice. They might know something about one of their sprinters tonight that we don't know.
All right,
Jimmy.
And they just played a card. Jim Brown's taking turns on the front with Tyler Williams and Eder Frere. He's not sitting back. He's not recovering. So, that's an interesting thing. Maybe he wants to get a little bit of work in his legs before going back to rest. But all of a sudden he gets in the rotation. That's a card from Legion that they've just laid down to the other teams.
All right, well, we got Michael Garrison on the front right now with $750 courtesy of Sound Pony presented by Triad Bank, really lifting the tempo overall. Michael Garrison has been very patient in this race today. Now, this is why. He is going to try and line his pockets, but he has got Clever Martinez in the draft. And as we saw in the earlier preem lap, Martinez putting himself into perfect position. Now, this is also going to reshuffle the deck. As we just heard from Brad Huff, putting yourself into sprinting position early on in this race in particular is very important. This has sort of reshuffled. We now no longer see the organization of Legion of Los Angeles really smothering the front, but Jim Brown has made this selection. And then now the rest of the field has regained contact. Michael Garrison on the front, but the acceleration for the $750 is about to come. There it is. Clever Martinez on the right side of the screen, going to make that pass, check the shoulder. He's going to look around, and Clever Martinez, $750 richer. He's now made $950 in the race tonight. We haven't even gotten to the finish line. So Foundation having a very solid night. Now the question becomes, is there a counterattack? Whoa, real tight on the fence there. Is there a counterattack by anybody in this field this late in the game? This could be an opportunity for somebody to really stretch out an advantage before the sprinter teams really want to take control.
And it's hard to see anybody in that top 20 that's not in a dedicated lead-out role to be far enough forward to really move the needle in a counterattack.
As our riders are coming up past Sound Pony, Michael Garrison back on the front. He very much wants to keep this thing in check. I'm going to ask both Brad and Daniel, either one of you can jump in here. What's it like when you're a protected sprinter who's just waiting for the actual final explosive kick, when you have a very strong diesel rider like Michael Garrison or even Cam Jones on the front, sort of changing the race dynamic and shuffling the deck? Either one of you, what's your thoughts on this?
Man, I just say thank you every time they do that, because it just helps my team and helps me be in better position every single time without burning a match that we don't have to.
What's your take, Daniel?
Yeah, it just keeps the pace up outside of your own team, you know, and as a sprinter, it makes you continue to be locked in. Sometimes when a lead out starts too long out and it becomes kind of monotonous in this drone, you know, it's pretty easy to lose focus. So when you have these big surges and these big attacks from known riders, it makes you stay 100% locked in. And also you just give trust to your team, right? Like, that's the whole point is, you know, I'm the guy. I trust my guys to do what they need to do when other riders start throwing haymakers.
You know, and like I was saying, being in position early, that benefits us. Every time we're in position and someone does one of these haymakers, our team benefits because the other teams have to surge to get back up to the front.
And does this help the smaller sprint programs like Team Cadence, where they are limited in their ability to really control a lead out?
Ooh, you know, if you're savvy enough to float the wheels, it'll help. But you're out of position every single time.
All right, so double-edged sword there, it seems like.
That's right. You got to be crafty. You got to be crafty to be up there and know how to do it. And you don't need to ride defensive all the time. A lot of times when you're just one or twos, you need to be on the offensive to always be in position. And you can be on that major lead-out team without impacting their lead-out. That's when you're a true professional.
Interesting. All right. So Lucas Burgoyne has been floating at the back of the Legion train, and then DCC is now trying to muscle themselves into that. What would a sprinter like Lucas have to do in this situation? Does he allow DCC to come around and Foundation to come around, or does Lucas need to force himself further up repeatedly?
He's just got to keep bouncing from train to train, right? He's going to kind of be in this little bit of a washer machine and just go with the flow, right? He's looking for these opportunities to take free rides to the front, maximize carrying momentum when it's given to him, and he's going to be reading the situation. Oh, Legion's in control now. You know, check his shoulders. Oh, DCC seems to be here. Foundation seems to be there. They want to press forward, you know, and just float that patience of, like, somebody other than me wants to be forward. You know, I'm going to play a little bit of game, saying, he's going to do it before me and take that ride.
And then when you've got a program like DCC, where they're almost rinsing and repeating their strategy for Tulsa Tough, where they execute for Dario on night one, and then on night two, they really run the same playbook. They let everybody else race, and then Dario Raps just unleashes a 1,500-watt jump out of the final turn. How is anybody else going to counter that? Do you try and ride in front of Dario and force him to come around you, or do you just try and go even earlier, or is there something else altogether that the explosive sprinters can do?
No, I think on a course like this, it's about timing, right, and getting it right. I mean, Gomez can easily go head-to-head with Dario Raps on a course like this, especially with the long downhill straight that they're on. But it's all about being in position, right? It's getting your teammates to drop you off in the right position, so when everybody kind of launches at a similar time and just it's these microseconds, lack of hesitation, that gives guys like Dario, like Brian Gomez on this course the edge to get into that last corner first with momentum. So it's not, the DCC having a playbook that nobody else has. It's just about placement and timing and who can execute that correctly.
We're seeing the Rose Racing Circle program on the front for a while. This is the Jordan Habets on the front, who's been trying to set tempo here. I assume he's working with Nepomuk Roth. I don't know actually who their sprinter, I guess it would be Sven Thoreau would be their sprinter, who was called up on the start line earlier in the race. We haven't said his name once since then. And as I always say, the easiest way to identify the protected rider is the rider you've never say the name of. So Sven Thoreau, do we have any intel on him? Like, do we have thoughts on whether or not a rider like that, who's kind of unknown in the U.S. crit circuit at this level, would be one to watch in this final kit?
Yeah, it's hard to tell whether the result from him last night was as good as he gets. Maybe he's too far behind the 8 ball, had a bad night, to what he can produce today. So he's got some teammates riding. I think he's with another teammate 15 wheels back. Things have started to get a little disheveled, right? Legion's no longer on the front. Teams are onesie, twosies. It's starting to get a little bit argy-bargy, fighting for position just behind the top 5, top 6. So some guys are wasting some energy right there on not wanting to be too far forward. And it's unclear who's going to, these two Rose guys, when they pull off, who's going to take it up, because there's not a team behind them. So it's starting to get a little complicated on who's really going to take up the pacemaking these couple of laps.
Yeah.
And if there's a big lull, can somebody take advantage of that, like Michael Garrison? But it really seems like Garrison's going to try to take care of Cole Davis in these closing laps.
That's what it seems like, yeah. Now Garrison being the first position in this duo for Cole Davis, it seems like, which honestly, if I wanted to have a leadout man, I'd want Michael Garrison to be that guy. He seems to be able to turn a full lap of power on this course. At least he's done that in the past. And so Cole Davis really could be one of these individual sprinters that could find some success thanks to that one rider. But before we were talking there, you saw some argy-bargy with Corey Williams doing a little head to shoulder action there through the mix. Necessary, unnecessary? Are we sending messages more than fighting for position? What's happening there?
Yeah, again, it's guys coming together, holding position. Again, I don't see anything egregious other than some bike racing, maintaining positions, trying to create space for yourself. Again, you can't take your hands off the bars, and just push somebody's hip or somebody's shoulder. So you've got to be able to kind of lean off the center of your bike, use the totality from your elbow to your shoulder, a lot of surface area, and move a guy, and sometimes the head comes over as well for a little bit of leverage. And again, if it's kind of this slow movement, right, again, people are just creating space, moving things around. If it's an erratic left-right, and it's just a big flick, right, that's malicious intent. That's really what we don't want to be seeing.
Yeah.
So right now, again, because we don't have a dedicated lead out, that mix, as we could see, it's not single file. It's bunched up. So there's going to be these scenarios where guys are going to be touching to just say, hey, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Don't crowd me. I'm protecting myself a little bit here. So again, this is 4 to go. Bourgogne doesn't have Fetzer in the picture right now from what it looks like. It's getting a little messy. I mean, now we see drifters, these multicolored jerseys with the neon green together for the first time, almost at the right time, right? They might be able to pull something off here by just having 5 guys inside 3 to go to get to the front, and they just do a big turn and burn and says, hey, everybody just go as long as you can, and maybe that gets Preston to the line. But if they're not too careful, Cole Davis sends this thing and it gets single file.
What's happening here? I thought Cole Davis was a sprinter, and now he's just going for it. We've got 4 laps to go. This is a very interesting situation, perfect for Michael Garrison in a way, because now he gets to sit back and relax. I thought this would be inverse. I thought this would be the move Garrison would do to try to help Cole.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. We've seen Cole Davis finish really well when he was on that Rebel team, but again, reading the situation, these guys could be like, there's no lead out. There's no team taking control of this. You send it at 3 to go. Cole's coming around the corner to hear 3. Send it, force somebody else's hand to chase. That comes again with no lead out. Garrison does a counterattack with 1.5 to go, with nobody to chase. This might work out, right? This is how crazy this is turning out to be when there's no team with a full lead out after last night.
Parks Law Firm is starting to put some people up near the front. They've got Dushan Kalaba, but now as they come by, I see Clever Martinez up in second wheel on the chase up near the front. And we do have the Rose program also continuing to try and show some control with Nepa McRoth right in front of Clever Martinez. It looks like they're about to make this catch here of Cole Davis. A bit of foreshortening on the shot on the right, whereas the drone shot helps to show us that there is still a gap to Cole Davis. Let's see what the gap is. Oh, and the gap is gone. We'll see if a counterattack occurs. Now, this catch occurred a little bit earlier than what you had spoken about, because if this catch had occurred with 1.5 laps to go, man, that'd be a perfect launching pad. But this is too far out for Garrison.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, any guy, 2.5 laps is a big mountain to climb. So,
yeah,
what we're really seeing is who's the 2-3 guys that have placed themselves quite well. Dario is in position without a teammate seemingly anywhere around him. He's split 2 foundation riders. Again, who's going to take a long bomb? Who's going to take a risk? Is the winner going to come out of 20th position because the people in front just hesitate and fall apart? Or is it going to be one of these guys in the top 6 that just kind of keep pushing before the lulls and take care of, and just find themselves?
Well, I think we need to watch that pink leaders jersey, the Moo leaders jersey with Dario Raps and then Brian Gomez that's around him, because I think everybody's keying off of him. But now Lucas Burgoyne is going to move himself up into position here. We're looking at 2 laps to go, 2 to go here. And it is that Rose program, hopefully with Lucas Settelberger on the front right now. Hopefully Settelberger can hold this tempo for as long as possible, but he's got Clever Martinez right behind him to try and wind this thing up as best he can. And then Michael Garrison sitting third wheel as well with, I think, Raps behind him. So this is a very interesting reshuffling. I really did expect to see DCC take over by this point and really show their authority on this race.
Yeah, or Foundation. I mean, they're there. They're about, again, I believe it looks like Mendez second wheel. Then you have Gomez and Parra just behind. And Dario's got this a little bit, wearing the leaders jerseys, he's got a little superpower in the sense that people want to be on his wheel, not in front of him. So he's going to have that little bit of help that he's not going to get a ton of people crowding his space in this moment for him to fight a ton, because everybody wants his wheel because he is the fastest guy in the race. And here goes Fetzer.
Yeah, big attack by Fetzer. Now this is the lead out that Lucas Burgoyne wants. He wants Fetzer to do this move especially well. So as far as cadence is concerned, this is exactly how they want this race to play out. Now let's see if they can actually follow through. Fetzer's going to try and do a pull all the way back up to the top of the hill. And then he's going to pull off. If he can hold it all the way to that point, Cadence has successfully done what they talked about doing. Let's see if they can follow through, though, because if somebody rides over the top of them, that will disrupt this plan. Here we go. 1 lap to go. 1 to go here for our FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium. Luke Fetzer on the front right now. He's got Dylan Haynes right behind him, and everybody else wants a race win here tonight.
Yeah, this is super good positioning from the 19-year-old on Boulder Junior Cycling to find himself this far forward. And even if he doesn't have super legs for the finish, he's ahead of all the mess behind him. So it's really going to be telling towards up this hill how much Foundation can move their riders into position into the downhill. But right now, Dario Raps is not having to fight anybody, and he's hoping that Jordan Parra is going to launch and take him up the hill into position. But we have Garrison coming over the top. We're trying to come over the top.
There's a
big hesitation.
Big hesitation.
Evan McQuirk.
Somebody on YouTube called out his win here tonight. Let's see if he can do it. Remember, McQuirk got himself the podium at Crybaby last year, so he's no stranger to success here. But we're now got Dario Raps second wheel on McQuirk, and Dario is in his perfect position. Let's see if anybody's going to try and take a run at this on the outside.
Oh.
Wow, looks like
Gomez.
It's going to be
hesitation.
Brian Gomez right through the outside. He now dives through the final turn. Gomez will be the first on the pedals. Can he he jump all the way to the line? Here we go, the final kick. Gomez is the first wheel. Can he take this victory here tonight? It's going to be a big sprint on the right side, though, and it will be. Dario Raps, I believe, taking that win. Dario Raps goes 2 for 2 at the FC Tulsa Arts District Criterium at Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Raps unbeatable here tonight. Wow. Raps in that pink leader's jersey. Used that to give him a little bit of extra power. Brian Gomez was first on the pedals out of the final turn, taking the line he needed to take, but Dario Raps could not be contained, and Raps goes 2 for 2 here once again. This is the rinse and repeat of last year. Dario Raps winning first and second night of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough.
Just incredible patience, you know, and Foundation did everything they could. If anything, Gomez maybe went a little early here around, but I mean, that was his thing, is he's third wheel. He's got to do it early enough where he actually completely makes it around McQuirk and Dario coming in here, but maybe 2 pedal strokes too early. But it was his move. And again, Dario really staying tight on the wheel. Even though Gomez was first on the pedals, Dario was right there, biding his time, and then boom, you could just see him launch and get to the hip. Gomez starts to fade, and Dario just is able to maintain the power.
That was an incredible sprint by Dario, taking a few pedal strokes on the wheel of Gomez and then getting it by about a wheel at the line. Hats off to Mr. Brian Gomez for also having a fantastic result. And I don't know, let's check the history books, but how many times have we had first and second
Gomez's
be the same?
chain comes off it. Look at that.
Mark Cavendish style.
And then Garrison sneaks in there for third right at the last 50 meters.
Good ride for Garrison to get on the podium here. Ahead of everybody. It looks like our Rose Racing program gets themselves into the 4th place. There it is. So Dario Raps, excuse me, no, that's all. Different screenshot. That's not the results there on the left side of the screen, but we're taking a look at our finish line camera. And you can see that Dario Raps is clearly won by about a wheel. DCC celebrating, and we're going to bring them back around to the start-finish line for an interview with Brad Soner or Frankie Andreu as they come on down and celebrate another great victory for this program in the streets of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Your champion for today and continuing his winning streak in the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough Series is Dario Raps of Germany. For DCC Alpecin. Here comes our race interview with Brad Soner at the start-finish line.
Derek Chavarria, come to the announcing area. Derek Chavarria, come to the announcing area.
Who's Derek?
Couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. Dario, congratulations. Second win in 2 days here in Tulsa. You are on fire out there, but I gotta say, it was looking a little sketcy headed into the last turn. Take me through your final 300 meters of tonight's race.
Yeah, today I knew it's a big headwind on the finish line. So this time I did not want to go too early. And then Gomez, he went so fast in the downhill section, and I knew, okay, now I have to be just behind him. Then we went so fast through the last corner, and I was at first on the wrong side, on the right side. Then I had to wait a little bit to come to the left side, and from that it was just full gas, and I just caught him on the finish line. Fuck yeah!
Dario, how different was today's race from last night in Blue Dome? What changed for you here on day 2 of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough?
Of course, this hill in the circuit is not easy because we have to go over there so many times, and yeah, that costs such energy, and everybody is more tired in the end, and it's just, yeah, who has a little bit more left because everybody is just fucked, and But I'm so proud and so happy that I could be in the front.
Well, I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more happiness from these guys because I know you're looking forward to tomorrow's race, Crybaby Hill. Talk about what Sunday is like for you and what it's like for the DCC team when we head to Crybaby.
Of course, now we are super hyped to do the triple, I can tell you. And we will give everything. Of course, we are heavy riders. I mean, the most of us are 80 kilo plus, and that's not our best circuit tomorrow at Crybaby Hill, but we are in a very good form, and I think we can keep up with all the other guys, and we will try to win.
Right on. It's going to be a great show. Hey, one of my favorite parts about the DCC team is your team chant whenever you guys get a win. So, Dario, do you want to lead us in the DCC chant right now?
Yeah, of course. And 1, 2, 3, go! DCC! 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 DCC!
Ladies and gentlemen, DCC and Dario Rops, your winner tonight in Tulsa Tough.
One of the best post-race interviews from Dario Rops. Always love his enthusiasm. And always brings raw emotion to his race interviews. So big thanks to Brad Soder for making that possible for us here today. Let's take a look back at our race finale. My name's Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway. We've had a thrilling night of racing with us. We started with our pro women and we just had our pro men's race. Let's roll it back from Quick Trip and see the finale of our pro men's event. We had Luke Fetzer on the front for Cadence, executing the plan that they like, but things changed here, Daniel.
Yeah, and if we look at where everybody is here, this is through the start finish, and by the time we get to the top of the hill, there's quite a big shakeup, right? There's a little bit of contact between Gomez and Lucas Borgone, and Lucas just misses out, gets shuffled back through that section. And as we go into the next camera view, going into the bottom of the climb.
All right, well, we're editing that down as we go, but it was such a great finale, and we saw that Dario Raps was really able to. Would you say that Dario freelanced his way to that finish in a way, or because I didn't really see a concerted lead-out train by DCC?
No, absolutely. That was 100% freelance. And again, that's the special power of the leader's jersey. Winning stages is that everybody fights for your wheel, right? So when you're tucked in, you don't have to do that much argy-bargy. You don't have to do that much energy expenditure popping out of the window to protect your space, right? Other guys behind you are doing that. So that's that little secret power. So he knows that if he places himself where he wants to be, the fight's going to be behind him, not next or in front of him.
Let's take a look at that again one more time for us so we can take a look at how that actually played out with what Daniel was just talking about. There we go. So walk us through this, Daniel.
So this is the top of the course downhill. We have McQuirk leading it out, Dario Rapp behind Gomez, then the Rose Rider, and then Michael Garrison. This is already mock speed. Nobody's really moving anywhere until Gomez launches his sprint right here, and he's trying to catch Dario just enough off guard and maybe even overlap to the right side of McQuirk's wheel, but Dario wasn't. So Dario, instant reaction onto Gomez's wheel, and this is 100% commitment. There's no break or anything. Dario Rapp is on the wheel, and this is what won him the race, is that coming through here, he carried so much momentum that he's overlapped on the fence, like he mentioned in his interview. He gets in, waits, knowing that he said that there was a headwind, and then pulls out and just finishes it to the line. It's not that he had more power than Gomez, it's just Gomez faded just enough while Dario didn't fade at all at the same speed.
And look, he jumps at the 100-meter mark. Like,
yeah.
How short of a sprint is that?
But they both did two sprints, right? There's the sprint into the final corner. There's 2 deep breaths through that, and then your second sprint. So It's not that he only did one sprint at 100 meters to go. They did, it's really, there was an acceleration up the hill because of the reshuffling that we didn't see. Then there's the acceleration into the final corner, and then there's the final sprint at 100 meters.
Oh, wow. All right, so multiple sprints taking place there in order for that to work. And those are some of the nuances and details that it's so great to have Daniel Holloway and Brad Huff as part of our broadcast program so that you really understand the nuance and depth that it takes to find success here at the Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Both of these guys have won these races multiple times and the overall. So great to have them as part of our team. We're about to have our women's pro podium coming up next, but I've seen in YouTube the questions are, when's the next race? And that is going to be tomorrow. Crybaby Hill caps off our 3 days of racing tomorrow at the Riverfront Park. So do tune in tomorrow. Check out TulsaTough.com for the full schedule. Schedule now being shown here. It's going to show you exactly what we are going to be getting into for tomorrow's race schedule. So do stick around. We will be live at TulsaTough.com/live, and be sure to bookmark our YouTube channel as well. Here we go. This is our McElroy River Parks Criterium schedule of the day, 8:30 a.m. starting off with our Masters races, and then we'll go all the way through down to 3:40 p.m. with our pro women. We got our podium right now for our FC Tulsa Arts District, and this is going to be Paula Munoz from Fearless Femme, the Beasley firm, getting in third place today. Awesome to have our Olympian from Chile getting on our podium here for our St. Francis Tulsa Tough. This is Skylar Schneider, second place today. Our winner last night at the McNelly Group Blue Dome Criterium, second place today. And our winner today will be your U.S. national champion, and Kendall Ryan. Kendall Ryan, your U.S. national champion, getting her win. She was bitterly disappointed about last night, but for good reason. Kendall is a fighter. She is a competitor, and Kendall's here to win. And when she doesn't get that win, you can tell.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting tomorrow. I think they're tied on points.
Yes.
Both have two wins. Both have 2 seconds. Kendall has a full squad. Skylar doesn't quite have that. So it's going to be really interesting to see the dynamic play out. And then you have a whole host of riders that don't have anything, have nothing to lose going into tomorrow on Crybaby Hill to race very aggressively.
That's right, and so even though they may be tied on points, the tiebreaker is the best latest result, and because Kendall won stage 2, she is going to don the series leaders jersey from Mumu. Again, thanks to Mumu for being the official jersey of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. And of course, we got our John Zink's flares there to celebrate our podiums. John Zink, another local business that's thrilled to be part of Tulsa Tough. Kendall Ryan was no stranger to the champagne celebration. Sharing the goods. There it is. Your podium today, Kendall Ryan, Skylar Schneider, and Paula Munoz.
All right, we'll break those riders down and move to our overall Omnia leader's jersey after 2 days of racing here at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. By virtue of her win time, your new Omnia leader is Kendall Ryan.
And there we go, Kendall Ryan coming back up. So I was you get a winner's jersey for each stage. That's what that white jersey is. That was the winner's jersey, and now she's going to put the series jersey over top of that. So the pink series leaders jersey over top of the stage winner's jersey. The graphics on that this year representing the 150th anniversary of Route 66. Tomorrow's races are actually adjacent to Route 66. So very cool to be a part of sharing that history. 20 years of Tulsa Tough and 150 years of Route 66 running right through Tulsa, Oklahoma. Thanks again to John Zink for the flares. No better finish line in Criterium racing, and the firing power belongs to John Zink, a Tulsa original and returning partner of St. Francis Tulsa Tough, one of the world's foremost leaders in combustion and emissions control technologies, based right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. All right, this is our men's podium. Michael Garrison on third place today. Great ride by this young man. Second place today is going to be Brian Gomez. Gomez playing his cards well, racing it to his tactics perfectly. Unfortunately, unable to get to the finish line first ahead of Dario Raps. Box jumps.
That's a podium of big boys.
Yeah. Dario Raps on the pink leaders jersey. Brian Gomez from Foundation in the white. And Michael Garrison in the blue and white this season. And I believe our Champagne, oh, it looks like so he's going to get the stage jersey. We'll put the white jersey on top of the pink jersey. And then he will put another pink jersey back
on top.
I don't know. Well, I'm sure he's going to collect all the Moo jerseys he can. More John Zink flares. We'll do some champagne. You're right. YouTube's right. If I was doing this, I'd be 3, 2, 1 podium jump on these guys. There it is. Watch out. Good thing we're a block away. Did you do that when you're on the podium? Like spray it on yourself?
No, the other guys.
Yeah. All right, here's our point totals after our second stage of racing. Dario Raps now leads with 62 points. Brian Gomez in second with 54. Michael Garrison jumps into third with 43, ahead of Sen Thoreau with 42, tied with Lucas Burgoyne and Jordan Parra. Juan Pablo Zapatos in 36, Dylan Haynes in 33, and Preston I in ninth place with 30, and Alex Akins in 10th with 28 points.
Yeah, so interesting going in tomorrow with the point structure. Gomez has got to get 3 places in between Dario, but I think that still wouldn't do it with the tiebreaker still going to Dario with 2 wins versus 1. That's, again, if Gomez wins and Dario's 4th.
Is it double points if it rains?
No. You know, and then Garrison is in the spot where it's still winnable. I think he's 20 points back, I think what that was, but him as a rider compared to Gomez and Dario on that course, completely plausible.
You think so? I mean, historically speaking, he has had a heck of a time on this one, on Crybaby. I feel like he's going to hold his gap, basically, but he's going to have a tough time.
We'll see. That's why we're tuning in.
That's right. It's a bike race. Yeah, exactly. Remember, our schedule is going to be up on TulsaTough.com, and you can join us at TulsaTough.com/live. The race schedules are posted there. Thank you so much for joining us here in the Zico broadcast booth, and thanks again to Quick Trip for presenting our live stream overall. I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway. We'll see you tomorrow for the final stage of our 20th edition of Saint Francis Tulsa Tough. Thank you, and good night.